Chapter 899. Takashi Ryushin mobilized the power of the great martial arts world. More and more power surged toward Takashi Ryushin. He was already strong enough, but now, he was even more powerful. Mosquito Daoran was sent flying again and again, but he did not gain any advantage. Gu-hai, if you have the ability, don't hide behind Mosquito Daoran. Come out, don't hide. Takashi Ryushin glared. Your Majesty, I can't hold on any longer. Mosquito Daoran crawled out of the ruins with difficulty. Gu-hai never made a move. He always hid behind Mosquito Daoran. It was as if he was afraid of competing with Takashi Ryushin. Alright, Mosquito Daoran, you go first. Leave this to me. Gu-hai said coldly. Yes. Mosquito Daoran answered. Gu-hai slowly flew out, surrounded by rolling smoke. Takashi Ryushin's gaze was fixed on Gu-hai. When he saw Gu-hai fly over, he revealed a cold smile. Gu-hai, do you think that I am as gullible as the Tongtian sect master? Die. Takashi Ryushin glared and reached out with his palm. Bang! Gu-hai suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke and exploded. Ancient Immortal Dome. Humph, break. Takashi Ryushin slashed with his hand. Boom! A super huge black hole suddenly appeared in the void. He hoped to tear apart the barrier of the ancient Immortal Dome. However, under Takashi Ryushin's slash, the black hole appeared, but Gu-hai still did not. What's going on? Takashi Ryushin's face darkened. He saw thin threads of energy emerging from the void around the black hole. Takashi Ryushin grabbed. Boom! A large number of spirit stones and magic treasures emerged from the ground. Ego Dao Array. Where are they? Takashi Ryushin's expression changed. Who? When he turned around, the Mosquito Daoran disappeared. The battle in Wutian City had also ended. Although Ao Sheng was strong, Ao Shun, Shen Guanhen, and Kong Xian were all experts. In almost an instant, Ao Sheng was heavily injured and knocked to the ground while vomiting blood. Everyone had already fled. Everyone had fled. Even Gu-hai was gone. Takashi Ryushin's expression instantly turned ferocious, and he quickly searched around. Takashi Ryushin searched every nook and cranny of the forest. However, the people that Gu-hai had brought were all gone. Your Majesty, Six Fingers is dead. Kong Xian swallowed the Sima Changkong clan and took them away. We were tricked. Ao Sheng said with a pained expression as he climbed out of the hole. Takashi Ryushin. He had mobilized the power of the nation, an extremely strong force, to fight to the death with Gu-hai. Yet, he fled. He fled. Everyone had fled. No. Bastard. Bastard. Takashi Ryushin's expression changed dramatically. At this moment, Takashi Ryushin did not know how to explain this to the people. He had borrowed their strength, but it was useless. He had been tricked. Takashi Ryushin showed a ferocious expression. Humph. Flee. I want you to flee. Boom. Takashi Ryushin's figure flashed and rushed toward the south. He was extremely fast and disappeared in an instant. Takashi Ryushin's strength was already very strong. Now that he had mobilized the power of the nation, he was even faster than the Tongtian sect master in the past. In just a few breaths, he had reached the border of the Great Wu Empire and entered the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. After entering the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, the Golden Dragon of Destiny in his body left its territory. Its power instantly dissipated, but even so, its power was extremely strong. Limitless Celestial Capital. Humph. Humph. Gu-hai, you're not as fast as me. Since you came to disturb my martial sky city, I'll crush your limitless celestial capital and blow it up. Takashi Ryushin rushed toward the limitless celestial capital with a ferocious expression. The limitless celestial capital was still flying. Although it was not where it used to be, Takashi Ryushin still knew its general location. In just a short while, he arrived outside the limitless celestial capital. Boom! Takashi Ryushin's arrival immediately brought about a storm. The storm swept across the limitless celestial capital. The limitless celestial capital trembled slightly. Takashi Ryushin was filled with rage. He wanted to completely destroy the limitless celestial capital to avenge the humiliation that Gu-hai had inflicted on him. However, just as he was about to attack, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Takashi Ryushin! A loud shout instantly spread throughout the void. Takashi Ryushin paused. His expression changed as he looked toward the soaring palace square. He saw Gu-hai in the soaring palace square, holding the life execution saber in his hand and looking at him coldly. What? Takashi Ryushin's expression changed. Why are you here? Gu-hai looked at the golden energy that kept emerging from Takashi Ryushin's back in the distance. He sneered. The power of a nation. Once you leave your territory, your destiny will no longer help you accumulate power. How much power do you have left? Roar! Inside his body, the golden dragon of destiny let out a miserable cry. Clearly, after leaving the Great Wu Empire for too long, it was struggling painfully like a fish without water. The power of the people was also decreasing at an exponential rate. Seeing Gu-hai standing in the limitless celestial capital, Takashi Ryushin was completely dumbfounded. No wonder I couldn't find you earlier. No wonder you didn't attack earlier. Was it fake? That was fake. You didn't go to Martial Sky City at all. That was formed using the chess Dao formation. Gu-hai, you liar! Takashi Ryushin roared. Attacking, but it was useless. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty's Golden Dragon of Destiny seemed to have sensed the foreign Golden Dragon and suddenly roared. Roar! With a roar, the Golden Dragon in his body was almost completely destroyed without the territory to rely on. Looks like you don't want to leave either. It's fine if you don't want to leave. Stay then. Gu-hai said coldly. Roar! Gu-hai, I'll kill you. Roar! Takashi Ryushin roared ferociously. He didn't even attack. That was because the Golden Dragon of Destiny had been destroyed and the power of the people had almost completely dissipated. Once Gu-hai tangled with him, Kung Xian, Shanghai Guanhen, and Mosquito Daoren would return. He wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. Boom! Takashi Ryushin turned around and shot into the distance. He was going back to where he came from. After Takashi Ryushin left, Mo Yike walked out from the side of the soaring palace hall. Guqin Crown Prince, you can remove the life entrapment blade formation. Mo Yike looked at Guqin beside him. Guqin also walked out from the shadows. The life entrapment blade in his hand trembled. In the square of the soaring palace hall, Gu-hai disappeared in a flash. Takashi Ryushin retreated in shock and anger. At this moment, a huge peacock flew towards the limitless celestial capital. It was Kong Xian who had transformed into his 3,000 feet body and spat out the disciples of the Sima clan. There was also a lady in white. Husband, Xiao Bao. The lady in white hugged Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong also hugged his wife and daughter tightly. For a moment, tears welled up in his eyes. He almost thought that he was going to lose his wife and daughter. Family head. The disciples of the Sima clan bowed respectfully to Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong was slightly choked with sobs. Xiao Bao, go to mother's arms. Sima Changkong then placed Xiao Bao in the lady's arms. Father, hug hug hug. Xiao Bao cried. Sima Changkong, however, wiped his tears and smiled. Turning his head, Sima Changkong looked at Gu-hai. Ancient Emperor, previously, I was still guessing that you were using a chess formation to trick Takashi Ryushin. Sima Changkong looked at Gu-hai. I said that it was worth the risk for teacher to come here. Only by coming here personally can I show my sincerity, Gu Hai said with a smile. Previously, when Takashi Ryushin attacked, Gu Hai was indeed in danger, especially when he tore open the void. Even if he hid in the immortal dome of the ancients, it was useless. However, this was different from the previous time with the Tongtian sect master. This time, it was premeditated and premeditated. When Takashi Ryushin attacked, Gu Hai had already prepared a tunnel to escape. At that time, there was a large amount of smoke around, and it was easy to confuse one's vision. Takashi Ryushin had not thought of the most obvious tunnel. That location was where Gu Hai's vision was. When Takashi Ryushin attacked with all his strength and tore open the void, the tunnel would definitely have collapsed under the tremendous force. Gu Hai had also set up a chess formation nearby, but this was to make Takashi Ryushin suspicious. However, this suspicion was not confirmed. When Takashi Ryushin arrived at the infinite celestial capital and saw him standing before the soaring sky hall, he would definitely guess the purpose of the chess formation. He would think that the person in the infinite celestial capital was the real person, and that he, who had not made a move previously, was a fake. Gu Hai believed that Mo Yike could delay Takashi Ryushin for a while. Of course, Gu Hai could not put all his eggs in one basket. Besides Mo Yike, Gu Hai had also arranged for Changming. Changming had the Chaos Essence Bead, one of the 16 great magic treasures of history. Given his strength in the Heavenly Palace, he could delay Takashi Ryushin for a while. That was enough time for Shangguanhen and Mosquito Daoren to fly back to the infinite celestial capital. At that time, the longer this dragged on, the more of a disadvantage he would have against Takashi Ryushin. Although it seemed like everything had been calculated precisely, Sima Changkong understood the dangers best. Gu Hai had put in a lot of effort to express his sincerity to him this time. This commoner Sima Changkong greets your majesty. Sima Changkong bowed respectfully. At this moment, there was nothing more to say. If he continued to refuse, he would feel that he was being unreasonable. How could it be this commoner? It is Gu Hai's fortune that Mr. can enter the Dahan imperial dynasty. From today onwards, Sima Changkong shall be the 7th army commander of the Dahan imperial dynasty. We have obtained Mr., and we have defeated the great emperor dynasty. Gu Hai said with a smile. Many thanks, your majesty. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that in such a short time, he would already be the army commander of the Dahan imperial dynasty? We greet your majesty. The group of Sima clan disciples bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Looking at Sima Changkong, Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, since Mr. has entered the Dahan imperial dynasty, we have something to tell Mr. Oh. Sima Changkong said in confusion. That Takashi Ryushin from before is actually the Crown Prince Long Sanqian. Gu Hai said solemnly. What? Sima Changkong's expression suddenly changed. Since Mr. has entered the Dahan imperial dynasty, we do not wish to hide it from you. Presumably, even you do not know much about the Long Sanqian's actions, right? Gu Hai said solemnly. When did you change? Sima Changkong looked at Gu Hai with an ugly expression. He had given up on Takashi Ryushin, betrayed the country, and pledged his loyalty to the Dahan imperial dynasty. Now, he was telling him that it was fake and not the Takashi Ryushin he had pledged his loyalty to. Sima Changkong felt like he was about to collapse. Do you still remember when we destroyed Dahan City? When the Tongtian sect master fought against Kong Xian and Shangguanhen, we swapped the souls of the Long Sanqian and Guqin amidst the dust. Presumably, you could not see it in the dust. When we return, the Long Sanqian will use a secret technique to swap souls with Takashi Ryushin. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ha, Gu. Your Majesty, you are forcing this subject to enter Dahan. Sima Changkong felt sorrowful in his heart. We are not threatening Mr. Gu Hai said solemnly. Sima Changkong felt like his heart was about to collapse. He was extremely depressed. This was a mess, and he was also confused. He should have seen through the problem with Takashi Ryushin. Gu Hai looked at Sima Changkong and knew that Sima Changkong was depressed and uncomfortable. However, since he was already on his boat, there was no reason to disembark. After a moment of silence, Sima Changkong smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, this subject will not speak a word about the conflict between Dahan and Dao." Sima Changkong still remembered Takashi Ryushin and did not want to participate in the war between the two countries. All right. Gu Hai nodded and sighed inwardly. Sima Changkong had decided to stay in Dahan. This was more important than anything else. Destroy the Dao dynasty. There was no need for Sima Changkong. Thank you, Your Majesty. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. Chapter 900. Sima Changkong had betrayed the country. When the news came out, the entire Great Emperor dynasty was in an uproar. Not only the people, but also the military and political circles. In the past, Sima Changkong had led the Great Wu dynasty's army, and many soldiers had been ordered around by him. They were very familiar with Sima Changkong. How could such a conscientious and loyal subject of the Great Wu Empire be forced to commit treason? It was forced. All the soldiers and officials were sure that it was because the matter in Martial Sky City could not be hidden. His Majesty suspected Sima Changkong and wanted to turn Sima Changkong into a zombie descendant. He did not hesitate to use Sima Changkong's wife and children. How disappointing was this? Takashi Ryushin was indeed the former crown prince of the Deqian, but his actions were far worse than Long Zhanggua's. The Great Emperor dynasty fell into a deathly stillness. Many soldiers and officials were trembling with fear in their hearts. Would they be turned into zombies by His Majesty? All the civil and military officials in the court, the most powerful people, had already become zombies. What would happen next? The Great Emperor dynasty was filled with uneasiness. It was a kind of worry, a kind of fear. Just as Sima Changkong had said in the past, the ability to become a zombie could only be used as a support, and could not be used as a stepping stone. Because, as more and more people became zombies, more and more people feared Takashi Ryushin. It would only become more and more difficult for the Great Wu dynasty to gather talents. Talents would only hide and disappear. 1 month later, in Martial Sky City's upper study room, Takashi Ryushin was listening to the report of the official in front of him. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty has captured another 20 cities. Silver Moon City has also been captured. Takashi Ryushin said coldly. Yes, Your Majesty. After Lord Sima's betrayal, many officials resisted passively, so. The official knelt and said softly. Ha, passively resisting. Sima Changkong. You really know how to mess with the morale of the army. Do you think that apart from Sima Changkong, I don't have any other methods? You've already taken nearly 200 of my cities. Dahan Imperial Dynasty, Takashi Ryushin said coldly. This official is unwilling to accept this. However, there are unfavorable rumors about Your Majesty everywhere. Moreover, the major families are strangely cooperating with the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. The official said in a deep voice. I understand. You may leave. Takashi Ryushin said coldly. Yes. The official exited the study room. Only Takashi Ryushin and Ao Sheng were left in the upper study. Ao Sheng, do you agree with them? Takashi Ryushin looked at Ao Sheng. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Your Majesty and I are already connected. Your Majesty doesn't need to doubt me. Ao Sheng nodded. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty has the army of gods and devils. I also have 1 million Qin figurines and 1 million bronze soldiers. Originally, we thought that it wouldn't be so early. Takashi Ryushin snorted coldly. The Silver Moon sees 1 million bronze soldiers. Weren't they unable to move? Ao Sheng asked in shock. If I say it is possible, then it is possible. Takashi Ryushin said coldly. Yes. Killed 6 fingers. Ha, I can repair it. Takashi Ryushin said coldly. Outside the study room, a man slowly walked in. It was 6 fingers, but his expression was stiff. Greetings, master. 6 fingers said respectfully. Oh. Your Majesty, you repaired 6 fingers in a month? Ao Sheng asked in shock. Unfortunately, the Zither Tao no longer exists in this world. This time, 6 fingers lost some spirituality. Takashi Ryushin said with a frown. Ao Sheng was confused. Zither Tao. Other than the Crown Prince, even His Majesty was so good at it. With 6 fingers leading the Silver Moon Army, we can stop the Dahan Imperial Dynasty and the army of gods and devils. Takashi Ryushin said solemnly. But Your Majesty, I remember that the 1,000,000 bronze soldiers are only the Yuanying state's peak strength. But the army of gods and devils seems to have opened the Sky Palace? Ao Sheng said worriedly. The Yuanying state's peak. That's only because they haven't played the battle song. 6 Fingers has learned the Silver Moon battle song. With the battle song, the Bronze Army's strength will increase tenfold. Takashi Ryushin said coldly. Oh. Ao Sheng's eyes lit up. Increase tenfold? If that was the case, they wouldn't be weaker than Gu Hai's army of gods and devils. Furthermore, the 1,000,000 troops would be stronger. Without Sima Changkong, there's no need for schemes. If the Dahan Imperial Dynasty is going all out, I'll go all out with them. Humph. Takashi Ryushin said coldly. Your Majesty, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty's 18 armies are invincible against ordinary armies. However, there's still Kong Xian at the front lines. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty has too many top experts. I'm worried. Ao Sheng said with a frown. The 1,000,000 bronze soldiers were strong and weren't weaker than the army of gods and devils. However, they were only a middle-level army. In terms of high-ranking generals, they weren't as strong as Kong Xian. If Kong Xian showed his might, the 1,000,000 bronze soldiers wouldn't be enough, right? Don't worry. I'll introduce someone to you today. Ao Sheng said with a smile. Let's invite Ao Sihai. Takashi Ryushin said solemnly. Ao Sihai. The South Sea Dragon King. Ao Sheng's expression changed. Then, he saw a man in blue slowly walking in from outside the upper study room. The man was quite handsome, but his eyes were filled with malice. Takashi Ryushin, how are the preparations? Ao Sihai asked coldly. Supreme Ao Sihai, the battle is about to begin. I hope Supreme Ao can stay calm. I'll introduce you here. Takashi Ryushin said with a smile. This is the commander of the 1,000,000 bronze soldiers, Lu Ji. Takashi Ryushin looked at Lu Ji. Lu Ji said respectfully, greetings to Supreme Ao Sihai. 1,000,000 bronze soldiers. Ha, this is Mr. Silvermoon's hidden army. This king is looking forward to it. Ao Sihai's eyes lit up. This one, I don't think there's a need to introduce him. My great Emperor Dynasty's national beast, North Sea Dragon King, Ao Sheng. Takashi Ryushin introduced. Ao Sheng. Ao Sihai looked at Ao Sheng with narrowed eyes. Ao Sheng said with a frown, the South Sea Dragon King from 800,000 years ago. That doesn't seem to be you. It's been 800,000 years. Everything will change, won't it, Supreme Ao Sheng? I heard that the West Sea Dragon King gave you a drop of ancestor dragon essence blood. A light flashed in Ao Sihai's eyes. It's a coincidence. Ao Sheng nodded with a frown. A coincidence? Hee, why didn't this king have such a coincidence? Ao Sihai said with a smile. South Sea Dragon King, this one is curious. Why did you come all the way from the South Sea to help my great Emperor Dynasty? Ao Sheng said with a frown. Why? Ha, This king has an irreconcilable enmity with the Dahan imperial dynasty. Ao Sihai's expression turned cold. Oh. At the side, Takashi Ryushin said indifferently, not long ago, at the Silver Moon Sea, Gu Hai's people killed the South Dragon Bodhisattva. You know about that, right? The South Dragon Bodhisattva. Ao Shing's expression changed. That's my daughter. Although my daughter's soul has already returned to the South Sea Purple Bamboo Forest, I still need to avenge her death. Ha 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 ha. The Dahan imperial dynasty is really bold. Ao Sihai said with a ferocious expression. The South Dragon Bodhisattva mobilized all the bodhisattvas and arhats of the Spirit Mountain's holy lands. If she is your daughter, wouldn't the bodhisattvas and arhats of the great emperor dynasty listen to your orders? Ao Shing's expression changed. That's right. This king has already gathered them. Furthermore, I brought the dragon race with me. Although your North Sea Dragon Palace has declined, a group of elders are still alive. They are still an army. We are not weaker than the Dahan imperial dynasty. As long as we work together, we will definitely be able to destroy the Dahan imperial dynasty. Ao Sihai said coldly. That's right. We will work together. Takashi Ryushin revealed a ferocious expression. In that case, I can rest assured. As long as we work together, the Dahan imperial dynasty will definitely be defeated. Ao Shing said with a smile. Boundless Celestial Capital, Upper Study, Your Majesty, our spies have reported that the South Sea Dragon King has appeared in Martial Sky City. He might be working with the Great Emperor Dynasty to deal with our army. Mo Yike said with a frown. Work together. Ha, do you believe that? Gu Hai said with a smile as he sipped his tea. Your subject does not believe it. Oh. This South Sea Dragon King must be closely related to the Spiritual Mountain Holy Land. Why didn't the Spiritual Mountain Holy Land react much when the South Sea Dragon Bodhisattva died? Also, Yun Mo mentioned last time that the Spiritual Mountain Holy Land did not come to deal with the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. They have another purpose. This time, the South Sea Dragon King should be here for the same purpose. He is just using the Great Emperor Dynasty to scheme. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Gu Hai nodded. Without Sima Changkong, the current Mr. Silvermoon can only see the surface. He is not the real Takashi Ryushin after all. He is being used without realizing it. Mo Yike said with a smile. Find out the purpose of the Spiritual Mountain Holy Land as soon as possible. Also, inform Gao Xianji and Kong Xian to be careful of this South Sea Dragon King. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Mo Yike nodded. By the way, Your Majesty, we just received news today that the Long Sanqian has appeared in the Grading Empire. Mo Yike said with a slight frown. I know that too. Ha, he went to find the dragon god Ing for help. The battle between father and son is getting more and more interesting. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes, if the real Takashi Ryushin is in the Great Emperor Dynasty, it will take a lot of effort to take him down. Now, Mr. Silvermoon, who does not understand the way of the Emperor, is in charge of the country. He is hastening the destruction of the Great Wu Dynasty. Even if Takashi Ryushin manages to regain his body, it will be too late. Mo Yike said with a smile. Grading Empire, in God City. In a large hall. Bang! The Long Sanqian smashed the desk in front of him with a palm. Unfilial son, you idiot. My great country is in chaos because of you. Sima Changkong. Ha 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 ha, you actually forced Sima Changkong to marry Gu Hai, you trash, idiot. The Long Sanqian roared gloomily. In the hall, the desk was smashed, and a large amount of information scattered on the ground. At this time, Dragon God Ing slowly stepped into the hall. He looked at the somewhat irritable Long Sanqian and picked up a battle report from the ground. Third brother, there is no need to be angry. From the moment you switched bodies, you have lost the great emperor dynasty. Even if you are angry, so what? That is no longer your country. Dragon Goding said indifferently. The Long Sanqian looked at Dragon Goding and said, "You promised to help me regain my body. When will it be? That unfilial son ruined the foundation I built. I can't stand it anymore. I want to go back, I want to regain control of the great emperor dynasty. Don't be impatient, the time is almost right, almost right." Dragon Goding shook his head. Almost right? What do you mean almost right? The Long Sanqian said gloomily. Chapter 901. Calm down. The time is almost right. Almost right. Dragon Shenying narrowed his eyes. Almost right? What do you mean by almost right? Long Sanqian said gloomily. Wait for a while more. Dragon Shenying said seriously. Wait. Wait until when? Long Sanqian said seriously. Ha! Do you think it's so easy to get your body back? Do you think I can suppress that unfilial son of yours if I go to Martial Sky City? Dragon Shenying said seriously. Long Sanqian's face sank. Long Sanqian knew how strong Takashi Ryushin's body was. If he added in the power of a nation, even the Tongtian sect master might not be a match for him. If Dragon Shenying went to Martial Sky City, he would not be able to mobilize the power of a nation, let alone that unfilial son of his. What do you mean? Are you waiting for my great martial emperor dynasty to be destroyed and that unfilial son to lose his luck before you make a move? Long Sanqian said coldly. I already said that the moment your body was swapped, the great martial emperor dynasty was already destroyed. Ha! Do you still want me to help you protect the great martial emperor dynasty? Dragon Shenying said coldly. Long Sanqian clenched his fists, but there was nothing he could do. This was his big brother and also his opponent. Helping him get his body back was already the limit. How could he help him restore his dynasty? The Dahan imperial dynasty destroyed my great martial emperor dynasty. At that time, your great Ing imperial dynasty will not be able to escape. Do you think Gu Hai, your neighbor, will be on good terms with you for generations? Long Sanqian said coldly. You don't have to worry about that. Third brother, we agreed earlier. I will help you recover your body, and you will stay in the great Ing imperial dynasty and help me. Dragon Shenying looked coldly at Long Sanqian. Long Sanqian's eyelids twitched, and his face sank. After a moment of silence, he said, Don't worry. I will do as I say. It's good that you're a man of your word. Not long ago, the South Sea Dragon King contacted me and promised to help me take care of everything. Once we've forced your unfilial son to go all out, it'll be our time to make our move. Dragon Shenying said calmly. South Sea Dragon King. What happened? Long Sanqian frowned. Just watch, don't ask too many questions. Dragon Shenying said indifferently. After saying that, Dragon Shenying turned and left, leaving behind Long Sanqian with a confused expression. Great Emperor Dynasty, Martial Sky City. In the square outside the court. The square was filled with soldiers. There were dragons, bronze soldiers, and a large number of monks. Ao Sihai, Ao Shun, and Lu Ji, the three of you cooperate well with the formation of the Great Destroyer Army. With me in charge of Martial Sky City, no one can come here. Takashi Ryushin said solemnly. Don't worry, Great Emperor. The South Sea Dragon Tribe, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats are all ready. Just wait for the good news. Ao Sihai smiled. Your Majesty, don't worry. I've already mobilized the North Sea Dragon Tribe's army. The Hanshio army won't be able to return. Ao Shun said solemnly. Your Majesty, don't worry. With 1,000,000 bronze soldiers, the Hanshio army won't be able to return. Lu Ji solemnly said. Go. Takashi Ryushin said with satisfaction. Let's go. Aoshihai shouted. Roar. The crowd quickly flew into the sky, followed by the dragons. Behind them was 1,000,000 bronze soldiers. Each of them emitted a murderous aura and rumbled toward the southern front line. The army headed toward the front line. Boundless Celestial Capital, Upper Study. Your Majesty, the Hanshio army might have to change their battle strategy. Mo Yike frowned. You're the commander-in-chief of the Hanshio army. You can give the orders. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. Mo Yike replied. With the South Sea Dragon King and Ao Shun heading to the front line, the battle situation will be tense. Your Majesty, please allow Shangguan Hen to head to the front line and await your orders. Mo Yike solemnly said. I already said that day that Shangguan Hen and Ao Shun will cooperate with your orders. You can make the arrangements. Gu Hai nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. 10 days later. Martial Sky City. In the court. Report. An official rushed into the hall. Your Majesty, we've destroyed the Hanshio army and retaken Ingbei City. The official reported. Good. Takashi Ryushin's eyes lit up. The third day. Report. Another official rushed into the hall. Your Majesty, we've destroyed the Hanshio army and retaken Moonfall City. Good. Takashi Ryushin sighed again. The sixth day. Report. Your Majesty, we've destroyed the Hanshio army and retaken Yueying City. Good. Takashi Ryushin said happily. Takashi Ryushin was getting happier with the news. In Kong Xian's military camp. Great Commander, the Great Destroyer army has broken through our cities again and again. They've already broken through 10 of our cities. Many of our brothers have already died. What's so great about them? Great Commander, why do we have to keep avoiding them? If the Grand Marshal goes there personally, we can definitely destroy that Hanshio army. A soldier said with a frown. Kong Xian shook his head. Lord Mo's orders are not to clash head-on. If we do, our losses will be greater. Our priority is to retake as many cities as possible in the shortest time possible. Wait for an opportunity. But. The soldier beside him said anxiously. Kong Xian's eyes turned cold. Your Majesty is watching. Mo Yike can predict the course of the battle. Can't he compare to your but? Huh? Yes, I've said too much. Since you're angry, use your limited anger on the siege strategy. If they're destroying cities, we'll destroy cities too. Let's see who's faster. Kong Xian said coldly. Yes. The soldiers roared in unison. Martial Sky City, in the Imperial Court. Takashi Ryushin was very happy with half a month of good news. However, on the 16th day, everything changed. Your Majesty, Hanshio army has destroyed another city this morning. Your Majesty, 18 cities on the front line have fallen. The two officials reported separately. What? 18 cities? Takashi Ryushin's face darkened. Yes, the Dahan army didn't clash head-on with us. They have 18 armies, while our Hanshio army only has 1 army. They're too slow. An official said with an ugly expression. Your Majesty, the Hanshio army should split into several armies like the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. We must seize the cities as soon as possible. Another official said. Takashi Ryushin's face darkened. Split into several armies? How could Takashi Ryushin not think about it? However, the Hanshio army was strong when gathered and weak when divided. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty had too many experts. Wait a little longer. Takashi Ryushin's face darkened. The second day. Reporting to Your Majesty, this morning we reported that 15 cities have fallen. The third day. Reporting to Your Majesty, we reported this morning that 10 cities have fallen. The fourth day. Another half a month passed. Takashi Ryushin felt mentally and physically exhausted. Seizing a city wasn't something that could be left immediately after breaking into a city. They also needed to arrange officials to control the entire city, which was very troublesome. The Great Wu dynasty didn't prepare so many reserve officials. At this moment, seizing a city had become difficult. The Dahan imperial dynasty seized more than a dozen cities in a day. Whether it was the reserve of officials or the strange cooperation of the major families in the cities, the Great Wu dynasty couldn't compare to them. In just half a month, the Great Wu dynasty only had 100 or so cities left. The luck above them was rapidly dissipating. Takashi Ryushin's face was extremely unsightly. How was this possible? So fast. So fast. Sima Changkong had betrayed the country, and the Great Wu dynasty's people were scattered, so the elites didn't dare to approach Takashi Ryushin. Now that the country was about to be destroyed, the speed of losing cities was increasing. No one told Takashi Ryushin what to do next. At this moment, Takashi Ryushin was anxious and panicked. How he wished that Sima Changkong was by his side. Your Majesty, if this continues, our Great Wu dynasty will only exist in name. An official said anxiously. Inform Ao Sheng, the South Sea Dragon King, and Six Fingers to divide their forces and intercept the Dahan army. Takashi Ryushin said with an ugly expression. Yes. Infinite Celestial Capital, Upper Study. Your Majesty, good news. Takashi Ryushin has been forced into a corner. Mo Yike said with a smile. The Great Wu dynasty has been destroyed, and it's difficult to reverse the situation. Gu Hai nodded. That's right. Our Dahan has justice, the right time, and the right people. Takashi Ryushin is short-sighted. He originally had the geographical advantage, but he forced Sima Changkong away. He doesn't know how to use it, so he can only retreat. They won't be able to hold on for long. Once the Great Wu dynasty's cities are exhausted, the Great Wu dynasty's destiny will completely collapse. Then, Takashi Ryushin won't be afraid anymore. Mo Yike said with a smile. Teacher, are you going to start your counterattack? Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes, it's about time. Mo Yike said with a cold smile. Six Fingers led 1,000,000 bronze soldiers to fallen Zither City and looked at the sealed city in the distance. General, this time, there are no experts from the Dragon Clan or the Spiritual Mountain. We won't be much slower in breaking the city. A general said with a smile. Yes, General, we have 1,000,000 bronze soldiers. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty is only so. Another general said with a smile. This is the first time we've divided into 3 groups. I hope nothing happens. Six Fingers frowned slightly. Okay, let's break the city. Six Fingers shouted. Ha! Immediately, 1,000,000 bronze soldiers rushed into the sky. Six Fingers stretched out his hand and waved it. Dong 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 dong. The Silver Moon War song rushed into the sky. The group of bronze men immediately emitted waves of green flames around their bodies. Their aura suddenly soared. Boom! 1,000,000 bronze soldiers rushed toward fallen Zither City with a fearful aura. At this moment, in fallen Zither City, at the entrance of the city lord's residence, Kang Xian looked coldly at the 1,000,000 bronze soldiers flying toward him. Sir, you've just arrived. Why don't you take a break and let the city defense formation intercept you for a while? A soldier in the city asked respectfully. No need. I've waited for more than a month for this day, haven't I? Qin Terracotta Warriors. I haven't tasted a Qin Terracotta Warriors yet. Ha 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 ha. Kang Xian stepped into the sky. Boom. Billowing devil chi instantly filled the sky. Oh no, it's Kang Xian. Quick, inform the South Sea Dragon King and Crown Prince Ao Sheng. Six Fingers' expression changed. Such an expert was not someone 6 fingers could contend against. However, he saw Kong Xian transform into a 30,000-foot-long giant peacock and suddenly open his mouth to inhale. Rumble. Instantly, thousands of bronze soldiers were sucked into Kong Xian's mouth. Like a whale sucking in water, they surged into Kong Xian's mouth. No, no, no. 6 fingers' expression changed drastically. Martial Sky City. Report. Your Majesty, outside fallen Zither City, General 6 Fingers led the bronze soldiers and was ambushed by Kong Xian. The entire army was annihilated. The official knelt in the main hall. What? The entire army was annihilated? Takashi Ryushin stood up from his chair in anger. Yes, including General 6 Fingers, all of them were eaten by Kong Xian. The official said. You can go to hell now. Takashi Ryushin smashed the official into pieces in anger. Your Majesty, please calm down. All the officials trembled in fear. Chapter 902. Limitless Celestial Capital. Upper Study Room. Reporting to Your Majesty, the 1 million strong army has been swallowed by Kong Xian. Victory at fallen Qin City. Mo Yike reported excitedly. What about the other 2? Gu Hai asked. As for the South Sea Dragon King's army, this subject did not bother with him. After all, this subject is still unfamiliar with him. This subject has sent Shengguanhen and Ao Shun to Three Mountain City to deal with Ao Sheng and subdue Ao Sheng's North Sea Dragon tribe. Once they are subdued, the great martial emperor dynasty's wings will be completely cut off. Mo Yike's eyes gleamed. Three Mountain City. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. That's right, Three Mountain City, that is. Mo Yike smiled, but his expression suddenly froze. Give me the map. Gu Hai said solemnly. Mo Yike also felt that something was wrong, so he quickly fetched the map. Hua! The map was spread out. Because of the spell drawing, the locations on the map were as clear as 3 dimensions. Three Mountain City. Not good, Your Majesty, this subject has failed in his duty. Mo Yike's expression suddenly changed. Three Mountain City. Ha! The Great Martial Emperor Dynasty, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, and the Great Ing Imperial Dynasty, the intersection of the 3 empires? Gu Hai asked with a gloomy expression. Yes, the Great Ing Imperial Dynasty has never interfered in the war. Although the border cities of the Great Ing Imperial Dynasty are heavily guarded, there were no signs of an attack. This subject sent an envoy to the Great Ing Imperial Dynasty to show goodwill. I thought that Dragon God Ing would not interfere, but who would have thought this could be a trap? Mo Yike said with an ugly expression. The intersection of the 3 empires? Ao Sheng was arranged to stay at Three Mountain City. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. This subject should have thought of it. These days, the Great Martial Emperor Dynasty's army has been attacking our cities, but they all have one thing in common, they are all heading for the intersection of the 3 empires. This subject. Mo Yike said with an ugly expression. This is not your fault. Moreover, it is not the most critical moment yet. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Mo Yike nodded. Inform Shengguanhen and Ao Shun to withdraw. Gu Hai ordered. That. Yes, but I don't know if it's too late. Mo Yike said with a complicated expression. Dragon God Ing. It's not that, he has been waiting for this moment. Dragon King Dynasty. He is Emperor Dynasty is Emperor Dynasty is Emperor. He is his Dragon Emperor Ing Dragon Imperial. Dragon is Emperor. A Huang is. Lord was Master was. Gu Hai replied. The unborn man of the Longevity Temple has returned. He requests an audience with Your Majesty. The unborn man is back. Gu Hai suddenly stood up, anticipation flashing in his eyes. Mo Yike, go and make arrangements for Sanshan City. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Mo Yike left the study immediately. Gu Hai also left the study anxiously. The unborn man, Long Wanqing, and Long Wanyu had been gone for so many years. Was the unborn man back? Were Wanqing and the others back as well? Gu Hai stepped out of the study. He saw a man in a black and white robe standing in front of the plaza. He was looking toward the northwest from afar. The black and white robe was the unborn man's attire. However, there were no signs of the two women around. The unborn man. Gu Hai walked over with worry in his eyes. Only then did the unborn man shift his gaze away from the northwest. The Longevity Temple's priest greets your majesty. The unborn man bowed slightly. Although this person was wrapped in robes, this aura and voice allowed Gu Hai to quickly confirm that it was him. The unborn man. You're finally back. Where's Wanqing? Also, has Wanyu recovered from her injuries? Gu Hai asked anxiously. Your Majesty, don't worry. They're all fine. With Wanqing's protection, Wanyu won't be hurt. However, it will take some time. The unborn man frowned. What? Wanyu's injuries haven't recovered yet? Gu Hai's face sank. Almost, but it's a little complicated. Wanqing asked me to come back and ask your majesty to follow me to the underworld. The unborn man solemnly said. What do you mean? What happened? Gu Hai was worried. I can't say. The unborn man said solemnly. Why? Your majesty, please don't ask again. You'll know when you get there. I don't want to say it for Wanyu's sake. I can't say anything about her. Otherwise, her life will be in danger. The unborn man solemnly said. Are you worried that the walls have ears? I'll set up a soundproof barrier. Gu Hai said solemnly. No, your majesty. If your majesty trusts me, please don't ask. I really can't say anything about Wanyu. The soundproof barrier is useless. If I talk too much, she'll definitely die. The unborn man solemnly said. How is that possible? Who wants to kill her? Gu Hai said with an ugly expression. The unborn man didn't speak. He stretched out his withered right hand and pointed to the sky. Buzz! Gu Hai's pupils suddenly shrank. He looked surprised. Gu Hai understood the unborn man's meaning. The heavens want to destroy Wanyu? The unborn man was referring to the Immortal of Six Paths. Taking a deep breath, Gu Hai suppressed all the curiosity in his heart. When are we going? Gu Hai asked solemnly. There's no hurry. Your Majesty, I see that the limitless celestial capital is drifting. What are you? The unborn man was puzzled. The limitless celestial capital is going to the north of the divine continent. Now, they're at war with the Great Emperor Dynasty. Perhaps the Great Ing Imperial Dynasty is also involved. Gu Hai explained. Oh. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai in surprise. After leaving for a few years, the Dahan not only advanced to the Imperial Dynasty, but was also going to conquer the world. So fast. Then let's finish the things at hand first. After all, we don't know how long this trip to the netherworld will take. The unborn man solemnly said. Wanqing, Wanyu, are they really okay now? Gu Hai asked again. Your Majesty, don't worry. They are my daughters. I won't joke about their safety. The unborn man nodded. That's good. Gu Hai took a deep breath. Your Majesty, there's a battle in that direction. The unborn man suddenly pointed to the northwest. Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. The unborn man seemed to be pointing in the direction of Tri-Mountain City. That's right. That's Tri-Mountain City, the intersection of the Han, Wu, and Ing empires. It should be the center of the upcoming battle. Gu Hai frowned and nodded. Tri-Mountain City. What a heavy corpse aura. The unborn man frowned. Corpse aura. Gu Hai was puzzled. We longevity cultivators can open our heaven's eye. Once we open our heaven's eye, we can see that there's corpse aura in that direction. It seems like someone has set up a longevity array. It gathers corpse aura and doesn't disperse. It's a place of great danger. The unborn man said solemnly. Heaven's eye. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. At the mention of the heaven's eye, Gu Hai suddenly remembered that the heavenly soul also had a heaven's eye between his brows. It was just that it consumed too much energy. He took a step forward. Gu Hai suddenly activated his heavenly soul, and a thin slit appeared between his brows. Buzz! The slit opened, and a third eye appeared between his brows. The heaven's eye opened. With his back facing the unborn man didn't notice the abnormality between Gu Hai's brows. Gu Hai opened his heaven's eye and saw Tri-Mountain City. Whoosh! A black storm raged. When Gu Hai looked over, he saw a rolling black aura, an endless amount of black aura. The black aura roared, forming a giant tornado that wrapped around the entire Tri-Mountain City. Within the black aura, huge evil demons' heads continuously condensed. They didn't disperse and let out desperate cries. Looking at the black aura storm, it was like looking at the purgatory of evil spirits. It made one's heart palpitate. Corpse aura. Longevity array. Gu Hai's face sank. Buzz. After all, the heaven's eye had consumed too much energy. It immediately disappeared between Gu Hai's brows and returned to the heavenly soul. The unborn man seemed to have sensed something and looked at Gu Hai in confusion. However, Gu Hai had already retracted his heaven's eye. Gu Hai didn't ask the unborn man about the heaven's eye. He didn't want to expose his own heaven's eye. However, Gu Hai also saw the majestic scene of Tri-Mountain City just now. At this moment, he was worried. You just said corpse aura and longevity array. What's going on? Gu Hai looked at the unborn man. I didn't see very clearly. I only felt the corpse aura in the distance. It didn't disperse. There must be a longevity master in Tri-Mountain City who set up a longevity array. Moreover, a longevity array of this level is not simple. It must have been set up for a long time, at least 4 months. The unborn man frowned. 4 months? That means the Hanqiu army was established not long ago. In that case, it should have been set up by Dragon God Ing. Has it been planned for a long time? Gu Hai's face darkened. This corpse aura is really strong. The people in that city are probably going to suffer. The unborn man said in a deep voice. The people in the city? Yes, all of them turned into zombies. What a big deal, what a ruthless heart. That place only allows people to enter and not leave. As long as they enter, it will be very difficult for them to come out. The unborn man said in a deep voice. Gu Hai's face darkened. At this moment, Mo Yike hurried in with an ugly expression. Your Majesty, we can't contact Ao Shun and Shengguan Hen. Moreover, Kung Xian has also gone to Tri-Mountain City. I'm afraid he has also entered the city. Can't contact him. Gu Hai frowned. The longevity array forms a world of its own. The zither figurines are probably useless. The unborn man explained. Just as Mo Yike was worried, reporting to your Majesty. A guard quickly rushed in. The Great Emperor Dynasty's Takashi Ryushin has used his destiny to spread the Great Emperor Dynasty to the world and borrowed the strength of the people. Oh. Gu Hai's face darkened. According to the report from the Martial Sky City Scouts, Takashi Ryushin has not rushed to the limitless celestial capital after mobilizing the country's power. The guard said respectfully. Southwest? Tri-Mountain City. Gu Hai's face darkened. Assassinate Kong Xian, Shengguanhen, and Ao Shun. Mo Yike's face suddenly changed. Even if Kong Xian, Shengguanhen, and Ao Shun are not a match, they can still escape unscathed. Inform Mosquito Daoran to prepare to go and support them. Gu Hai's face darkened. Reporting to your majesty, the Great Ing Imperial Dynasty's dragon god Ing has used his destiny to spread the Great Ing Imperial Dynasty to borrow the strength of the people. Another guard shouted. Dragon god Ing also wants to go. He wants to kill Kong Xian, Shengguanhen, and Ao Shun. Mo Yike's face changed. If it was before, Kong Xian and the others could still escape with the help of Mosquito Daoran. But now, it was a dead end. Dragon God Ing was slightly stronger than Takashi Ryushin, and with the help of the country's power, his strength was comparable to the Tongtian sect masters. Tri-Mountain City, the border between the three countries. They had made up their minds to cut off Gu Hai's right-hand men. Chapter 903. Three Mountain City was shrouded in fog. Ao Sheng led the army over, but he was at a loss. Supreme Being, are there no city guards? A giant dragon frowned. The city is also shrouded in fog, but there's no sound. It's like a dead city. Another giant dragon said. Let's break into the city first. Be careful of the ambush. Ao Sheng shouted coldly. Yes. 10 giant dragons pounced on the barrier. Boom. The dragon tails slammed into the barrier, and countless cracks appeared on the barrier. However, no army came out to stop them. Continue. Ao Sheng said in a deep voice. Boom. The barrier protecting the city exploded, and the entire three-mountain city shook violently. It broke. The eyes of the dragons lit up. However, the city was still shrouded in fog, and no sound could be heard. Something's wrong. Supreme Being, there's no sound. Have we been ambushed? A giant dragon said. Let's go and take a look. Ao Sheng said. Boom. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from afar. Ao Shun and Shengguanhen had arrived. It's you. Ao Sheng's expression changed. Crown Prince Ao Shun. The eyes of the surrounding dragons lit up. Although Ao Sheng had injected his ancient soul into his body, and he could only listen to Ao Sheng's orders, he still respected Ao Shun from the bottom of his heart. Inform Lu Ji, the South Sea Dragon King, and His Majesty. Ao Sheng shouted. Yes, yes. A group of officials in charge of logistics behind him answered. Ao Shun, after more than a month, you finally dare to face me? Ao Sheng said coldly. Ao Sheng, I have never treated you as an opponent. Ao Shun said. But you always go against me. Ao Sheng said coldly. You asked for it. Ao Shun shook his head. Asked for it? Humph, did he ask for it? Since you're here today, don't even think about leaving. Everyone, attack and take down Ao Shun. Ao Sheng roared. As he spoke, he flipped his hand. Ong! Deathly aura surged out of the dragons' bodies as if they were being controlled. Their eyes glowed red as they roared and charged at Ao Shun. Ao Shun stepped forward and passed through the group of dragons in an instant, arriving in front of Ao Sheng. He sent a palm strike towards Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng's expression sank as he met the palm strike head-on. Boom! Ao Sheng was immediately sent flying by Ao Shun. Ao Shun quickly chased after him. Ong, ong, ong. The dragons were possessed by the ancient soul. They roared and turned their heads as if they wanted to chase after him. Dragons, sorry for the offense. Shengguanhen's expression darkened. Shengguanhen instantly blocked the group of dragons. Then, he stretched out his hand and sent a large group of dragons flying. Shengguanhen grabbed one dragon with each hand and quickly sent a strand of golden energy into them, instantly sealing the two dragons. He made them unable to move and threw them into the city. Soldiers of Three Mountain City, keep these sealed dragons. Shangguan said coldly. Shangguan moved like the wind and was extremely fast. He quickly sealed the dragons and threw them into the city. Meanwhile, the logistics officials of the Great Wu Empire were fleeing in fear. Shangguan alone was like a vast army. A golden light immediately shone brightly in the fog, blocking the group of dragons. Ao Sheng was blocked by Ao Shun. When he saw the scene in the distance, his expression changed. Ao Shun, you want to steal my subordinates? Ao Sheng's expression changed drastically. They're your subordinates? Ha, it's all because of you. Today, I'm going to take them away. Leaving them to you will only cause their deaths. They are my comrades, my brothers. Ao Shun said coldly. Bastard. Ao Sheng transformed into a huge black dragon. However, Ao Shun's black dragon was even bigger. The two dragons tangled in the air, spitting out black water as they collided. The dragon god possessed them, biting and colliding. However, Ao Sheng was no match for Ao Shun. For a moment, he was extremely anxious. Seeing that more and more dragons were being sealed, less than 20% of the dragons were left. Shangguan was about to free up his hands to deal with him. Ao Shun, just you wait, Ong. Ao Sheng roared angrily. Turning his head, Ao Sheng fled into the distance. Ao Shun looked at Ao Sheng and sighed softly. However, he did not chase after Ao Shun. He watched as Ao Sheng charged into the fog, disappearing in a flash. However, in the blink of an eye, he was back. You're still coming. Ao Shun's expression darkened. He looked like he was about to attack again. Ao Sheng's expression changed, and he was dumbfounded. Why am I back? Turning his head, Ao Sheng charged into the fog again. Ao Shun was dumbfounded, but soon, Ao Sheng returned. What? Can't fly out? How is that possible? Ao Sheng's expression changed drastically. You're not leaving? Ao Shun asked doubtfully. Ao Shun, you set a trap. You've already set up a formation in Three Mountain City? Ha ha ha, you're indeed sinister. Can't leave. If I can't leave, then I won't leave. Today, either you die or I live. Ao Sheng charged at Ao Shun angrily. Boom. The two dragons collided again. Outside the fog in Three Mountain City. The South Sea Dragon King stopped outside the fog with 100 South Sea Dragons and 50 Bodhisattvas and Arhats. Send a message to Wu Tian City. Send a message to Takashi Ryushin. The South Sea Dragon King ordered coldly. Yes. A zither figurine at the side trembled. Takashi Ryushin, Lu Ji, and Ao Sheng have been ambushed. I've arrived at Three Mountain City. Ao Sheng is not dead yet. If you want to save him, come quickly. This is the border of the Dal Emperor dynasty. You have the strength of a country. There are a few experts from the Dahan Imperial dynasty here. Come and help me. Kill them and kill Gu Hai's right-hand men. Then, the Dahan Imperial dynasty will stop in their tracks. The South Sea Dragon King said. Three Mountain City. Three Mountain City. Humph, good. You destroyed my bronze army. Today, I'll make sure you don't return. Ao Sihai, hold them back. I'll be there soon. Takashi Ryushin's voice came from the zither figurine. Okay. Ao Sihai answered. He reached out and smashed the zither figurine. Looking at the fog in front of him, Ao Sihai sneered, the dragon god one. What a good move. Everything is going according to your plan. Dragon King, are we going in? A bodhisattva at the side asked with a frown. Go in. Don't worry, this array formation will only cooperate with us. It won't hurt us. Let's go. Aosi said coldly. Whoosh! Aosi led everyone into the array. As soon as they entered, they saw the intense battle inside. 2 black dragons were fighting in the sky, and below them, Shangguanhen was shining with golden light. In a short time, all the dragons were sealed. They entered the city, but there was no movement in the city. Shangguanhen's face sank, and he instantly entered the city. As soon as he entered the city, he saw that everyone in the city had fainted. All the citizens seemed to be dead, and there was black chi around them. Oh no, is this a trap? Shangguanhen's expression changed. Raising his head, Shangguanhen looked at the battle in the sky, and his figure flashed and rushed into the sky. Ao Shun, something is wrong. Quick, evacuate this place immediately. Shangguanhen rushed into the sky, wanting to help Ao Shun end the battle as soon as possible. However, just as he was about to rush into the sky, the South Sea Dragon King instantly appeared in front of Shangguanhen and threw a punch. Huh? Shangguanhen's expression changed, and he threw a punch. Hong! A loud boom rang out, and a crack appeared in the void. Shangguanhen took a step back, and so did the South Sea Dragon King. Aosi. Shangguanhen's expression turned cold. Shangguanhen. Ha, you have such great strength, the South Sea Dragon King said in surprise. What's wrong with the citizens of Three Mountain City? Did you guys set up the fog here? Shangguanhen's expression changed. Humph. The South Sea Dragon King snorted coldly. Shangguanhen's expression darkened. He knew that things were not going well, so he did not waste any more time. He avoided the South Sea Dragon King and instantly shot into the distance. Swish! The moment he shot out, he strangely shot back. What kind of formation is this? I can't get out. Shangguanhen's expression changed. After shuttling for a while, he still could not get out. Shangguanhen looked anxious. He flipped his hand and took out a Guqin figurine to send a message. Unfortunately, the Guqin figurine could not transmit any sound in this formation. It's useless. Once you come in, you can forget about contacting the outside world, the South Sea Dragon King sneered. Shangguanhen's expression turned cold. If we can't contact them, then so be it. His Majesty and the Grand Marshal know that we're here and will send people over soon. Aosi, since you're an accomplice to the villain, then don't even think about leaving today. As he spoke, Shangguanhen's expression turned ferocious. He instantly charged toward the South Sea Dragon King. Boom! The two experts started fighting again. Outside Three Mountain City, Kong Xian flapped his wings and flew over. After devouring the Bronze Army, Kong Xian was in high spirits. After holding back for so long, Mo Yike finally allowed him to confront the Han exterminating army. How could the Bronze Army be satisfied? He immediately flapped his wings and flew to the other 2 cities. In one of the cities, the South Sea Dragon King had already left. Kong Xian did not waste any time and flapped his wings and flew toward Three Mountain City. When he arrived outside Three Mountain City, he saw the South Sea Dragon King and a group of people stepping into the fog formation. Ha ha ha, you're here as expected. Kong Xian laughed coldly. With a flap of his wings, Kong Xian also entered the fog outside Three Mountain City. The Han exterminating army was the foundation of Takashi Ryushin's comeback. Now that the Bronze Army had been wiped out in an instant, Takashi Ryushin's anger could burn everything. Now, Ao Shen was also ambushed, and the South Sea Dragon King was asking for help. Ask me to go. If it was the old Takashi Ryushin, he would have calmed down. However, this was Mr. Silvermoon, and he immediately lost his cool. Takashi Ryushin shouted, "People of the Great Wu Empire, the Great Wu Empire is on the brink of death. I implore the people of the Great Wu Empire to help me repel the enemy. I will borrow your strength again. Please raise your right hand. For our homeland, for the Great Wu Empire, protect this last piece of land." Don't be slaves of a fallen empire. Raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Ong. Above the sea of Providence clouds, the golden dragon of Providence, which had become much dimmer, roared. Its voice instantly spread to the ears of the people in the 100 or so cities of the Great Wu Empire. Many people were silent, but countless people still raised their right hand and lent their strength. Roar! The golden dragon roared and gathered the strength of the Great Wu Empire and rushed into Takashi Ryushin's body. Rumble! Although there were fewer people to lend strength to, Takashi Ryushin was still full of strength. With a ferocious expression, he turned to look in the direction of Three Mountain City. Boom! In an instant, Takashi Ryushin rushed toward Three Mountain City. He was extremely fast and arrived outside Three Mountain City in a short while. Looking at the fog outside Three Mountain City, Takashi Ryushin rushed in without hesitation. Chapter 904. Grading Empire, in God City. Tri-Mountain City's Longevity Array. You started it half a year ago. Long Sanqian looked at Dragon Shenying in surprise. Yes, it's a rare sight at the intersection of the three empires. Dragon Shenying looked into the distance and narrowed his eyes. So, it doesn't matter if the bastards swapped my body or not, what happened today would have happened anyway. If I was still in Martial Sky City, you would have plotted against me as well. You would have used Great Wu to perish together with Dahan, and then reap the benefits? Is your goal to swallow both the Great Han and Great Wu empires? No, even if you couldn't destroy Dahan, you would have damaged Dahan's vitality and destroyed its peak experts. Long Sanqian stared at Dragon Shenying. Dragon Shenying looked at Long Sanqian and smiled, "My good brother, you are indeed well versed in the way of the Emperor, and you are not stupid. Of course, you are not smart either. Otherwise, how could you have swapped bodies? However, with Sima Changkong's wisdom, you can be on par with me." Humph. Long Sanqian snorted. Dahan has Mo Yike, and Great Wu has Sima Changkong. Both of them are top strategists. As long as there is a slight movement in Grading Empire, they can immediately catch it. I want them to think that I have to guard against both empires, but I don't want to participate in your war. Do you know how difficult it is to control this and hide it from Mo Yike and Sima Changkong? However, I did it. The war between the two empires was too intense. It was so intense that you finally neglected me. Of course, maybe you didn't, but you didn't expect that the spiritual mountain sacred ground would be involved this time. South Sea Dragon King is just a chess piece of the spiritual mountain sacred ground. We have prepared so much. If we can't hide it from you, then it will be a failure. Dragon Shenying said in a low voice. Spiritual mountain sacred ground? Why would they work with you? Long Sanqian asked blankly. Let's use each other. The Soul Mountain Holy Ground wants to use you and me to deal with Gu Hai, while I need to use the Great Martial Emperor Dynasty and the Soul Mountain Holy Ground to deal with Gu Hai. Once I take over the Great Wu and Dahan territories, I can try to ascend to the top and succeed Father's position. Dragon Shenying said solemnly. Celestial Empire. Long Sanqian's face darkened. Report. An official rushed over. Reporting to Your Majesty, Sanshan City has reported that after Ao Sheng, Ao Shun, Shengguan Hen, South Sea Dragon King, and Kong Xian have entered Sanshan City's Grand Array, Takashi Ryushin has also mobilized the power of the Great Wu Empire to enter Sanshan City's Grand Array. The official reported respectfully. You want to keep all of them here? Long Sanqian looked at Dragon Goding. That depends on Gu Hai. Perhaps, he will gain more than this. Dragon Goding smiled. Oh. Alright, it's time to go. I'll bring you to change your body. Third brother, remember what you said. Dragon Goding looked at Long Sanqian. Don't worry. Once I change my body, I will definitely fulfill my promise and enter your grading empire. However, I must be a king. Long Sanqian said coldly. All right. Dragon Goding nodded. As he spoke, Dragon Goding looked up at the Sea of Providence in the sky. People of the Grading Empire, Dragon Goding, wish to lead the Grading Empire into a more glorious era. I implore the people to raise their right hands and lend me their strength. Dragon Goding shouted. Roar! Above the Sea of Providence, the Golden Dragon of Providence suddenly roared, and the sound entered the ears of the Grading Empire's people. The Great Wu Empire's Golden Dragon of Providence was already thin, but the Grading Empire's Golden Dragon of Providence was majestic and powerful. Moreover, the people had great confidence in Dragon Goding. With one call from Dragon Goding, almost all the people in the Empire raised their right hands. Waves of energy turned into streams of light and rushed toward the Golden Dragon of Providence. Then, the Golden Dragon roared and rushed into Dragon God Ying's body with the momentum of Great Ing. Boom! With Dragon God Ing as the center, a powerful energy flow rushed in all directions. Alright, time to go. Dragon God Ing grabbed Long Sanqian and rushed toward Three Mountain City. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. Boundless Celestial Capital. Mosquito Daoran received the news and rushed over. Your Majesty, the Great Ing Empire intervened. They ambushed Kong Xian, Shengguan Hen, and Ao Shun in Three Mountain City. Mosquito Daoran said with an ugly expression. The Great Ing Empire ambushed? Not only that, but also the spiritual mountain holy ground. Ha! The spiritual mountain's sacred ground has been plotting for a long time. What do they want? Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. Your Majesty, I will go and support Kong Xian, Shengguan Hen, and Ao Shun. At least let them come back. Mosquito Daoran said with a frown. It's not enough for you to go. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Oh. They have Ao Sheng, the South Sea Dragon King, Takashi Ryushin, and Dragon Goding. Among them, the Long brothers have mobilized a nation's providence. Takashi Ryushin has mobilized a nation's power. You can barely handle it, but what about Dragon Goding? How can you handle it? He is stronger than Takashi Ryushin, and he has the power of a nation. He is not weaker than the Tongtian sect master. If you go, it is very likely that you will all be left there. Then, the Dahan Empire will suffer a great loss. Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. But we can escape. Mosquito Daoran said anxiously. If we could escape, Kong Xian and the others would have escaped long ago. Ha! Longevity Array. The spiritual mountain's sacred ground has really put in a lot of effort this time. Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. Your Majesty, I have failed in my duty. Mo Yike said with a bitter expression. This is not your fault. After all, I have not figured out the purpose of the spiritual mountain sacred grounds trip. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. My guess is that the spiritual mountain sacred ground has come with great momentum. Perhaps there are more than these people. Mo Yike said with a frown. Oh. Mosquito Doran's expression changed. In addition to the Three Mountain City, they may also target the limitless celestial capital. This time, they are here to destroy the Dahan Empire. Mo Yike said with an ugly expression. Gu Hai's expression sank. Then, are we still going to save the Three Mountain City? Mosquito Daoran asked worriedly. We must. If we don't, Kong Xian and the others will die. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Then I will go immediately. Mosquito Daoran nodded. No, you stay in the limitless celestial capital. I will go. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, you can't. If you leave the limitless celestial capital, the spiritual mountains experts will come again. The limitless celestial capital will be in danger. Mo Yike said anxiously. Mosquito Daoran, stay behind and defend the city. Gu Hai ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Mosquito Daoran replied with a frown. Don't worry, the limitless celestial capital is not as weak as you think. I have already made arrangements. Gu Hai looked at everyone solemnly. Yes. Unborn man, since you saw through the longevity array, follow me to the Three-Mountain City and try your best to save Kong Xian and the others. Gu Hai looked at the unborn man. I will do my best. The unborn man nodded. Gu Hai looked up at the Sea of Providence clouds in the sky. The Golden Dragon of Providence had become even larger after seizing nearly 400 cities of the Great Wu Empire. As it breathed, it carried a faint purple aura. People of the Dahan Empire, today, the Dahan Empire is facing a great calamity again. The foreign enemy is savage and wants to destroy our country. Today, I implore the people of the Dahan Empire to raise your right hand and lend me your strength to help me destroy the foreign enemy and rule the world. Gu Hai shouted. Roar! The Golden Dragon of Providence roared and its voice was instantly heard by all the people. Not long ago, after the battle with the Tongtian sect master, the people learned that His Majesty had defeated the Tongtian sect master. Now, at Gu Hai's command, the people of the Dahan Empire quickly raised their right hand. Your Majesty, use my strength. Your Majesty, I lend you my strength. Defend the Dahan Empire and destroy the foreign enemy. Voices sounded one after another, carrying the strength of the people. The strength surged into the Golden Dragon of Providence. The Golden Dragon of Providence roared and swooped down toward Gu Hai. In an instant, it rushed into Gu Hai's body with the power of the Dahan Empire. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful force instantly caused Gu Hai's clothes to flutter. Although most of the people were unwilling to lend their strength to Gu Hai, there were still a small number of people who were willing. Moreover, the tacit cooperation of the major families also provided Gu Hai with a huge amount of strength. At this moment, his strength was even stronger than when he fought the Tongtian sect master. Gu Hai's muscles were bulging. Unborn man, let's go. Gu Hai stretched out his hand and beckoned. Whoosh! After sweeping up the unborn man, Gu Hai's figure flashed and rushed toward the Three-Mountain City. In just a short while, they arrived outside the Three-Mountain City. Outside the Three-Mountain City, Gu Hai and the unborn man stopped and brought out a gust of wind. When they got closer, they could see that the Three-Mountain City was only shrouded in white fog and nothing unusual. However, when Gu Hai opened his third eye earlier, he could clearly see that it was black fog, corpse fog, and endless corpse fog. It was like a tornado that swept through the entire city. Unborn man, can you break it? Gu Hai looked at the unborn man. What a complicated longevity array. It won't be that easy to break it. It will take time, the unborn man said in a deep voice. Then you'll be in charge of breaking it. I'll go in first. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, you want to save Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen, and Ao Shun. This subject has 4 longevity talismans, one for each of you. When you activate them, this subject can use the longevity art to drag you out first. The unborn man took out 4 black jade talismans. Longevity talismans? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. That's right. The interior of this lifespan formation is a world of its own. To prevent any accidents, this official will not enter. There are only 4 lifespan talismans. Your Majesty, please make good use of them. Perhaps, Your Majesty, you will be able to come out even without me breaking the formation, the unborn man said gravely. Unborn man, you came back just in time. If we can get through this crisis, you'll be the one who deserves the most credit. Gu Hai grabbed the longevity talisman and rushed into the fog. Infinite Celestial Capital. The moment Gu Hai left. Far away from the Infinite Celestial Capital, a group of monks stood on the peak of a mountain. The monks in the lead were the Buddha of the past and the Buddha of the future. Beside them stood Sakra, Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu. There were also many Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats emitting golden light. Amateus Buddha, Gu Hai has gone to the Three-Mountain City. The Buddha of the future said with his palms together. Buddha, do we need so many people to deal with a limitless celestial capital without Guhai? Sakra asked with a smile. Shiva, Brahma, and Vishnu. These three were powerful people who defeated the Tongtian sect master in the past. Together with the Buddha of the past, the Buddha of the future, and Sakra. This was a group that could sweep the imperial dynasties in the world. Now, it was just to enter the infinite celestial capital without Guhai. This trip cannot be lost. That's why I called all of you along. That Guhai must have something to rely on since he dares to leave like this. Be careful. The Buddha of the past said in a deep voice. Yes. Chapter 905. Outside the three-mountain city. The unborn man landed on the peak of a mountain and lightly stepped on it. Buzz. With the unborn man as the center, strange changes suddenly occurred on both sides of the mountain. On one side, the vegetation suddenly withered and became lifeless. On the other side, the vegetation suddenly flourished and grew rapidly. The two extreme transformations moved towards the fog like two earth dragons surging towards the ground. Boom! Boom! The two earth dragons crashed into a huge barrier with a loud bang. All of a sudden, the white fog around them changed color. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the white fog turned pitch black. The black gas soared into the sky, forming a huge tornado. On this black tornado, malicious spirits screamed in pain, seemingly unable to escape. The black gas was mixed with streaks of blood. Seeing this, the unborn man's heart sank. Which longevity master is disturbing my longevity array? Suddenly, a loud shout came from the rolling black fog. Who are you to commit such a great sin? You actually refined all the people in the city alive? Depriving them of their lifespan, turning them into corpse demon bodies to provide endless lifespan for your longevity array, the unborn man said coldly. Buzz! A black-robed figure slowly emerged from the sea of black gas not far away. The black-robed figure's clothes were tattered and filled with dust. He looked like a person who had just climbed out of a grave. Neither dead nor alive, unborn man. Who was I? Ha 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 ha. Now, you have become a running dog of a country. You dare to meddle in my business, the black-robed figure sneered. Chun Shinsho. Ha, 200 million people, 50 billion lifespan. Depriving so many of them at once, aren't you afraid that your lifespan will be shortened and you will die immediately? The unborn man said coldly. You don't need to worry about my business. Get lost immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Chun Shinsho said coldly. Impolite? Why don't you give it a try? I want to see what the quality of your longevity array is. Humph. The unborn man stepped on the ground. Buzz. With the unborn man as the center, two whirlwinds suddenly swept up, one black and one white. Within the black whirlwind, there seemed to be an illusion of a skeleton, emitting a myriad of deathly chi. Within the white whirlwind, there seemed to be an illusion of a giant baby, emitting boundless holy light, rushing towards the grand formation of Chun Shinsho. Half life and half death, you want to have both? You're really courting death. Even Fushi couldn't do it back then, and you still want to do it? Since you want to die, then don't blame me, humph. Chun Shinsho coldly snorted and waved his hand. A gust of black smoke mixed with evil spirits rushed towards the unborn man. Boom. Their spells collided in the void, and the whole area was shrouded in black and white fog. For a moment, the inside was filled with ghostly wails and howls, and it was incomparably gloomy. Guhai stepped into the white fog. In the white fog, it was difficult to see the corpse chi with the naked eye. However, Guhai's third eye could see clearly that the surroundings were filled with a monstrous corpse chi. As soon as Guhai entered, his heavenly soul reacted. The great compassion fu of heaven and earth operated automatically, as if absorbing the endless corpse chi. Oh! Corpse chi can be absorbed too. Gu Hai's expression changed. From the first to the second level of the heavenly palace, Gu Hai had absorbed an immeasurable amount of sorcery chi. Now, this rolling corpse chi seemed to be a great supplement to his heavenly soul, constantly being absorbed by it. Ordinary heavenly palaces could not absorb all kinds of chi, it had to be compatible with the body. Some heavenly palaces only cultivated one kind of chi for several levels, but Gu Hai had the great compassion fu of heaven and earth, so he did not reject it. Although the corpse energy was a great supplement, the corpse energy was extremely nourishing. Cultivating here would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. However, there was no time to cultivate at this moment. He had entered the city, and there were bursts of screams everywhere. He lowered his head and looked at the people in the city below. Woo 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 woo. Roar, roar, roar. Help, help. Shrill screams could be heard. Gu Hai arrived in the city in an instant. He saw that the people in the city were all dead, and there was a large amount of black chi coming out of their 7 apertures. However, some people crawled up. They were like demons, pouncing on their companions around them. Roar. He saw a man biting off another man's finger, chewing it in big mouthfuls, and crying bitterly as he chewed. They were walking corpses. Gu Hai remembered seeing records in ancient books. Corpse demons had 3 souls, and 7 spirits were carriers. They ate people for a living. Were these corpse demons gnawing at each other? As they bit each other, more and more black chi came out of the corpse demon's 7 apertures. Save me, save me. A corpse demon cried bitterly. Whoosh. Gu Hai reached out and slapped away the corpse demons around him. He looked at the corpse demon that still had some consciousness. Yuanying state. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Only the corpse in the Yuanying state had a trace of consciousness. Your Majesty, save me, save me. The corpse demon cried bitterly and covered its body. What's wrong with you? My 3 souls have been taken away. My nascent soul still has a trace of consciousness, but it can't hold on any longer. We have all become corpse demons. It's so uncomfortable. I want to eat people. Your Majesty, kill me, kill me. No, my 3 souls should have been refined into evil spirits. Your Majesty, save me, save me. The corpse demon cried bitterly. However, in the next moment, the corpse demon trembled, and the red light in its eyes shone brightly. Whoosh! The corpse demon suddenly lost its mind and pounced on Gu Hai, as if it wanted to bite Gu Hai. Gu Hai extended his hand, wanting to smash it. However, his hand stopped in midair. You used to be my people. I failed to protect you. It's my fault. Although your corpses have turned into demons, I won't destroy them. His Majesty sighed and did not attack the corpse demons. Roar! The corpse demon took the opportunity to grab Gu Hai's shoulder, as if it was going to bite him. However, just as it was about to bite Gu Hai's cauldron soul produced a strong suction force. Rumble! The corpse demon's body was covered in rolling black gas. It was visible to the naked eye as it quickly entered Gu Hai's body. The corpse gas and rolling corpse gas were all absorbed by the cauldron soul. The corpse demon's cauldron soul was absorbed and slowly fell limp. In the void, 3 evil spirits with rolling black gas approached and merged into one. The black gas surrounding the evil spirits was instantly absorbed by Gu Hai's cauldron soul. Slowly, a soul was revealed. It was the corpse demon that had gone limp. Thank you, Your Majesty, for releasing my soul. The soul knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Releasing your soul? Gu Hai's face darkened. Yes, the corpse gas in my corpse and 3 souls were purified by Your Majesty. That was why I could regain my consciousness. Otherwise, I would have become someone's puppet forever. Thank you, Your Majesty. The soul said in pain. can you still possess a body and revive? Gu Hai asked. The soul entered the body and then floated out. It shook its head in pain. My body is broken. I'm already dead. In that case, I'll send you to reincarnation. Gu Hai sighed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gu Hai waved his hand and sent the soul into the celestial dome of antiquity. It was temporarily settled down. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, a group of corpse demons seemed to have smelled the scent of a living person and pounced on him. Gu Hai stepped into the sky and looked at the corpse demons. He did not make a move. I couldn't protect you, but I will avenge you. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Although Gu Hai wanted to release more souls, Gu Hai had to save Kong Xian, Shen Guanhen, and the rest. He quickly flew around. The longevity array formed a world of its own. After entering, Gu Hai couldn't leave. The interior of the longevity array seemed to have expanded countless times. Gu Hai searched for a while before he found Kong Xian. Seeing Kong Xian's appearance, Gu Hai's expression changed. Kong Xian turned into a giant peacock. His body was covered in blood, and countless feathers were falling down. He looked extremely miserable. He was fighting Takashi Ryushin, who had turned into a corpse. Slash! Takashi Ryushin slashed down with his saber. Screech! Kong Xian let out a ferocious roar. He flapped his wings, and the rainbow divine radiance shot out towards Takashi Ryushin. Boom! The rainbow divine radiance blocked Takashi Ryushin's saber. It barely blocked Takashi Ryushin. However, the rainbow divine radiance seemed to shatter at any moment. You took so long to kill Kong Xian. Ha! A cold sneer sounded. Boom! A blood-red palm print hit Kong Xian's back. Dragon Godding suddenly appeared and made a move. PFFF. Kong Xian spurted out a mouthful of blood. All the bones in his back were shattered. At the same time, Takashi Ryushin slashed through the rainbow divine radiance and stood on Kong Xian's shoulder. Boom! Half of Kong Xian's shoulder was torn off. Screech! Kong Xian screamed and flew backwards. Dragon Godding. Why are you here? Takashi Ryushin glared at Dragon Godding. Third brother, you're really slow. I just helped the South Sea Dragon King deal with Shengguanhen. You mobilized the entire country's power, but you still can't kill Kong Xian. Dragon Godding said coldly. I can kill him very soon. Don't need your help. Humph. Takashi Ryushin's eyelids twitched. You mobilized the entire country's power. Kill him. You took so long to kill him. You're also injured. Dragon Godding sneered. Why are you here? Takashi Ryushin asked coldly. Don't worry about why I'm here. If you want to kill him, hurry up. Gu Hai might be here soon. Hurry up. Dragon Godding shouted. Both Dragon Godding and Takashi Ryushin looked at Kong Xian at the same time. Kong Xian was heavily injured, reverting to his human form. He was vomiting blood, and there was a large wound on his shoulder. Ha, ha 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 ha, Dragon Godding, Takashi Ryushin, mobilizing the entire country's power, what kind of ability is that? Kong Xian said while coughing out blood. Ha, Kong Xian, this emperor knows your pride. I don't know how you were subdued by Gu Hai, but this emperor knows that it's impossible to subdue you in a short time. To avoid any more trouble, this emperor must kill you today. This emperor believes that after today, even if Gu Hai can survive this calamity, without you and Shengguanhen, his 2 arms, his vitality will be greatly damaged. Dragon Godding raised his hand, preparing to strike down. Humph, Kong Xian swallowed my army of 1,000,000, I'll be the one to kill him. Takashi Ryushin glared at Kong Xian, raising his saber and slashing it down. The saber slashed down, bringing with it a torrential might. A huge crack was torn in the void, as if it was going to cut Kong Xian in half in an instant. Kong Xian was still able to resist Takashi Ryushin's attack, but now, with injuries on top of injuries, how could he withstand it? Moreover, there was still Dragon Godding. Ha, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Kong Xian charged towards the saber with a ferocious expression, throwing out a five-colored divine light as if he wanted to perish together with Dragon Godding. Die! The Dragon Clan brothers roared at the same time. It seemed that Kong Xian was about to be killed. Zhou Tianba! A loud shout came from behind Kong Xian. A huge saber suddenly emerged from Kong Xian's back, colliding with Takashi Ryushin's saber at a speed faster than Kong Xian's saber. Hong! With a loud bang, a huge black hole tore open in the void, and Takashi Ryushin's saber shattered. Gu Hai's saber momentum did not decrease as he charged towards the Dragon Clan brothers. Chapter 906. Limitless Celestial Capital. Gu Hai had only left the Limitless Celestial Capital for a short while. Mosquito Doran's expression suddenly changed. Not good. They are here. He waved his hand. Suddenly, countless black mosquitoes spread all over the Limitless Celestial Capital, buzzing as if on alert. Huh! The expressions of Gu Qin, Chen Tianshan, and Mo Yike all changed. Just then, a strong aura swept over from the south of the city. Beams of golden light shone from a mountain peak. Many figures flew into the sky, slowly suppressing the Limitless Celestial Capital. Past Buddha. Future Buddha. Indra. Chen Tianshan exclaimed in shock. Brahma. Shiva. Vishnu. Gu Qin's expression also changed. And a large number of spiritual mountain bodhisattvas, arhats, and Buddhas. Mo Yike's expression sank. Mosquito Daoran immediately flew into the sky, blocking everyone. Stop right there. Mosquito Daoran blocked everyone, but his eyes were filled with shock. So many experts. I am the only peak expert in the Limitless Celestial Capital. What should I do? Amateus Buddha, Mosquito Daoran, are you trying to stop us? The past Buddha asked with a smile. Past Buddha, what are you trying to do? Mosquito Daoran was not very confident. We are looking for someone. Mr. Mosquito Daoran, please move aside, the past Buddha said indifferently. Although his tone was calm, there was an irresistible force in it. Mosquito Daoran, please don't create trouble for yourself. You can't stop us, the future Buddha said sullenly. Mosquito Daoran looked at this group of people and felt nervous. Back when he joined the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, he told Gu Hai that he had the right to flee if there was danger. However, once he fled, it would be impossible for him to return to the Dahan. However, could he stop them now? Even the Tongtian sect master was not a match for Brahma and the other two back then. How could he stop them? Fight to the death. That was not his style at all. Army Commander Mosquito Daoran. Gu Qin suddenly said. Huh? Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Qin with uncertainty. Spiritual Mountain Holy Land sent some experts here. However, Mosquito Daoran, can't you see? When Emperor Father was here, they did not dare to show themselves. What does that mean? They are afraid of me. The Mosquito Taoist was shocked. Yes, you are powerful. Why didn't you come out just now? What am I afraid of? Mosquito Daoran, you are ordered by Emperor Father to guard the Dahan Empire. Although there are many enemies, but after defending the city, your contribution is also great. Gu Qin shouted. Mosquito Daoran nodded. Your Highness, don't worry, I will not let them hurt the people of Dahan. Mosquito Daoran waved his hand. Wang! Black mosquitoes that covered the sky and earth instantly blocked the people from Spiritual Mountain. Ah, Buddha, let me do it. Hurry up and use the great technique to search for them. Indra sneered. Okay. The Buddha of the past said coldly. Indra twisted his head and his eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and threw a punch. Ah, Indra, with just you. Mosquito Dauran greeted with a punch. The rolling black mosquitoes followed the punch and went towards Indra. Boom! With a loud bang, countless black mosquitoes exploded, and Sakura was instantly beaten into retreating. Just as so. Mosquito Dauran swayed and appeared in front of Indra. Rumble. Suddenly, the rolling black mosquitoes surrounded the two of them. Amidst the sea of mosquitoes, the two of them started fighting. Mosquito Dauran revealed a sinister expression. Every move was fatal as he attacked Indra. Wang, wang, wang. A large number of black mosquitoes swarmed towards the people from Spiritual Mountain. Ah! The Buddha of the past sneered and took out the world-illuminating lamp. He gently activated it and countless strange green flames appeared in the void. Once the green flames appeared, countless black patterns were instantly burned away. The black mosquitoes can't stop us, let's go. The Buddha of the past continued to fly towards the infinite celestial capital. Whoosh! In the distance, Mosquito Dauran tore open Indra's chest with a claw. Blood splattered everywhere. Wang! The rolling black mosquitoes swarmed forward. Buddha, I need backup. Indra smiled bitterly and retreated. Brahma! The Buddha of the past said. Brahma nodded and rushed towards Mosquito Dauran. He threw a punch at the black pattern from behind. Mosquito Dauran's expression changed. He turned his hand and threw a punch. On the other side, Indra took the opportunity and threw another punch. Boom! Mosquito Dauran was fighting 1 against 2 and instantly lost his advantage. However, the two of them couldn't do anything to Mosquito Dauran. Release the arrows. Mo Yike shouted. In the city, there were still 100,000 demon god army. Following Mo Yike's order, thousands of arrows were released together. The 100,000 arrows with the power to open the sky suddenly erupted with invincible power. Buddha illumination. 1,000 Buddhas greeting. Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Buddhas rushed out. Without the Buddha of the past doing anything, they instantly smashed the arrow rain and shattered it. The spiritual mountain's sacred ground was too well prepared. Without Gu Hai, the limitless celestial capital suddenly became a crisis. Future Amitba, rain light. The Buddha of the future put his palms together. Instantly, millions of blue rays of light emerged from his palms and sprinkled on the limitless celestial capital like raindrops. What is that? Guqin's expression darkened. The rain light incantation. Unfortunately, he practiced it wrongly and turned it into a demonic technique. He wants to put all of us into a deep sleep. Humph, Qin Zibai, wake up. Mo Yike shouted coldly. Yes. Qin Zibai shouted and immediately activated the bamboo staff in his hand. Whoosh! He swung the bamboo staff towards the sky. Immediately, a monstrous green light welcomed the blue raindrops. Z, 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 Z. Like raindrops meeting a soldering iron, they quickly evaporated and broke the Buddha of the future's technique. Intelligence Communication Divine Staff. The Buddha of the future revealed an expression of ecstasy. In his ecstasy, he reached out to grab Qin Zibai. A huge force immediately brought along a powerful aura and rushed towards Qin Zibai. Qin Zibai was about to make a move. However, at this moment, a huge blood-red bat suddenly shot into the sky. Boom! The blood-red bat immediately hit the Buddha of the future's palm and knocked it back. A bat? The Buddha of the future's expression darkened. Squeak, 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 squeak. The blood-red bat flapped its wings and instantly transformed into millions of small bats that rushed towards the spiritual mountain's experts. Humph, it's just a vampire. Let me. Shiva smirked coldly and slapped out. The millions of bats instantly exploded. The palm energy was huge and rushed towards the blood-red bat. Boom! The blood-red bat and Shiva's palm collided, and the void shook violently. The blood-red bat was instantly knocked into the ground, creating a huge crater. That's all you got? Ha 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 ha. Shiva laughed coldly. As he spoke, Shiva slammed his palm down again. The palm became 10,000 feet large. It carried with it a power that could destroy the sky and the earth. It slammed towards the blood-red bat in the city. Not only was this palm going to kill the bat, but it was also going to shatter the infinite sky. No! Your Majesty, help! Ah! Poof! Mother, I'm scared. The people in the city cried out in fear. Under this huge pressure, many people instantly vomited blood from the pressure. The blood-red bat was Changming. Seeing Shiva's powerful palm, his expression changed. Run? No, if he ran, countless people in the limitless celestial capital would be in trouble. No. Changming roared and suddenly turned into a human. He threw a palm at the giant palm that towered into the sky. Boom! Poof! Changming could not fight back. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and a black orb shadow appeared around him. Because of that shadow, Changming was able to block Shiva's palm. He was able to hold on for dear life. What is this thing that blocked me? Shiva's expression was cold. Chaos Essence Pearl. The Buddha of the past looked shocked. What? Chaos Essence Pearl. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty has such a treasure. Shiva was overjoyed. In his joy, Shiva's expression turned ferocious. He grabbed Changming as if he wanted to crush Changming. Even with the Chaos Essence Pearl, how much could he block? Poof! Under the huge power, even with the Chaos Essence Pearl, Changming could not take it. He coughed up blood. Shoot him. Mo Yike anxiously pointed at Shiva. Boom! Thousands of arrows were shot, but the other bodhisattvas, Buddhas, and Arhats were in front of him. The rain of arrows could not hit Shiva. Shiva, let me help you. Vishnu wanted to go forward. No need. He is about to be crushed to death. This Chaos Essence Pearl is mine. God power is unlimited. Explode! Shiva shouted ferociously. Just as Changming was having a hard time holding on, shing! A ray of green light shot out from the city. It was a ray of sword light. The moment it appeared, it gave off billions of rays of green light. Many people could not open their eyes. Boom! Changming exploded. However, Changming was fine now. This was because Shiva's arm was sent flying and fell to the ground. Boom! Shiva's arm was cut off by a ray of sword light. Ah, my arm! Shiva cried out in pain. Shiva! The Buddha of the past and the others' faces sank. Vishnu immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed Shiva's arm. The moment he grabbed it back, another ray of sword light shot into the sky and headed for Vishnu's forehead. How dare you! Vishnu blocked with his arms. Boom! With a loud sound, Vishnu was sent flying by the sword light. His arms were lacerated and blood flowed. Who? The Buddha of the past's face changed as he looked at the city. Vishnu and Shiva were god cultivators with strong bodies. In the past, even the Tongtian sect master's fairy-slaying sword could not cut through their bodies. Now, their arms were cut off by a ray of sword light. How could it be? Who in the world was more powerful than the Tongtian sect master? The Buddha of the past, Vishnu, and Shiva looked at the city together. They saw a white-robed man holding a bronze sword at the top of a restaurant in the boundless celestial capital. He looked at the people of Spirited Mountain coldly. Huh? Changming, who had just been rescued, was shocked. Wansho Taoism. Young Master Green Lotus. Huh? How could it be? How did you become so strong? The Buddha of the past's face sank. He stood on the roof, his white robe fluttering in the wind. He looked at the people in the sky coldly and said, "When Guhai sent me a message and asked me for help, I did not expect that the spirited mountain holy ground had no bottom line. How dare you casually kill a group of ordinary people? You deserve to die." Chapter 907. Inside the Longevity Formation in Three Mountain City. The Dragon Brothers were about to kill Kong Xian when Guhai appeared. He slashed out with the 8 heavenly cycles. It instantly shattered Takashi Ryushin's energy saber. The saber momentum did not diminish as it charged toward the Dragon Brothers. Guhai. Dragon Shenying's expression turned cold as he increased the strength in his hand. Boom! A loud explosion rang out as a black hole appeared in the void. Guhai's energy saber exploded, and so did Dragon Shenying's energy palm. Guhai! You dare to come? Takashi Ryushin roared as he glared at Jiang Chen. Cough! Your Majesty! Kong Xian coughed out a mouthful of blood. Kong Xian, you've worked hard. Rest for now. Guhai waved his hand. Whoosh! In an instant, Kong Xian was pulled into the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. A day in the Immortal Dome of the Ancients was equivalent to 10 years in the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. In just a short time, Kong Xian would be able to heal his injuries quickly. Guhai tossed a bottle into the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Kong Xian, use this to heal your injuries. Hurry up and recover. Guhai's voice rang out from the dome. Yes, Your Majesty. Kong Xian received the bottle. It was a bottle of heaven replenishing energy. Guhai, you've come. Dragon Shenying sneered. He had expected this. Dragon Shenying, you want him dead just like me. Hurry up and make your move. Takashi Ryushin glared at Jiang Chen. Guhai's eyes turned cold as he ignored the two. His figure flashed as he moved through the ritual array. Don't run. Takashi Ryushin was furious as he chased after Jiang Chen. Dragon Shenying sneered. He did not chase after Jiang Chen. Instead, he turned to look at the sky. Whoosh! A white-robed figure slowly descended from the sky. The white-robed figure looked like a child. He was small and looked comical in his white robe. Your Majesty. The white-robed figure said respectfully. Baiming Shou, Guhai is here. You and Chen Xinsho, get ready to leave Guhai here. Dragon Shenying said. Baiming Shou. If Guhai heard this, he would be very surprised. Back then in the Heaven Realm, Baiming Shou and the Long Zhanghua were killed by the Immortal of 6 Paths. How could there be another person? Guhai is here with the unborn man. Chen Xinsho is dealing with the unborn man outside. Baiming Shou said in a low voice. Unborn man. He actually came back at this time. Dragon Shenying's expression sank. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Chen Xinsho should be able to stop the unborn man. Everything will go according to plan. This corpse tomb longevity array was specially prepared for Guhai. He will definitely die. Baiming Shou said coldly. Good, since Chen Xinsho is stopping the unborn man, get ready to begin. Dragon Shenying said in a low voice. Yes. Baiming Shou answered. While speaking, Baiming Shou's figure flickered and disappeared. On the other side, Guhai was shuttling back and forth with Takashi Ryushin chasing after him. However, Takashi Ryushin was still slightly weaker than Guhai even though he had mobilized the country's power. In just a short while, he lost sight of Guhai. Humph, Guhai, you can't escape. Takashi Ryushin quickly chased after him. Guhai was also very anxious. Kong Xian was almost killed by the Long brothers. Although he was very angry, the most important thing now was to find Shangguanhen and Ao Shun. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a loud noise came from afar. Gu Hai rushed over. However, he saw another battle not far away. Shengguan was cut in half. His whole body was covered in blood, lying in a pool of his own blood. He was on the verge of death, but he was still breathing. That was close, just a little. Gu Hai's face twisted. That was Shengguan, the art of 8 and 9, the invincible Vajra body. How could such a strong body be cut in half? Shengguan was lying in a pool of blood. In front of him was Ao Shun, who had turned into a dragon. Ao Shun had turned into a black dragon to protect Shengguan. However, his body was full of wounds. Blood spurted everywhere, and even his bones were exposed. The South Sea Dragon King and Ao Shing each slapped Ao Shun. Boom! Ong! Ao Shun let out a painful cry. Many of his bones were broken. His body went limp, and he fell to the ground. Supreme Ao, don't worry about me. Hurry up and leave. His Majesty will avenge me. Shengguan roared with unwillingness. It's too late. Ha, my bones are almost broken. I can't leave. Dragon Goding attacked you, so he went to find Kong Xian. They want to keep us here. His Majesty will definitely come and save us. Shengguan, hang in there. Ao Shun said bitterly. You can't even save yourself, and you still want to protect a dying man? Ao Shun, you really don't know what's good for you. Ao Shing said coldly. Cough, cough, humph. Ao Shun coughed up blood and looked coldly at Ao Sheng and the South Sea Dragon King. Alright, don't waste your breath. He doesn't have much strength left. Ao Sheng, didn't you want to kill him? I'll let you do it. Smash his head. He's dead for sure. South Sea Dragon King said with a ferocious expression. Ao Sheng looked coldly at Ao Shun. As expected, Ao Shun had no strength to fight back. Alright. Ao Sheng's expression turned vicious, and he slammed his palm over. Ao Shun was about to die. Ao Shun looked at his younger brother. He didn't show any fear. Instead, he showed a sad smile of relief. Ao Sheng's expression was ferocious. However, when he saw Ao Shun's sad smile of relief, his hand suddenly paused just as it was about to smash Ao Shun's head. Boom! The giant palm stopped in front of Ao Shun's head, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. What's wrong? You can't bear to kill him. South Sea Dragon King said with a cold smile. Ao Shing's face was filled with uncertainty. Although he always wanted to kill Ao Shun and this jealousy was engraved in his heart, when he saw that he was about to smash Ao Shun's head, many images of the past suddenly appeared in Ao Shing's mind. Xiao Sheng, are you being punished by father to copy books again? Look, what is this? Big brother went to Heavenly Stellar City to buy some fried whitebait crisps for you. Eat it, don't let father see it. Xiao Sheng, remember this. This time I secretly took you out to play, don't let father find out. Xiao Sheng, what happened to your face? Who hit you? Tell me, who dared to hit my little brother Ao Shun? Without knowing why, scenes of his childhood suddenly filled his mind. Ao Sheng wanted to kill Ao Shun, but even though it was right in front of him, he didn't know why. His heart suddenly tightened and he couldn't do it. Shaking his head, he threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. You don't want to kill him? If you don't want to, then let me do it. The South Sea Dragon King said in a cold voice. No, it's just that he has the ancestral dragon blood essence in his body, it can't be destroyed. Ao Sheng bit his lip and shouted with a complicated expression. The South Sea Dragon King's expression changed, that's right, I almost forgot. Ha, ancestral dragon blood essence. Don't worry, my hands are fast. I can reach into his head and take out the dragon orb in his body. While speaking, the South Sea Dragon King suddenly made his move again. Ao Sheng's expression suddenly changed, but he still suppressed the restlessness in his heart. He watched as the South Sea Dragon King reached for Ao Shun's head. Supreme Ao Shun, I've harmed you. Shengguanhen weakly shouted. Ao Sheng, my father said that you're immature and asked me to give in to you. You won't have the chance in the future, so take good care of yourself. Ao Shun said with a smile. Ao Sheng felt a lump in his throat, and his whole body trembled. However, he still clenched his fists tightly to prevent his emotions from exploding. It looked like the South Sea Dragon King was about to kill Ao Shun. You're courting death, Zhou Tian 8. Suddenly, a furious roar rang out from behind the South Sea Dragon King. An aura of a saber slashed toward him, and the threat of death instantly enveloped him. The South Sea Dragon King's hair stood on end. He wanted to kill Ao Shun immediately, but this threat of death could take his life in an instant. Bastard! The South Sea Dragon King gloomily roared. His palm quickly deviated from its original trajectory and struck Ao Shun's tail. At the same time, he used the momentum to dodge. The aura of the saber tore through the void and brushed past the South Sea Dragon King and Ao Sheng's bodies. Boom! Ao Sheng and the South Sea Dragon King were instantly blasted away by the shock wave and staggered. However, when the two of them regained their senses, Gu Hai instantly appeared beside Ao Shun and Shanghai Hen. Your Majesty! You're really here! Cough, cough, cough! Shanghai Hen immediately shouted excitedly. Your Majesty! Ao Shun was also pleasantly surprised. Whoosh! With a flip of his hand, Gu Hai sent the two of them into the celestial dome of antiquity. Shanghai Hen, Ao Shun, quickly heal your injuries. Gu Hai shouted from the celestial dome. Whoosh! 2 bottles filled with replenishing heavenly energy were thrown to the two of them. Shengguanhen had been saved by this heaven-mending power in the past. At that time, he only had a head left, but the heaven-mending power could heal his body. Naturally, he knew how powerful this heaven-mending power was. With great difficulty, he pieced his broken body back together and quickly infused his heaven-replenishing energy into it. TSS 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 TSS. Immediately, the ruptured area began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ao Shun's broken arm had been repaired before, so he knew how to use it. He propped up the broken bones and quickly poured in heaven-replenishing energy. A powerful healing effect quickly healed the injuries of the two of them. Lord Kong. Shengguanhen's eyes lit up when he saw Kong Xian recuperating nearby. His Majesty even saved Kong Xian. Outside the Immortal Dome. Gu Hai. The South Sea Dragon King's eyes widened. Gu Hai, it's you. Ao Sheng looked at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. Gu Hai, let's see where you're going to run to. Takashi Ryushin roared as he chased after Gu Hai again. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai was surrounded by Takashi Ryushin, Ao Sheng, and the South Sea Dragon King. What a trap. Your goal is to kill me, right? If that's the case, come at me. Gu Hai's expression was ferocious. Without wasting any time, he slashed at the South Sea Dragon King with the life-extinguishing saber in his hand. You're courting death. The three of them charged at Gu Hai at almost the same time. Boom! The saber energy was ferocious. Under the 8 cycles of heavens, Gu Hai sent the South Sea Dragon King flying with a single slash. Then, he slammed his saber into Ao Sheng. Boom! Blarg! Ao Sheng spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Don't forget about me. Takashi Ryushin's expression was ferocious. A massive saber energy slashed at Gu Hai with a loud boom. If you were in your prime, you might be able to fight me. Now, you're only at the 9th level of the Heaven Palaces, right? You're not strong enough. Gu Hai glared at him as he charged forward with his saber. A massive saber territory was formed. It transformed into a massive saber energy that charged at Takashi Ryushin. Hong! A loud boom rang out as the two sabers collided in the air. A massive black hole instantly appeared. Bam! Takashi Ryushin was instantly sent flying. His face was flushed red. 1 against 3, and he won. Chapter 908. Takashi Ryushin was sent flying by the 8 heavenly cycles. His face was flushed red. Again. Takashi Ryushin pounced forward again with a ferocious expression. Roar! On the other side, the South Sea Dragon King also pounced forward. Ao Sheng's strength was a little weaker, but he still rushed up. Your goal is to keep me here, right? Come on then. I have the power of a nation. Let's see who's going to keep who here. Gu Hai's expression turned cold as he quickly slashed down. Boom! 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 The life-extinguishing saber was unsheathed, and purple light soared into the sky. In an instant, Gu Hai's 8 heavenly cycles filled the surroundings, forcing the 3 experts to retreat continuously. Takashi Ryushin had the power of a nation, but he only had 100 cities left. Gu Hai, on the other hand, had several times more power than Takashi Ryushin. Even with the 8 heavenly cycles, the 3 of them were heavily injured. Dragon Shenying, what are you doing? Hurry up and attack. The South Sea Dragon King roared as blood gushed out of his body. Gu Hai's expression darkened. He didn't dare to hesitate, and the speed of his saber increased. Blood splattered from the 3 of them. Gu Hai, you're just a little luckier than me. If you don't have any luck, you're nothing. Takashi Ryushin roared angrily. Takashi Ryushin was also covered in bloody wounds. Blood splattered everywhere. He was enraged by Gu Hai's suppression. 1 against 3, the 3 of them still couldn't win. Dragon Shenying, the South Sea Dragon King roared again. He's here. Shut up. Dragon Shenying snorted coldly and appeared behind the 3 of them. But at this moment, a sea of black liquid gushed out from behind Dragon Shenying. Within this sea of black liquid, countless evil spirits were churning and roaring. And in the center of the evil ghosts, there seemed to be a black bug that was commanding the group of demons. The bug was extremely ugly. It bared its teeth and stuck out its tongue. On the tongue, there was a small mouth that revealed countless fangs. It roared at Gu Hai. This is... Gu Hai's hair stood on end. Quick, trap him, yelled the South Sea Dragon King. Dragon Shenying slowly urged the Black Sea. For a moment, all the corpse chi in the longevity array seemed to listen to the Black Sea's command and rushed over. Go! Long Shenying shouted. Boom! The Black Sea poured down on Gu Hai. Gu Hai's pupils shrank instinctively. Zhou Tian 9. Gu Hai's eyes widened. Hundreds of millions of saber chi surged toward the life extermination saber's saber energy. The 9 cycles could shatter galaxies, and its might instantly skyrocketed 100-fold. An energy saber that could split heaven and earth slashed out. Arg! Ao Sheng, the South Sea Dragon King, and Takashi Ryushin immediately screamed in pain. Boom! Even with the 3's full power, they were still no match for Zhou Tianjiu. Blood spurted from their bodies. Their bones were exposed, and they were sent flying as they vomited blood. A huge black hole appeared around them. However, the Black Sea seemed to be unaffected by the black hole and continued to surge forward. Dragon Shenying's expression turned cold. He also punched at Zhou Tianjiu. Hong! The saber and the fist collided and exploded. Dragon Shenying was sent flying. Pfft! He vomited a mouthful of blood. Dragon Shenying stabilized himself. At this moment, the Black Sea split in half under the energy saber. However, it only split in half. It merged again in the blink of an eye and enveloped Gu Hai. Walala! Gu-hai was submerged in the Black Sea. Gaga gaga. Roar. Eat him. Human flesh. Human flesh. Evil spirits roared as they charged at Gu-hai. At this moment, Gu-hai suddenly could not move. Zhou Tianzhuo's burden was too great. The backlash from the saber caused Gu-hai to vomit blood. However, he still had some strength. However, as the evil spirits charged at him, Gu-hai felt like his body weighed billions of kilograms. He could not move. No, he could move. However, he felt like he had fallen into a quagmire. Moving was extremely taxing, not to mention escaping. Boom! Thousands of evil spirits charged into Gu-hai's body. Outside, Dragon Shenying vomited a mouthful of blood and stabilized himself. After all, Takashi Ryushin and the other two had neutralized most of Zhou Tianzhuo's power. Furthermore, Dragon Shenying had the upper hand, so his injuries were not serious. Cough, cough, cough. Thank you, Your Majesty, for protecting me. Behind Dragon Shenying, Bai Mingshou suddenly said with lingering fear. Dragon Shenying was not the only one who controlled the Black Sea. Bai Mingshou was also there. If not for Dragon Shenying's protection, Bai Mingshou would have died under Zhou Tianzhuo's attack. Bai Mingshou, how is Gu-hai? Dragon Shenying looked at the Black Sea floating in the air. The shattered void around them slowly recovered. However, the Black Sea was still floating in the air, covering Gu-hai and the longevity array. Don't worry. Gu-hai can't come out. He should be enduring the torture of millions of evil spirits and corpse demons. He won't be able to hold on for long. Soon, he will be refined into a corpse demon. Bai Mingshou sneered. That was a corpse worm? Dragon Shenying asked in a low voice. That's right. The corpse mound lifespan formation was activated by the corpse bug. It turned all the people in the city into corpse devils to set up the corpse mound lifespan formation. This Black Sea can be considered the corpse bug's lair. All the corpse devils and evil ghosts here are controlled by the corpse bug. Together, they will refine Gu-hai into a corpse devil. He's dead for sure. Bai Mingshou said coldly. Corpse worm. Ha, the spiritual mountain holy ground doesn't look as good as it looks on the surface. How can they take out such an evil thing? Humph. Dragon Shenying's face was gloomy. Trapped? The South Sea Dragon King flew over, covered in blood. Yes, trapped. The corpse worm's nest is filled with liquefied corpse chi, the filthiest and thickest energy in the world. It can corrode one's fate energy. His fate energy is about to be destroyed. Moreover, this corpse worm is at least hundreds of thousands of years old. Corpse chi is rare in the world. With so many of them, that Gu-hai can't escape. Bai Mingshou said in a low voice. Can he hear me? The South Sea Dragon King asked. Use this corpse worm's tooth to transmit sound. Bai Mingshou handed over a tooth. The South Sea Dragon King took it and flew to the edge of the corpse worm's nest. He activated the tooth and transmitted his voice to Gu-hai. Dragon Shenying watched the South Sea Dragon King fly over with narrowed eyes. Cough, cough, cough. Not far away, Ao Shen coughed out blood and got up from the ground. Looking at the corpse worm's nest filled with evil spirits, he was shocked. Ha, ha ha ha, the South Sea Dragon King. You've allied with Dragon Shenying? Takashi Ryushin crawled out from the ruins while vomiting blood. Takashi Ryushin's flesh was mostly torn off by Zhou Tianzhuo. Large amounts of bones were exposed and blood splattered everywhere. Moving was difficult. Huff. In the blink of an eye, Dragon Shenying arrived in front of Takashi Ryushin. Dragon Shenying, what do you want? Takashi Ryushin's face darkened. Ha, what do you think? Dragon Shenying sneered. I understand now. Ha ha ha, this is all part of your plan. You want to kill Gu-hai, set up my Grand Emperor dynasty, and perish together with him? You're picking up a ready-made one. Takashi Ryushin said with grief and indignation. It's too late for you to realize now. Dragon Shenying walked over step by step. You want to kill me? Takashi Ryushin's face changed. Dragon Shenying didn't say anything and walked closer. Aren't you the most filial to Holy Father? Now that Holy Father is dead, you want to kill Holy Father's son, your little brother. Takashi Ryushin panicked. Little brother? Ha ha ha, you really think I don't know? My good nephew. Dragon Shenying sneered. What? Takashi Ryushin's face changed. Shio. Not far away, another figure flew over. This time, it was the Long Sanqian, and he flew over angrily. Unfilial son. Long Sanqian roared. Takashi Ryushin's face changed greatly. You, Gu-hai let you go. You went to find Dragon Shenying. Enough nonsense, quickly switch back to your body. Dragon Shenying said coldly. Takashi Ryushin's face changed. He crawled to his feet and immediately fled. You want to escape in front of me? Dragon Shenying's eyes turned cold. His figure flickered, and he appeared behind Takashi Ryushin. He reached out and grabbed Dragon Shenying's shoulder. Let go of me. Takashi Ryushin immediately attacked Dragon Shenying's chest. Boom! Just as he scratched Dragon Shenying's shoulder, Dragon Shenying's hand passed through Takashi Ryushin's chest. Pooh! Takashi Ryushin spat out a mouthful of blood, and looked at Dragon Shenying in shock. My patience is limited. Dragon Shenying said coldly. Don't destroy my body. Long Sanqian said anxiously. If you don't, he won't be obedient. Quickly, if you don't switch your soul, I will kill you now. Dragon Shenying said coldly. Good. I'll switch. Takashi Ryushin nodded with a trace of fear. Dragon Shenying threw Dragon Shenying to Long Sanqian. Takashi Ryushin suddenly uttered a strange sound, and then shouted, Switch. Takashi Ryushin's body suddenly emitted a blue light, which rushed into Long Sanqian's body. Long Sanqian's body also rushed into Takashi Ryushin's body. Both of them were in a deadlock for a while. Huff. Both of them trembled and separated. I'm back. Cough. Ha ha ha. Takashi Ryushin spat out blood and laughed loudly. Long Sanqian turned around and fled into the distance. Dragon Shenying slapped down with his palm. Boom. Pooh. Long Sanqian spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. Uncle, father, this child was wrong, cough. Long Sanqian spat out blood and begged for mercy with a trace of fear. Dragon Shenying ignored him and walked towards Takashi Ryushin. You and I are both cultivating Jiang Chen's body, I will help you heal. Dragon Shenying said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he slapped Takashi Ryushin's body. Rumble. A surge of energy entered Takashi Ryushin's body, and Takashi Ryushin's injuries rapidly healed. In a short while, new flesh grew, and his pale face slowly regained its color. However, Dragon Shenying's aura was weakening. After a while, Takashi Ryushin's body shook and he broke free from Dragon Shenying's grasp. My injuries are all healed. Takashi Ryushin said in surprise. Of course. This emperor converted the power of providence in my body into the power of the same source as yours and helped you heal everything. Dragon Shenying said. Oh. Your power of providence is gone. Takashi Ryushin revealed a trace of worry. Don't worry. Gu-hai's power of providence should be mostly gone by now. It doesn't matter if you have the power of providence or not. As long as you can recover, our power comes from the same source. If one of us is injured, we can heal each other. Takashi Ryushin, do you still remember what you promised me? Dragon Shenying asked. Don't worry. When we get out, I will join the grading imperial dynasty. Takashi Ryushin nodded. When Dragon Shenying saw that Takashi Ryushin did not greet him, he frowned slightly. However, this was not the time to do anything, so he only nodded. This son of yours is quite capable. How are you going to deal with him? Dragon Shenying looked at Long Sanqian. Long Sanqian was injured all over his body, and his face was full of fear. Father, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Long Sanqian immediately said in horror. Takashi Ryushin looked over coldly. In the corpse nest. Rolling evil spirits rushed toward Guhai with a huge corpse aura. For a moment, the power of the corpse aura was quickly melting the power of providence on the surface of his body. However, Guhai had difficulty moving, and his face was extremely ugly. Whoosh! The evil spirits rushed into Guhai's body. At this moment, the great compassion fu of heaven and earth was quickly activated. His heavenly soul quickly absorbed the corpse aura carried by the evil spirits. Whoosh! The corpse aura in the evil spirits was instantly purified. They turned into souls. Guhai's divine thought moved, and immediately, the souls were sent into the immortal dome. Corpse aura. So much corpse aura. This black sea is formed by corpse aura. Guhai was shocked. Then, he fully activated the great compassion fu of heaven and earth. Rumble. The surrounding black water rushed into Guhai's body and into his heavenly soul, and was quickly absorbed. The rolling corpse aura and countless evil spirits were no longer a burden to Guhai. Instead, they were a great tonic that was quickly absorbed by Guhai. Crack! 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 In the middle of the thousands of evil spirits, the corpse worm seemed to have sensed some kind of natural enemy. In fear, it kept roaring, commanding countless evil spirits and countless corpse demons to rush toward Guhai. Chapter 909. The filthy corpse energy quickly melted the power of luck on Guhai's body. Although it seemed extremely dangerous, it was not as scary to Guhai as the people outside thought. This was because Guhai had the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. Under the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, the corpse energy did not turn Guhai into a corpse. Instead, it became a tonic for Guhai's heavenly soul, increasing his cultivation rapidly. Rumble. The corpse energy was absorbed, and the evil spirits were purified. The corpse demons flew over. However, it was the same principle. The instant it came into contact with Guhai, it drained all its corpse energy and purified the corpse. The corpse bug seemed to have seen its predator. It commanded more corpse energy to rush toward Guhai in fear. The corpse energy, which had always been successful, could not harm Guhai today. This frightened the corpse bug. Guhai looked at the nearby corpse bug and sneered, although I don't know what you are, you can't escape from the deaths of the people of Three Mountain City. You killed 200 million of my people. Don't think you can leave alive today. Screech. The corpse bug roared in anger. The small mouth on its tongue opened and let out a sharp screech. More and more corpse demons and evil spirits rushed toward Guhai. Boom! Too much corpse energy rushed over. Guhai could not handle it for a while. Black veins appeared on his face as the corpse energy entered his flesh. However, as the great compassion poem of heaven and earth absorbed more corpse energy, Guhai could handle more and more corpse energy. He could still hold on. Screech! Screech! The corpse bug screeched but did not dare to come forward. Guhai did not care so much. He sent a strand of consciousness into the immortal dome of antiquity. Kong Xian, Shanghai Hen, Ao Shun, how are your injuries? Guhai asked. It's been 10 days. Your Majesty's miraculous medicine is really amazing. I've already recovered 80%. Solemnly, Kong Xian said to the emperor. Your Majesty, I have recovered half of it. Shengguanhen nodded. Your Majesty, I have also recovered 70%. Ao Shun nodded. One day in the outside world was 10 years in the inner world. 10 days in the inner world was only a short while in the outside world. Since you've recovered half of your strength, I won't wait any longer. This is the longevity talisman the unborn man gave me. I'll let you out of the immortal dome of antiquity in a moment. When you're out, be careful of the surging corpse energy. Once you're out, activate it immediately and return to the limitless celestial capital to provide support and await the orders of the Hanqiu Army's commander-in-chief, Emoyaik. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. The three of them replied. With a thought from Gu Hai, the three of them instantly appeared beside him. Boom. Immediately, some of the corpse demons were sent flying. Corpse energy. The three of them suddenly changed their expressions. The surging corpse energy surged towards their bodies. The momentum of the corpse energy was too ferocious. Buzz. 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 The three of them activated the longevity talisman at almost the same time. A blue light enveloped their bodies, making them feel better. Your Majesty, this is the corpse lair. If we leave, what will happen to you? Kong Xian's expression suddenly changed. Go, I still have a longevity talisman. There won't be any problems. Quickly return to the limitless celestial capital. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Enveloped by the blue light, the three of them immediately flashed and disappeared like 3 streams of light shooting into the sky. Screech. The corpse bug roared and wanted to attack the three of them. However, the three of them had already disappeared. Whoosh. In an instant, the three of them appeared outside of the three-mountain city. Boom. The battle between the unborn man and Chun Shinsho suddenly stopped and separated. Longevity talisman. Unborn man, you actually refined 3 yuan's shroud to refine this useless thing? Chun Shinsho said in shock. Useless? Of course it's useless to a selfish person like you. However, sometimes, cultivating longevity is not for yourself. The unborn man said coldly. If it's not for yourself, why would you cultivate longevity? Ha ha ha, what a joke. This is the first time I've seen a longevity master strip away his own shroud to give benefits to others. Do you know how difficult it is to cultivate 1 yuan's shroud? Chun Shinsho was shocked. Where's His Majesty? The unborn man looked at the three of them. His Majesty still doesn't want to come out. Unborn man, thank you for your trouble. Shengguanhen said solemnly. Still doesn't want to come out. Why? This is a corpse grave longevity array. There might be corpse bugs inside. How dangerous is this? Why doesn't His Majesty come out? The unborn man said anxiously. I'm not sure. Unborn man, we have a mission from His Majesty. We won't stay any longer. Farewell. Kong Xian said solemnly. Oh. The unborn man's face darkened. Whoosh. 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 Ao Shun, Kong Xian, and Shengguanhen turned into 3 streams of light and flew toward the infinite celestial capital. The infinite celestial capital was extremely dangerous. They couldn't stay any longer. They immediately returned to the infinite celestial capital. Stop! Chun Shinsho shouted angrily. However, Chun Shinsho didn't dare to chase after them. A longevity master might not be powerful. In the longevity array, he had monstrous means. However, once out of the longevity array, he couldn't stop Kong Xian and the other 2 even if he summoned the experts of the netherworld. The 3 of them disappeared into the horizon. Kong Xian, Shengguanhen, and Ao Shun escaped. Bai Mingshou, be careful. Chun Shinsho suddenly slapped the corpse grave longevity array and shouted. Bai Mingshou. The previous Bai Mingshou was killed by the Immortal of the 6 Paths less than 10 years ago. Another Baiming show is born. The unborn man said coldly. Humph. Doesn't that mean His Majesty is in more danger inside? The unborn man's face suddenly darkened. While speaking, the unborn man waved his hand. Rumble. A huge black hole suddenly appeared in the void. A giant skeleton man emerged from the black hole. You can summon from the netherworld, but I can't. Unborn man, you're still not strong enough to break the corpse grave longevity array. Chun Shinsho said coldly. While speaking, Chun Shinsho waved his hand and opened the netherworld gate. A monster covered in flames crawled out from inside. In the corpse grave longevity array, Dragon Shenying and Takashi Ryushin were looking at the Long Sanqian begging for mercy. Father, uncle, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I can help you wholeheartedly. You can even put a restriction on my soul. Father, I won't dare to do it again. The seriously injured Long Sanqian said pitifully. Kill him. Dragon Shenying asked in a low voice. Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes. I want to kill him, but I can't bear to. What do you think? Do you need his ability? Dragon Shenying frowned slightly. Indeed, soul exchange is a powerful double-edged sword. Although it may hurt you, it can hurt the enemy more. Dragon Shenying was also very reluctant. Uncle, I will do whatever you ask me to do in the future. I won't dare to disobey you anymore. The Long Sanqian immediately begged for mercy. The Long brothers narrowed their eyes in silence. Uncle, father, I am a descendant of the Long family. Grandfather is the Long Zhanghua. We have the same blood. Although I took the wrong path, please give me a chance. Just once is enough. The Long Sanqian said pitifully. The Long brothers hesitated for a moment. On the side, Beiming Shou's face suddenly changed. Not good, Chun Shinsho sent news. Kong Xian and the others escaped. What? The Long brothers' faces suddenly changed. Where is Gu Hai? Takashi Ryushin asked coldly. Shio. Dragon Shenying, however, instantly flew towards the South Sea Dragon King. He no longer cared about the Long Sanqian's life. Is Gu Hai still there? Dragon Shenying asked coldly. Yes. The South Sea Dragon King was puzzled. He turned his head and continued to talk to Gu Hai through the tooth of the corpse worm. In the corpse nest. Rumble. Gu Hai quickly absorbed the rolling corpse chi when a voice suddenly sounded. Gu Hai. Are you dead? Gu Hai suddenly opened his eyes. South Sea Dragon King. It's great that you can hear me. The South Sea Dragon King's cold voice sounded. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. South Sea Dragon King, you came with a mission from the spiritual mountain sacred ground, right? Tell me, what does the spiritual mountain sacred ground want from me? You still have the strength to speak. Ha, the corpse chi doesn't taste good, right? Gu Hai, I'll ask you a question now. The South Sea Dragon King said coldly. Oh. Who? Zhengfa Ming. Where is he? In the infinite celestial capital, or in your immortal dome of the ancients? The South Sea Dragon King said in a low voice. Zhengfa Ming. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Gu Hai quickly recalled this name in his mind. Soon, he remembered. Before the Thousand Saints Conference in Heavenly Courts, Gaochen and the people of Spiritual Mountain fought over the little beggar. He was a mute and the only one who liked Gaochen's singing. At that time, Gu Hai played the Great Compassion Mantra and used the Guqin Dao to condense the Guanyin Bodhisattva in Gu Hai's memory on earth. As a result, the Guanyin Bodhisattva's Dharma image, along with the Great Compassion Mantra's Buddhist voice, rushed into Zhengfa Ming's forehead. At that moment, many people called him the Devouring Tao Physique. He was the person that the spiritual mountain's sacred ground desperately wanted. However, after that, the people of the spiritual mountain's sacred ground didn't show any intention of seizing Zhengfa Ming. Gu Hai almost forgot. Devouring Tao physique. But devouring some of the laws of heaven and earth was like devouring the laws of the Great Compassion Mantra. Some devouring Tao physiques had appeared in history, but they didn't care before. Why did the spiritual mountain care so much this time? That's right, where is Zhengfa Ming? In your immortal dome of the ancients? Gu Hai, hand over Zhengfa Ming, and I can spare your life, said the South Sea Dragon King in a deep voice. Ha, the spiritual mountain's sacred ground spent so much effort just to find a little mute mortal beggar? Why? Asked Gu Hai. You don't need to know, said the South Sea Dragon King in a deep voice. Then forget it. I don't want you to spare me. Let's see who has the last laugh, said Gu Hai coldly. At this moment, Takashi Ryushin flew over and asked about Gu Hai's situation. The South Sea Dragon King naturally said that Gu Hai was still inside. Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes and glanced at Dragon Goding from behind before flying over as well. Below, the Long Sanqian heaved a sigh of relief. The Dragon Brothers had finally let go of their killing intent. He looked up at the Dragon Brothers above with a sharp glint in his eyes. South Sea Dragon King, you're looking for that little beggar. What use does he have? Asked Dragon God Ing in a deep voice. Sorry, it's better if you don't know. The South Sea Dragon King shook his head. Looks like you're not here to avenge your daughter. Ha, is Zhengfa Ming that important? Asked Takashi Ryushin in a deep voice. The South Sea Dragon King shook his head and did not explain. South Sea Dragon King, no matter what Gu Hai says, don't believe him. He just wants to escape. As long as Gu Hai is dead, we can get his immortal dome and slowly search, said Dragon God Ing in a deep voice. Gu Hai is ignoring me. He would rather die than tell us Zhengfa Ming's whereabouts. The South Sea Dragon King shook his head. Then let's have Bai Ming Shou activate the corpse nest and turn Gu Hai into a corpse demon as soon as possible. A long night means trouble, said Dragon God Ing in a deep voice. All right. The South Sea Dragon King shook his head. Let me do it. Activate the corpse worms, quickly. Bai Ming Shou began to activate the corpse nest. Rumble. The corpse nest rumbled as the corpse worms inside unwillingly approached Gu Hai bit by bit. Sitting cross-legged in the corpse nest, Gu Hai had already adapted to the rolling corpse chi. Looking at the approaching corpse worms, not only was he not afraid, he even revealed a trace of viciousness. At the same time, the corpse poison on his right shoulder was absorbed by the great compassion poem of heaven and earth in the blink of an eye and turned into a supplement for Gu Hai. Little thing. You want to eat my brain? Humph. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold as if he was going to pinch it to death. However, the corpse bug's nest suddenly trembled. Oh. You're the source of the longevity array. You're the one who controls the corpse chi. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. If he pinched it to death, the liquid corpse chi around him would collapse. Then, his supplement would be gone. I'll let you live a little longer. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. Creak creak creak. The corpse bug struggled. Gu Hai pinched it tightly. At the same time, he used countless small skeletons to exhaust its strength. At the same time, he controlled the great compassion poem of heaven and earth to absorb the corpse chi. In the outside world. Bai Ming Shou, how is it? Is Gu Hai dead? Takashi Ryushin asked. Bai Ming Shou frowned slightly. He kept chanting strange notes to activate the corpse bug's nest. What's wrong? Dragon Shenying asked. I don't know. The corpse bug is still there, but I can't command it. Bai Ming Shou frowned. Can't command it? Why? I'm not sure. But don't worry, Gu Hai is dead for sure. He can't stand the corpse chi. Now, the power of providence on the surface of his body is almost depleted. He should be turning into a corpse demon soon. Bai Ming-shou said immediately. I hope so. Dragon Shenying said. Did Gu Hai hide in the immortal dome of the ancients? The South Sea Dragon King asked. No, the corpse bug's nest is the corpse bug's territory. As long as there's a living person, the corpse bug will be angry. As long as the living person is gone, the corpse bug will be satisfied and the corpse bug will slowly calm down. Bai Ming-shou explained. How troublesome. The South Sea Dragon King said. Everyone was waiting gloomily. Waiting for Gu Hai to turn into a corpse demon. The spiritual mountain's sacred ground is really ruthless. Originally, this emperor thought that it was just an ordinary longevity array to deal with Gu Hai. Who would have thought that you would kill all the people in the city? Ha! In order to achieve your goal, you're unscrupulous. Dragon Shenying sneered. Didn't you want to kill Gu Hai too? What's the point of saying all this now? The South Sea Dragon King said coldly. Humph. Dragon Shenying snorted. At the side, Ao Sheng ate some pills and recovered a little from his injuries. He suddenly frowned and said, something's not right. Everyone looked at Ao Sheng with puzzlement. Did you notice that the corpse bug's nest is shrinking? Ao Sheng said blankly. Shrinking. Everyone turned to look at the corpse bug. The corpse bug's nest was as big as the sea. When they were close to it, they couldn't see the changes, but when they looked at the big picture, they could see it. That's right, it's shrinking. Takashi Ryushin's eyes widened. What's going on, Bai Ming-shou? Dragon Shenying looked at Bai Ming-shou. I don't know, why is it shrinking? Bai Ming-shou was at a loss. Could it be that Gu Hai absorbed the liquid corpse chi inside the corpse bug's nest into his ancient immortal dome? The South Sea Dragon King asked doubtfully. Impossible, this liquid corpse chi is condensed from the corpse bug. Once it leaves the corpse bug's nest, it will immediately disperse. If such a large amount of corpse chi is absorbed into the ancient immortal dome, then the dome will be ruined. All the living beings inside will die, turning into corpse demons. How could Gu Hai do that? Bai Ming-shou frowned. But, why is the corpse bug's nest shrinking? It's shrinking so fast. The South Sea Dragon King was worried. Not sure, let's wait and see. Bai Ming-shou frowned. Dragon Shenying's face was gloomy, he suddenly had a bad premonition. The corpse bug's nest was indeed shrinking. Everyone felt uneasy, but they didn't know what was going on. Wait. 2 hours, 4 hours later, the corpse bug's nest was reduced to 1/100th of its original size, but it was shrinking faster and faster. Boom! In just a short while, the corpse bug's corpse chi was quickly replenished, but it was still too late. The corpse bug's corpse chi in the city continued to decrease. The evil spirit's corpse chi was suddenly sucked out, and their souls regained consciousness. The 200 million corpse demons in the city also gradually stopped gnawing at each other. Their corpse chi was slowly sucked out, and they fell to the ground, turning into ordinary corpses. Something's wrong, this corpse chi, what's going on? The South Sea Dragon King's face changed drastically. Transcendence? Why does it seem like these evil spirits and corpse demons are being transcended? Their corpse chi has been sucked out. This is impossible. Bai Ming-shou's expression changed. Outside the corpse mound longevity array. The battle between the unborn man and Chun Shinsho stopped abruptly. Outside the three-mountain city, the black fog slowly turned white again. Those roaring evil spirits were strangely transcended, turning into souls, looking around blankly. What's going on? Bai Ming-shou, what's going on? Why is the corpse mound life array unstable? Chun Shinsho roared. Rumble. Sure enough, the white fog outside the three-mountain city slowly swayed, and a loud boom resounded. Boom! It was as if a huge airflow had exploded, and the rolling fog exploded in an instant. The corpse mound life array is broken. The unborn man was stunned. Chun Shinsho was also confused. How can this be? The fog dispersed, revealing the 200 million corpses in the city. The unborn man's face changed, but he suppressed the anger in his heart and turned to look at a high platform in the city. Dragon God Ing, Takashi Ryushin, South Sea Dragon King, Baiming Shou, and Ao Sheng were on high alert. They looked at the Wenzhong-wide corpse bug's nest. Boom! As the life array exploded, all the corpse chi gathered in the corpse bug's nest. Then, the corpse bug's nest strangely shrank, and like a whale sucking in water, it rushed into the body of a person in the center. It was Gu Hai, who had absorbed all the corpse chi. Zhi. The corpse bug in Gu Hai's hand screeched in despair. Gu Hai's closed eyes suddenly opened. Boom! With Gu Hai as the center, a huge air current swept out in all directions. Another corpse chi core appeared in the heavenly eye. The third layer of the heavenly palace. Gu Hai's eyes lit up in excitement. Other than a shaman chi core, another corpse chi core appeared. At the same time, a large amount of corpse chi entered the heavenly eye. Gu Hai felt that the heavenly eye's power had increased. The third layer of the heavenly palace. His cultivation broke through again. Gu Hai. You're not dead. Dragon God Ying's face changed. Corpse chi. He absorbed all the corpse chi. How is that possible? Who can use corpse chi to cultivate? This corpse mound life array has become a wedding dress for Gu Hai's cultivation. Baiming Shou was at a loss. Chapter 9-11. The instant all the corpse energy was absorbed by Gu Hai, his cultivation broke through to the third layer of heavenly palace. Without the corpse nest, the corpse worm struggled in Gu Hai's hand. Zhi. The corpse worm's struggle woke everyone up. Your Majesty. The unborn man rushed over in shock. Due to Chun Shinsho's interference, the unborn man didn't have much time to break the corpse tomb longevity formation. Who would have thought that Gu Hai would be the one to break the formation, and the corpse energy was actually absorbed by Gu Hai? In the city, the countless corpse demons reverted to their original form, turning into ordinary corpses. However, their souls were faintly discernible as they bowed to Gu Hai. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Many streams of gratitude turned into beneficence. In the end, boundless luck enveloped Gu Hai's body. I failed to ensure your safety, and this is my dereliction of duty. However, I will definitely avenge you. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Avenge? Gu Hai, do you think you can escape today? Takashi Ryushin said with a cold gaze. Oh. You are Takashi Ryushin. Gu Hai instantly recognized Takashi Ryushin's eyes and temperament. Chun Shinsho, Baiming Shou, stop the unborn man. Dragon God Ing ordered coldly. Yes. The two longevity masters immediately pounced on the unborn man. Dragon God Ing, Takashi Ryushin, the South Sea Dragon King, and Ao Sheng surrounded Gu Hai. Gu Hai, you're quite capable. You're still alive. But now, you don't have any providence protecting you. Let's see who can save you. Dragon God Ing said coldly. Dragon God Ing. You don't have any providence protecting you. Gu Hai sneered. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Dragon God Ing said coldly. Killing me is as easy as flipping your hand. Ha, Long Zhonggua's son. He probably didn't expect that there would be a day when all of you would become my enemy. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Don't mention Holy Father. Even though Holy Father didn't die because of you, he was killed by you in the end. Dragon Shen Ying's eyes turned cold. He was the first to rush forward. I killed Long Zhanghua. Ha, forget it, I'll send you to see Long Zhanghua. Let him deal with you. Gu Hai said coldly. After placing the corpse bug into the immortal dome of the ancients, the life entrapment blade suddenly appeared in Gu Hai's left hand. Boom! A large number of magic treasures instantly exploded in all directions. Activating the life entrapment saber, High Void started to set up the formation. Don't talk to me about Holy Father. Ha 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 ha, you killed Holy Father, and now you want to kill us? Takashi Ryushin glared and pounced forward. Dragon Shenying was also angered by Gu Hai's words, and his speed increased. The life entrapment blade instantly emitted billions of green lights. Bang! The Go array was completed. As Dragon Shenying pounced, a massive black hole suddenly appeared in front of him. This black hole was the passage to the immortal dome of the 30th Immortal. Last time, he had wanted to send the Tongtian sect master over, but unfortunately, the Tongtian sect master had struggled too fiercely. Gu Hai was worried that the black hole wouldn't be able to handle it, so he sent the Tongtian sect master back. Dragon Shenying, Takashi Ryushin, South Sea Dragon King, and Ao Shing did not have the power of providence, so they were a bit weaker than the Tongtian sect master, so they should be able to handle it. As soon as the black hole appeared, everyone's expression changed. Their bodies swayed, and they came to a stop. The battle between Gu Hai and the Tongtian sect master had already spread throughout the world, so these people immediately recognized this black hole. This was a black hole array that could trap even the Tongtian sect master. They could not be caught in it. Boom! Dragon Shenying and Takashi Ryushin barely managed to stop in front of the black hole, their faces paling. That was a close call. They were nearly trapped by Gu Hai's array. Roar! Dragon Shenying roared, and a pair of gigantic skeletal wings suddenly sprouted from his back. He flapped his wings in an attempt to change direction and go around the black hole to charge at Gu Hai. Just as Dragon Shenying was about to leave the black hole, something strange happened. Boom! Behind him, Takashi Ryushin suddenly slapped Dragon Shenying's back and shoved him into the black hole. Dragon Shenying had not been on guard against Takashi Ryushin, so how could he have expected Takashi Ryushin to betray him at this moment? Third brother, you dare. Dragon Shenying paled, but it was already too late. He was instantly sucked into the black hole. Takashi Ryushin, what are you doing? The South Sea Dragon King asked, his face paling. Why would Takashi Ryushin attack Dragon Shenying at this moment? Takashi Ryushin watched as Dragon Shenying disappeared into the black hole. Big brother, don't blame me. I don't want to submit to you, You? The South Sea Dragon King's face paled. Ha ha ha, really stupid. You saved me a lot of trouble. Do you think you can escape by yourself? Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. Rumble. The black hole suddenly expanded. In an instant, it was more than 100 times bigger. Takashi Ryushin, who was leaning against the black hole, was enveloped by the black hole in the blink of an eye. What? No! Takashi Ryushin screamed in fear as he tried to escape. However, the black hole expanded too quickly. There was no time to escape and he was swallowed by the black hole in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Clan brothers were nowhere to be seen. Let me out! The Dragon Clan brothers' roars came from inside the black hole. Rumble! Suddenly, the black hole trembled. In the past, the black hole could not trap the Tongtian sect master because the Tongtian sect master was too strong. Now, the Dragon Clan brothers had turned into zombies. Although they were not as strong as the Tongtian sect master, the difference was not too big. For a moment, the black hole trembled as the two of them fought from inside. Third brother, you idiot! Dragon Shenying roared in the black hole. Who asked you to force me? Let's get out first. Takashi Ryushin roared. Rumble. Suddenly, the black hole churned. Gu-hai struggled to hold the array. At this moment, the South Sea Dragon King and Ao Sheng did not know that Gu-hai was struggling to hold the array. Quick, kill Gu-hai and they can come out. Ao Sheng was about to pounce on Gu-hai. Gu-hai's eyes turned cold. He took out the life-extinguishing saber and slashed at Ao Sheng. Zhou Tian 7. Boom! Purple light soared into the sky. With a loud bang, Ao Shun spat out a mouthful of blood and was blown away. Ao Shun was already severely injured and had not recovered. How could he withstand the power of the saber? His vision turned black and he almost fainted. The South Sea Dragon King caught Ao Shun. Puff! After being caught by the South Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun spat out another mouthful of blood and completely lost the ability to fight. On the other side, Bai Mingshou and Chun Shinshou stopped fighting and looked at the sudden change in shock. In the blink of an eye, the only one who could fight Gu-hai was the South Sea Dragon King. Could the South Sea Dragon King defeat Gu-hai? The two longevity masters felt a chill in their hearts. The Long brothers were so powerful, but they were defeated in an instant. How long could the South Sea Dragon King last? Besides, Gu-hai had just broken the corpse mound longevity array. They were only strong in longevity, but their cultivation was not the best. Once, the two shivered and waved their hands in the air. Wang! The two rushed into the netherworld at almost the same time and escaped. Halt! The unborn man extended his hand and commanded a group of skeletons to charge forward. Wang! The gate of the netherworld slammed shut. The unborn man wanted to give chase, but he stopped after thinking about it. After all, Gu-hai was here. Turning his head, the unborn man looked in Gu-hai's direction. The South Sea Dragon King's expression changed. I'm the only one left? The South Sea Dragon King panicked. He instinctively felt guilty towards Gu-hai. Gu-hai, just you wait. The Buddha will not let you go. The South Sea Dragon King was furious. He grabbed Ao Sheng and shot into the distance. Escaped? The South Sea Dragon King escaped. Gu-hai was stunned. He was just thinking about how to deal with the South Sea Dragon King. Now, it seemed that he was overthinking. He did have the courage to fight with them, but he might not win. And he was already prepared for a terrible fight. After all, Dragon God Ing, Takashi Ryushin, and the South Sea Dragon King were too strong. Even if he broke through one level, he was still a little weaker. Moreover, there were 3 of them. Even if he had to set up 2 passages to the Immortal Dome, Gu-hai was prepared to fight with his wits. But who would have thought that the Dragon Brothers would betray him and give him an advantage? That South Sea Dragon King was even more cowardly. He was scared away. Your Majesty, are you okay? The unborn man flew closer. I'm fine. It's just that the Dragon Brothers are really surprising. Gu-hai smiled coldly. Your Majesty's array is really powerful. The unborn man exclaimed. Not far away, Gu-hai's array of spirit stones and magic treasures were quickly being depleted. The black hole trembled. The Dragon Brothers seemed to be breaking free at any time. No, we can't send both of them over at the same time. We have to send at least one. Gu-hai had a thought. Unborn man, protect me. Gu-hai said in a low voice. Yes. The unborn man guarded the surroundings. Inside the black hole, the Dragon Brothers saw a bright light in the distance. There was a suction force pulling the 2 of them. They naturally thought that it was dangerous and did not want to go over. They wanted to break the barrier of darkness around them. But at this time, the suction force on Takashi Ryushin suddenly doubled. Whoosh! In an instant, Takashi Ryushin was sucked into the other side of the passage. Not good, big brother, save me. Takashi Ryushin's expression changed and shouted. Dragon Shenying's expression changed and quickly rushed over. Dragon Shenying understood that it would be difficult for the two of them to tear open the black hole. If he was alone, it would be even more difficult. Pa! Dragon Shenying grabbed Takashi Ryushin's hand. Big brother, pull me back, don't let go. Takashi Ryushin said anxiously. Just as he was about to exit from the other end of the cave, Long Shenwu instinctively felt a sense of danger. As long as he was sucked in, would he be finished? Humph, if not for you, how could the two of us be in such a passive situation? Dragon Shenying said gloomily. If not for Takashi Ryushin kicking him in, they would not be in such a dangerous situation. Dragon Shenying's heart was filled with anger when he thought that they would definitely win this battle. Big brother, I also did not expect this. Takashi Ryushin said bitterly as he held on tightly to Dragon Shenying. Dragon Shenying slowly pulled him away from the exit. Big brother, it seems like the suction force has decreased by half. Takashi Ryushin said as he was pulled back. When you were sucked in, the suction force on me was completely gone. Now that you are back, I feel it again. Dragon Shenying said blankly. That is to say, this hole can only suck in one person. Takashi Ryushin's expression changed. One person. Dragon Shenying narrowed his eyes. At this time, Takashi Ryushin suddenly exerted force, wanting to push Dragon Shenying into the hole. Boom! Bastard, old third, you want to do it again? Dragon Shenying pushed away Takashi Ryushin. This time, Dragon Shenying was clearly on guard. Big brother, it seems like Gu Hai's formation can only allow one person to go out. Sorry. Takashi Ryushin said coldly as he prepared to attack again. Boom! Suddenly, a foot appeared and kicked Takashi Ryushin into the other side of the hole. At this time, Gu Hai also entered the hole and saw Takashi Ryushin's shamelessness and kicked him into the hole. Takashi Ryushin. Really two-faced ah. Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai. Dragon Shenying looked at Gu Hai with a gloomy face. Don't worry, he won't die. He went to see the Long Zhanggua. Gu Hai said coldly. What? Dragon Shenying asked blankly. Suddenly, a light barrier appeared at the entrance, seemingly isolating the 6 paths Immortal Dome. The suction force on Dragon Shenying's body suddenly disappeared. Rumble. Inside the black hole, the pressure seemed to want to crush Gu Hai into pieces, but Gu Hai's body was strong enough to withstand it. This place is really not a place for people to stay. Wearing down my 3 spiritual souls. Gu Hai's face sank. Gu Hai wanted to go out. However, he endured the grinding sensation of being in the black hole and looked at the entrance. Long Zhanggua, can you hear me? Hurry up, if something happens outside, I can't go back even if I want to. Gu Hai roared at the hole. What are you shouting for? Dragon Shenying looked at Gu Hai blankly. At this time, the sound of leather shoes hitting the ground came from the other side of the hole, and a pair of shiny leather shoes could be vaguely seen. Then, a man in a black trench coat and a bow tie appeared at the other end of the cave, giving off a businesslike aura. It was the appearance of the Dragon Warring States. Gu Hai. You sent Shenwu here? Long Zhanggua asked with a frown. Dragon Shenying's mouth fell open. Impossible. Impossible. Dragon Shenying roared with wide eyes. Zombie? Shenying, I told you before, you can cultivate Jiang Chen's body, but don't become a zombie descendant. This corpse energy is not from your own cultivation. Do you want to become Jiang Chen's puppet? Long Zhanggua said coldly. Dragon Shenying trembled. Chapter 9:12. Earth, Celestial Realm. Outside a tall building, a large number of people were rushing in and out. Most of them were holding various blueprints in their hands. At the same time, they were discussing. The chairman's orders are of the utmost importance. The design of the machine chamber's circulatory system in space without oxygen must be given to me by this month. The design of the positron city-breaking cannon is complete. Ready for testing. The GN particle involves the upgrade of the ion cannon. It must be solved as soon as possible. The Qian Group's monthly salary is not for you to take a vacation. Work overtime tonight. The chairman said that Robot 101 will be given a ginseng fruit as a reward after the last 10 difficulties are solved. Fellow Zhang, you must work hard. One by one, the researchers rushed in and out with a sense of urgency. In countless buildings, countless researchers were breaking down research problems one after another. At the front of these buildings was a reception hall. Outside the hall, the words, De Qian Group, were written. At the same time, the words, Heavenly Court Building, were written. At the front desk of Heavenly Court Tower were two extremely beautiful women. Their every frown and smile was enough to captivate countless men. Almost all of the researchers who were at the front desk could not help but take a look at them. Even the white-haired old men felt much better just by looking at the two women. However, everyone knew that no matter who it was, they could not mess around in the Qian Group. Previously, a man called Marshal Tianpeng tried to flirt with the two receptionists. In the end, his legs were broken and he was thrown out. In the end, many immortals came to help him apologize and compensate him with a large number of artifacts. Only then did the matter pass. The two receptionists smiled as they served their customers for a while. Then, they were slightly free. Our company's chairman is really amazing. This De Qian Group has only been around for a short time, and they're already developing cosmic technology, said one of the receptionists. Yeah. In the past, this was all black technology on Earth. The chairman poached many people. He's rich, capable, powerful, and has a wide network. Other than not being handsome enough, the chairman is almost perfect. What's the use of being handsome? When I look at those celebrities now, I feel like vomiting. Compared to the chairman, they're just a bunch of idiots. Look at the chairman, that's what a real man looks like. Every time I walk past him, I feel like all the men in the world added up can't even compare to one of his fingers. Yeah, it would be great if she could marry the chairman. The two women swallowed their saliva with longing in their eyes. Stop dreaming and do your job properly. Do you think you can dream of becoming the chairman? At this moment, an even more beautiful woman came over. Ah, Secretary Wang. The two women immediately panicked. It was the chairman's secretary. He looked at the two women and found it funny. How could he not want to have sex with the two women? In fact, Secretary Wang even hoped that the chairman would take a fancy to the two women. If he did, it would at least mean that the chairman was interested in women, and he would have a chance. Unfortunately, the chairman was always busy with his career and had never thought about relationships. This made Secretary Wang both depressed and in awe. Has anyone or immortals come to cause trouble recently? Secretary Wang asked. How is that possible? Last time, the Canopy Marshal was beaten up like that. Who else would dare? A receptionist said with a smile. Just as the three women were chatting, an angry roar suddenly came from outside the Heavenly Court building. No! A black hole suddenly appeared outside the Heavenly Court building. A monster that looked neither human nor ghost flew out and crashed into the Heavenly Court building. Rumble. The Heavenly Court building shook. Who's there? How dare you? How dare you cause trouble in the De Qian Group? Security, security. Immediately, chaos broke out outside the Heavenly Court building. A large number of security guards rushed over. Get lost, get lost. Where is this? I want to go back. The monster outside roared. Ah! Ah! However, they saw the security guards being sent flying one by one. Get the head of security, pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li. Get the head of Team 1, Third Prince Neza. Get the head of Team 3, perfected Lord Erlang. It was chaos outside the Heavenly Court building. The monster arrived and sent the security guards flying one by one. Secretary Wang, this is bad. Third Prince Neza was sent flying too. What should we do? A security guard rushed over. Secretary Wang, what should we do? The two receptionists asked nervously. They had never seen such a powerful monster before. Secretary Wang looked outside. That monster seemed to be very obsessed with the black hole. It kept crashing into it but could not enter. It was extremely anxious. The security guards could not stop it at all. Many of them were injured. Should we report this to the chairman? One of the receptionists asked worriedly. No need. The chairman is very busy every day. He doesn't have time for this brute. Secretary Wang said anxiously. What should we do then? The receptionists asked anxiously. Yeah, this monster is too powerful. Ah, look, even Erlang was sent flying by it with one punch. What should we do? Another receptionist said anxiously. However, at this time, an elevator stopped on the first floor. Ding! The elevator door opened with a crisp sound. Chairman! 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 The people who were in a hurry were pleasantly surprised. They bowed respectfully. It was Long Zhonghua. He was wearing a suit, a bow tie, and a black windbreaker. He walked out of the elevator slowly with a few subordinates following behind him. All of them looked serious. Secretary Wang's eyes lit up. He went up to him and said, Chairman, a space-time tunnel appeared outside Heavenly Court building. A monster flew out. It should be a zombie, but its level is too high. The security guards can't stop it at all. Long Zhonghua nodded and walked out slowly. From the moment Long Zhonghua appeared, everyone stopped panicking. That was confidence. They did not know where it came from, but it was as if as long as Long Zhonghua appeared, all problems would be solved. The lobby quietened down. Other than the battle outside, only the sound of Long Zhonghua's leather shoes could be heard inside. So handsome. One of the receptionist's eyes was glowing. Yeah, the chairman is the most handsome. It'd be great if I could be his lover. Another receptionist was already wet. Secretary Wang followed closely behind Long Zhonghua and slowly walked out of the lobby. Chairman. Everyone who saw Long Zhonghua bowed respectfully. In the distance, pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li used a pagoda to suppress the monster. Go away. The monster punched and sent the pagoda flying. The huge impact sent pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li flying toward Long Zhonghua. Ah! Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li screamed, thinking that the lobby was going to be destroyed. Bam! A group of subordinates in black suits behind Long Zhonghua rushed into the sky and caught Heavenly King Li, Chairman. This monster is ferocious. I. Heavenly King Li smiled bitterly. He was obviously no match for it. Long Zhonghua nodded and looked at the monster in the sky. Everyone quietened down, waiting for Long Zhonghua to speak. Whoever dares to stop me again, I will kill all of you. Kill! The monster roared, and a huge aura came out of its body. The surrounding people's expressions changed. Long Zhonghua asked indifferently, who do you want to kill? The monster was Takashi Ryushin, who was kicked out of the 2 Immortal Vault passages by Gu Hai. He originally wanted to push Dragon Godding over, but he did not expect to be ambushed. Although he did not know where this place was, he instinctively wanted to go back. A group of weak people wanted to stop him. Takashi Ryushin showed anger on his face. He would kill whoever dared to stop him. Indeed, there was still one fearless person who dared to ask, who do you want to kill? Takashi Ryushin was holding back his anger. He turned his head with a strong murderous aura. Boom! The murderous aura rushed toward Long Zhonghua. Protect the chairman. The subordinates immediately shouted. Long Zhanghua waved his hand and looked at Takashi Ryushin nervously. Takashi Ryushin looked at the person who provoked him. He instinctively felt that the voice was familiar. Why did it sound so familiar? He instinctively felt fear. He took a closer look. Buzz! Takashi Ryushin trembled. The murderous aura disappeared in an instant. He widened his eyes and looked at Long Zhanghua, who was not far away, in horror. No, no, that's impossible. Long Shenwu's face was filled with fear. Secretary Wang and the others looked at the monster in shock. The chairman is so powerful. Even the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li could not stop the monster. He almost peed when he saw the chairman. A receptionist said in surprise. The chairman is so powerful. I must give birth to a son for him. Another receptionist said excitedly. Long Zhanghua took a step forward. Shenwu, did Gu Hai send you here? Long Zhanghua said in a low voice. Look at what you have done when I was not here. Zombie descendant. You are neither human nor ghost. In the end, you are just Jiang Chen's puppet. You have become so hot-tempered. Long Zhanghua said in a low voice. No, impossible, you are not. Takashi Ryushin stared blankly. He wanted to deny it, but this was his father's aura. There was no doubt about it. It was his father. Why did you fly so high? Look at what you have done. You have made a mess. Long Zhanghua frowned and said coldly. Long Shenwu's heart was pounding as he slowly descended and transformed back into his human form. Everyone stared at him with wide eyes. He listened to the chairman with just a few words. Long Zhanghua walked forward step by step. Chairman, be careful. A group of men in black rushed forward. All right, it's fine. Long Zhanghua said calmly. The men in black were still worried. They continued to guard Long Zhanghua. However, Long Zhanghua did not take them seriously. He walked slowly to Takashi Ryushin. Takashi Ryushin's eyes were filled with uncertainty. There was ecstasy, fear, shock, and fear. Long Zhanghua looked at Takashi Ryushin and frowned slightly. I told Gu Hai before, but you were still sent here. It seems that you have done something wrong. All right, follow me from now on. Takashi Ryushin saw the concern in Long Zhanggua's eyes. Suddenly, he felt a lump in his throat. That's right. That's right. It's really Long Zhanghua. Dong! Takashi Ryushin suddenly knelt down with red eyes. He knelt down. Everyone's eyes widened. Neza rubbed his wound and looked at Erlang. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? He knelt down. Who is this monster? Father, your son is unfilial. Takashi Ryushin knelt down. Father? Chairman's son. Chairman has a son. Everyone exclaimed, especially the two receptionists and Secretary Wang. Their mouths formed an attractive O shape. Long Zhanghua looked at Takashi Ryushin and did not say anything. Instead, he walked slowly to the passageway. He walked step by step. The passageway seemed to be covered by a transparent membrane, separating the inside from the outside. However, two figures could be seen through the membrane. One was Gu Hai, and the other was Dragon Goding, who had turned into a zombie. Gu Hai. You sent Shenwu here. Long Zhanghua frowned. Impossible. Impossible. Dragon Shenying roared with wide eyes. Zombie? Goding, I told you that you can cultivate Jiang Chen's body, but don't become a zombie descendant. You didn't cultivate this corpse energy yourself. Do you want to become Jiang Chen's puppet? Long Zhanghua said coldly. Dragon Goding trembled. Chapter 913. The Qian Group, Square in front of Heavenly Court Tower. The surroundings were quiet. Everyone was looking at the dragon warring state in the black hole. No one could see what was inside the black hole, but Long Zhanggua could see Gu Hai and Dragon Shenying clearly. Long Zhanggua, this is a passage opened by your aura. Only you can see us clearly. This passage can't be maintained for long, so we have to go back immediately. Takashi Ryushin has already sent it to you. You can ask Takashi Ryushin about what happened these days. This is Dragon Shenying. My Dahan and Daing have already fought. Next, there are some things I want you to know. Gu Hai said in a low voice. You. Dragon Shenying looked at Long Zhanggua in shock. Father wasn't dead? Not dead. How could that be? Where was this? Shenying, where did the zombie blood on your body come from? Long Zhan asked with a trace of worry. Dragon Shenying looked at Long Zhanggua and his eyelids twitched. Father had only told him what Long Zhanggua had said before. Could this really be Father? Didn't I tell you not to be obsessed with zombies at any time? The 4 bloodlines of zombies cultivate the spirit, not the blood. You'll always be someone else's chess piece. Long Zhanggua said in disappointment. Only his father had said these words before. Father, Holy Father. Dragon Shenying suddenly knelt down in surprise. Dragon Shenying was the most filial of the Long brothers. When he saw that his father was alive and well, his eyes filled with tears and excitement. Gu Hai said that you're Daing. Emperor Dynasty. Daing and Dahan fighting each other. So you were the one who provoked Gu Hai. Long Zhanggua said coldly. Gu Hai mentioned to me before that as long as you don't provoke him first, he won't take the initiative to target you. How did you provoke him? Long Zhanggua said coldly. Dragon Shenying suddenly felt bitter. At this moment, he finally understood why Gu Hai had never sent troops to the Great Ing Empire in the past when he fought with the Great Wu Empire, and even deliberately neglected the Great Ing Empire. It wasn't because he was afraid of him, but because of his promise to his father. I am unfilial. Colluding with the holy lands of the spiritual mountain. Dragon God Ying's eyes were red. Long Zhanggua narrowed his eyes. Spiritual mountain holy land? How many times have I told you that Jiang Rulai harbors evil intentions? You're still conspiring with them? Long Zhanggua looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at Long Zhanggua. What about your Han dynasty? Long Zhanggua asked solemnly. Dahan Imperial Dynasty, Zhou Wujin is the enemy. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh. Long Zhanggua raised an eyebrow. Imperial Dynasty? Zhou Wujin meant that the surrounding imperial dynasties were all inferior to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Long Zhanggua knew Gu Hai's character. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't say such words. Usually, he would even conceal his strength. After a moment of silence, Long Zhanggua said, Then, I will make the decision now. Dragon Shenying will lead the Great Ing Empire into the Dahan Imperial Dynasty as a subject. What do you think? Father. Dragon Shenying's eyes widened in shock. What? How can you compare to Gu Hai? Long Zhanggua glared. Shenying, it is not that this emperor does not think highly of you. You are indeed capable. As a general or a commander, you can open up borders and be conferred the title of king. However, you are not suited to be emperor. Long Zhanggua said. Why? Dragon Shenying asked anxiously. For a ruler, strength is just one aspect. The most important thing is knowing how to use people. As your father, I am not sure about the current situation of your 2 dynasties. Tell me, comparing the officials of your 2 dynasties, who are Gu Hai's subordinates and who are yours? I don't need to guess to know that you are far inferior to him in terms of subordinates, Long Zhanggua said. Me? Dragon Shenying opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Gu Hai's advisors were Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, and Sima Changkong. His sworn subordinates were Chen Tianshan, Montez, and Gu Qin. His martial subordinates were Kong Xian, Shengguan Hen, Ao Shun, and Mosquito Daoren. Indeed, Dragon Shenying felt that he was not inferior to any of these people. However, what about them? Those were just Gu Hai's subordinates. What about his own subordinates? Compared to Gu Hai and his subordinates, Wang Chang's subordinates were far inferior. He could only compare to Gu Hai's subordinates. Dragon Shenying showed a bitter expression. When Long Zhanggua saw Dragon Shenying lower his head, he said coldly, "If this emperor is right, you are not qualified to enter the Dehan imperial dynasty if not for me." "Sage father," Dragon Shenying said, somewhat unconvinced. "Indeed, not far away," Gu Hai frowned, not showing any joy. "Gu Hai, what do you think of what I said just now?" Long Zhanggua looked at Gu Hai. Dragon Shenying. Gu Hai hesitated slightly. "I know you understand what I mean. I will let you help Dragon Shenying solve the problem of the zombie descendant. Using Dragon Shenying in exchange for you becoming enemies with Jiang Chen is indeed a losing deal. However, from what you said just now, if I'm not wrong, you are going to compete with the spiritual mountain sacred ground, right?" Long Zhanggua said with a smile. "Oh." Gu Hai looked at Long Zhanggua with a slightly changed expression. Long Zhanggua's ability was indeed extraordinary. He could guess so much from just a few words. The spiritual mountain's sacred ground is not as simple as you think. In addition to the forces in the world of the living, it also has forces in the world of the dead. What is exposed is only the tip of the iceberg. In the past, among the three great sects in the world, except for Yuanzhi Tianzuan of the Wanshou Taoism, spiritual mountain is the most powerful. In fact, in my heart, it would be easy for spiritual mountain to swallow the Wanshou Taoism and solar god palace. Long Zhanggua said in a low voice. Easy? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. With Shenying here, he can at least help you. Moreover, he has a certain understanding of the spiritual mountain's sacred ground. What you lack most now is time. What you need most is speed, 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 speed. Long Zhanggua looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at Dragon Shenying and nodded, "Forget it. If he is willing, I can make an exception." Dehan Imperial Dynasty, 8th Army General. Oh. Long Zhanggua's expression changed. Satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Army General. Long Zhanggua had studied the ranks of Dehan. This position was definitely Gu Hai's most trusted aide. All right. Long Zhanggua nodded. Long Zhanggua turned to Dragon Shenying. "Shenying, do you remember my words?" "But, father." Dragon Shenying said anxiously. "No buts. If you acknowledge me, then agree immediately." "Humph." Long Zhanggua snorted coldly. "I." Dragon Shenying's face was bitter. Give up his imperial dynasty? Become a subject of Dehan? How could he do that? Oh no, this tunnel can't be maintained. Long Zhanggua, let's end it here. I have to get out now. Gu Hai shouted. Long Zhanggua stared at Dragon Shenying. Dragon Shenying gritted his teeth and said nothing. Rumble. The entire tunnel shook. Long Zhanggua looked at Dragon Shenying and sighed, "Forget it. Do as you wish." Boom. With a loud bang, the black hole in front of Heavenly Court building disappeared. With the black hole gone, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Takashi Ryushin knelt at the side, not daring to say a word. "Chairman, is everything all right?" Secretary Wang stepped forward. "It's all right. Secretary Wang, settle this." Long Zhanggua said. "Yes." Secretary Wang replied. Long Zhanggua looked at Takashi Ryushin, "Follow me." "Yes." Takashi Ryushin nodded and got up from the ground respectfully. He followed Long Zhonghua into Heavenly Court building. Under everyone's gaze, they entered the elevator. Ding! The elevator closed and the two went upstairs. The moment Long Zhonghua left, there was an uproar. Chairman's son is so powerful. You just said that he's a monster. Who said that? I didn't say that. Don't make me up. That's the crown prince. Countless people were gossiping. The two receptionists were crying. Why does chairman have a son? Doesn't that mean he has a wife? Am I going to be the second wife? The two girls were depressed. All right, return to your posts and protect the section chief. Check everyone's injuries and treat them immediately. Secretary Wang ordered. 3 Mountain City. Gu Hai entered the black hole. Outside, the unborn man was guarding. In the city below, the Long Sanqian coughed up blood. He endured his injuries and hid in a corner, staring at the sky. He saw that all the Dharma treasures and spirit stones used to set up the array were depleted. There was a loud sound. Boom! The black hole seemed to be torn apart and then disappeared. Gu Hai and Dragon Shenying were exposed. Gu Hai grabbed the life trap blade and put it away. Dragon Shenying. The unborn man was on guard. I'm fine. Gu Hai stopped the unborn man. At this moment, Dragon Shenying looked at Gu Hai with a complicated gaze. At this moment, the two looked at each other quietly. The Long Sanqian was also shocked. How could this be? Aren't they going to fight to the death? Gu Hai, is that true? Is that true? Dragon Shenying asked anxiously. There was surprise, fear, depression, and excitement. Dragon Shenying didn't know how to feel. It's enough that you saw it. Remember, this matter is only between you and me. Don't let a third person know. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Don't worry, I won't say it. Dragon Shenying said in a deep voice. I know that you can't accept what he said just now. The dignified Grading Empire has more territory than the Dahan. How can you just give it to someone else? Submit to someone else? You can't accept it. If it were me, I wouldn't accept it either. Everyone has their own ambitions. I won't force you. But remember, I can let bygones be bygones for his sake. In the future, if you provoke me again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Dragon Shenying looked at Gu Hai, and his eyelids twitched. Become a minister of the Dahan? Dragon Shenying was unwilling in his heart. Dragon Shenying also saw Gu Hai's disdain, but that was his father's order. Dragon Shenying was conflicted. Wait, what's on your shoulder? Gu Hai's expression suddenly tensed up. My skin was scratched when I caught the Long Sanqian. Dragon Shenying's expression changed, and he turned his head to look at Huang Xiaolong. No, it's not a scratch, it's a zither tattoo. You mean, it was left by the Long Sanqian? Gu Hai's expression changed. Sure enough, there was a zither tattoo on the scratch. Exchange. A loud shout came from the city. Boom! Suddenly, a blue light rushed into Dragon Shenying's body. Dragon Shenying's expression changed. Evil creature, you're courting death. Dragon Shenying shouted. Suddenly, his body trembled, and a blue light came out of his body. In the next moment, a furious roar came from a corner of 3 Mountain City. Long Sanqian, you're courting death. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Hai's expression changed, and he immediately took out the life-ending saber. Dragon Shenying suddenly smiled coldly. Gu Hai, I'll be back. Ha ha ha. Boom. Dragon Shenying took a step and shot into the distance, disappearing into the horizon. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Exchange souls. He lowered his head and saw the Long Sanqian roaring furiously in the distance. At the same time, he was coughing up blood. He was severely injured. Whoosh! Gu Hai instantly arrived in front of the Long Sanqian. Cough, cough, cough. Ha 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 ha, Gu Hai, you must think this is ridiculous. Ha 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 ha. The Long Sanqian said bitterly. He had thought that he was the emperor of the imperial dynasty, high and mighty. Now, he had fallen to rock bottom. Ridiculous, extremely ridiculous. Dragon Shenying, from today onwards, you're the 8th army commander of the Dahan Empire. I'll help you get your body back. Gu Hai said. What? The Long Sanqian looked at Gu Hai in shock. The Long Zhonghua has invited me. If you had the ability to refuse, I wouldn't have forced you. But now, you don't have the ability to refuse, so you have no right to speak. This matter is settled. Gu Hai said firmly. Chapter 9:14. Long Zhonghua invited me. If you had the ability to refuse, I wouldn't force you. But now, you don't have the ability to refuse, so you don't have the right to speak. This matter is settled. Gu Hai said firmly. Long Sanqian was slightly angry, but in the end, he could only feel bitterness. At this moment, he finally felt the feeling of having a new body. In the past, Takashi Ryushin could ask him for help, but who could trust him? Of course, there were people he could trust, but could they help him get back his body? It was impossible. Could he only continue to regret? He had fallen into the abyss, but Gu Hai was still willing to let him be the commander of the 8th army? This was a gift. After all, even if Gu Hai had the ability to take Dragon God Ying's body, he had no obligation to give it to him. He could give Dragon God Ying's body to another one of his trusted subordinates. Gift? It was ridiculous, but also rare. Yes, Your Majesty. Long Sanqian said bitterly. Gu Hai nodded. He took out a batch of pills and gave them to Long Sanqian. At the same time, he waved his hand and kept them in the Immortal Dome. Heal your wounds first. Gu Hai said. Yes. Long Sanqian took the pills and ate them. Gu Hai reached out and took the corpse bug out of the Immortal Dome. Squeak, 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 squeak. The corpse bug was still struggling with all its might, as if it was unwilling to give up. Your Majesty, this is the corpse bug. It can cause hallucinations, and at the same time, invade the human body, eat the brain, and control the corpse. How did you subdue it? Unborn Man asked in surprise. Can you use it? Gu Hai looked at Unborn Man. To Master Shou, this is a good thing that is hard to come by. The Unborn Man nodded. Then, I'll give it to you. Gu Hai reached out and handed it to him. Ah. You're the chief of the Dahan Longevity Temple. It's nothing for me to bestow you a corpse bug. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. The Unborn Man said gratefully. Reaching out, the Unborn Man took out a jade box. Inside the jade box, there was a large number of restrictions, and a bone-piercing cold air was emitting from it. Your Majesty, just put it in. The Unborn Man said. Gu Hai placed the corpse bug inside. TSS 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 TSS. A series of sizzling noise was heard, followed by a series of painful buzzing noises. Pa! The Unborn Man immediately closed the lid. Keep it carefully. This thing is too dangerous. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Once it's in the hands of Master Shou, it won't be able to escape. The Unborn Man nodded. Gu Hai nodded. Then, he looked at the city. Countless souls were faintly discernible, floating in the air. There were also a large number of corpses in the city. Your Majesty, their souls were once tainted by the corpse aura. Although Your Majesty helped them ascend, their souls are different now. That's why we can faintly see them. The Unborn Man explained. My people, I will avenge you. However, as time passes, your souls will be worn down. If you don't mind, enter my immortal dome, and I will help you reincarnate. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you. Gu Hai looked at the countless souls. We will follow your majesty's arrangement. All the souls nodded with a bitter expression and thanked Gu Hai. Come in. Gu Hai waved his hand, and a huge hole appeared in the void. Rumble. The souls surged into the immortal dome. After the 200 million souls entered, the entire immortal dome of antiquity was suddenly filled with a lifelike energy. Gu Hai was slightly surprised. Under Gu Hai's control, most of the 200 million souls were taken by the immortal dome to be reincarnated. Only a small number of them were still hesitating. Gu Hai reached into the immortal dome. Your Majesty, what should we do with these corpses? The unborn man frowned. They're corpses. Soon, the Dahan's soldiers will come to collect the corpses. Don't touch them for now. Gu Hai shook his head and sighed. Yes. The unborn man nodded. Let's go. It's time to return to the court. Gu Hai took a deep breath. Your Majesty, those dragons, bodhisattvas, arhats, and Buddhas are still alive. The unborn man suddenly stopped Gu Hai. Oh. Gu Hai lowered his head and looked. Indeed, the dragon whose cultivation was sealed by Shengguan Hen earlier had not died yet. It was just that it could not move. However, some of the bodhisattvas, arhats, and Buddhas were severely injured and could not move. Shengguan Hen did not kill them at that time. Gu Hai waved his hand, and all the arhats, Buddhas, and bodhisattvas were sucked into the immortal dome. Unborn man, these North Sea dragons are possessed by the ancient dragon soul. Can you remove it? Gu Hai looked at the unborn man. The unborn man reached out to check. It's a little troublesome, but it should be possible. It's just that they have to endure some pain. The unborn man said in a low voice. That's good. When we return to the infinite celestial capital, help them remove the dragon soul. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. The unborn man answered. Whoosh. He reached out to collect all the dragons. Gu Hai stepped forward with the unborn man. Then, his figure flashed as he quickly shot towards the boundless celestial capital. An hour later, the two arrived at the outskirts of the infinite celestial capital. The Long Sanqian possessed dragon godding. Although he felt that his body was full of energy, he did not dare to fight with Gu Hai. He quickly rushed toward God's city. Tri-Mountain City, this dead end, was actually solved by Gu Hai. That was really dangerous. Fortunately, I'm smart enough. So what if the Great Emperor dynasty is gone? I still have a stronger Great Emperor dynasty. Gu Hai, just you wait, I'll show you, roar. Dragon Godding roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! Dragon Godding soon arrived at God's city. Great Emperor dynasty. Martial Sky City. After Takashi Ryushin was kicked into the 30 Immortal Dome by Gu Hai, there was no Takashi Ryushin in the entire 6 Immortal Dome. Martial Sky City's fate could no longer sense Takashi Ryushin. Boom! With a loud sound, the fate of the Great Emperor dynasty collapsed and scattered. Your Majesty! Countless officials in the city knelt down in fear. The Great Emperor dynasty had more than 100 cities left. The citizens' hearts tightened, as if they had lost something. His Majesty died. No, the Great Emperor dynasty is over. Your Majesty! Countless citizens were grieving. Of course, it was only a minority. Most people were just panicking and wondering what to do next. The Great Emperor dynasty had officially collapsed. The South Sea Dragon King flew quickly with the dying Ao Sheng. The two did not dare to go to the infinite celestial capital. They headed straight for the South Sea. How did this happen? It's all Takashi Ryushin's fault. He's an idiot, an idiot. If it weren't for him, we could have killed Guhai even without the corpse mound longevity array. He's an idiot. The South Sea Dragon King cursed along the way. You could have made a move then, cough cough. Ao Sheng looked at the South Sea Dragon King. The South Sea Dragon King's face twitched. If he had made a move, he could have won. However, the battle at Three Mountain City made the South Sea Dragon King realize how evil Guhai was. The Long brothers had already fallen. He did not want to fall there too. If you had made a move, you could have killed Guhai. Your injuries were not serious. Why didn't you make a move? Ao Sheng complained. Ao Sheng, you should know that I saved your life. The South Sea Dragon King said in a deep voice. Ao Sheng sighed softly and said, never mind. Let me return. Return where? Martial Sky City. Wait for His Majesty's return. Cough cough, Ao Sheng said as he coughed blood. The Great Wu Dynasty no longer has a future. If Guhai doesn't die, the Great Wu Dynasty will be destroyed. What's the point of returning? Return to the Southern Sea with me. The South Sea Dragon King said. No. Unless the Great Wu Dynasty is destroyed, Takashi Ryushin persisted as he coughed blood. However, halfway through his sentence, his expression suddenly froze. His heart skipped a beat as he sensed that the Great Wu Dynasty's luck had just collapsed. No, that's impossible. How could this be? How could this be? Cough cough cough. Ao Sheng said in horror as he coughed blood. What's wrong? His Majesty died. Guhai. Guhai. Ao Sheng roared with a ferocious expression. Takashi Ryushin is dead? Since he's dead, why are you still persisting? Your North Sea Dragon Palace is almost empty. Return to the Southern Sea with me. I'll protect you. You'll be under me and above all dragons. The South Sea Dragon King said. Ao Sheng looked at the South Sea Dragon King and finally smiled bitterly. Alright, I'll go with you. Whoosh. The two instantly turned into streams of light and disappeared into the horizon. Outside the limitless celestial capital, Guhai originally thought that Kong Xian and the others would have already settled the war in the limitless celestial capital after they returned. However, at this moment, the limitless celestial capital was still in chaos. Sand and stones were flying and black gas was rolling. The limitless celestial capital was in chaos. The closest were Mosquito Daoren and Ao Shun, who were fighting Sakura and Brahma. It was 2 against 2, and they had a slight advantage. In the distance, black gas was rolling. Kong Xian was fighting Vishnu, and he also had a slight advantage. On the other side, Shengguan Hen was shining brightly. He was fighting Shiva, and he was also suppressing him. Where's Qi? Guhai raised his eyebrows. Wang. He saw that above the starry sky, a green light suddenly shone in all directions. Guhai suddenly raised his head and looked at the starry sky. In an instant, 2 huge sword auras crossed each other. In an instant, a large number of stars were shattered by the sword auras. Qi turned into a white shadow and was in a deadlock with a black shadow sword cultivator. That sword cultivator was extremely powerful, and even Qi couldn't suppress him. Seeing that black shadow, Guhai's pupils suddenly shrank. The black shadow's appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but Guhai recognized the sword in his hand. Sacred sword. How can that be? Guhai exclaimed in shock. 800,000 years ago, Rokudo Shinkuan, who had seen the water god body, used this sacred sword. Guhai had a deep impression of the sacred sword's appearance, exclaiming that it was unrivaled. Even the Tongtian sect master was not a match for it. How could the spiritual mountain's holy land use someone with such a sword? Guhai's heart sank. However, he was no longer in the mood to look at the sky. Instead, he looked in the direction of the infinite celestial capital. Not far away, the past Buddha made his move. The world-illuminating azure lamp released a dazzling green light. The green fire burned the sky with vast might, even stronger than Brahma and the others. However, a monk wearing a kasaya blocked in front. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The world-illuminating azure lamp immediately made that monk vomit a mouthful of blood. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng, are you still indulging in wishful thinking and that unrealistic dream? Wake up, the past Buddha said coldly. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng. Why is he here? Gu Hai revealed some shock. Wasn't Bodhisattva Yen Sheng, who took away my second son, Gu Han, in the West? Was this a coincidence, or did something happen to Gu Han? Ha! You stole my world-illuminating azure lamp. Past Buddha, you won't be able to jump around for long. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng said as he wiped the blood off his lips. Won't be able to jump around for long. Humph. Gu Hai should have died in Three Mountain City by now. What are you counting on? The past Buddha said coldly. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng ignored the past Buddha. He extended his hand and took out his kasaya. The kasaya immediately gave off a bright golden light, blocking the world-illuminating azure lamp. Future Buddha, hurry up, the past Buddha shouted. Hurry up, the future Buddha shouted. Gu Hai's face suddenly sank. The future Buddha's voice came from within the infinite celestial capital, which was shrouded in fog. Something happened. Gu Hai's face sank. Gu Hai increased his speed, instantly charging into the fog-shrouded infinite celestial capital. Chapter 9:15. Boundless celestial capital was shrouded in fog. Gu Hai's eyes burned with anger the moment he entered. Swastika runes filled the fog. The runes were chanted along with a sutra, and the sound spread throughout the entire boundless celestial capital. Countless citizens covered their ears in pain. Some citizens suddenly put their palms together as if they were already devoted to Buddha. The eyes of those who were devoted to Buddha turned hollow. Sutra of the Future. Forcefully purifying the citizens of the boundless celestial capital. The unborn man was shocked and angry. Not long ago, Gu Hai purified the corpse demons in Tri-Mountain City. That was done out of goodwill to wake them up. But now, the future Buddha was purifying them maliciously. He wanted to brainwash and assimilate everyone. Kill, kill, kill. In the plaza of the soaring palace hall, the army of 100,000 demons roared continuously. They used their powerful killing cries to clash with the Sutra of the Future's sutra. A group of bodhisattvas, arhats, and Buddhas followed behind the future Buddha. They were chanting sutras with all their might to purify the Dahan officials at the entrance of the soaring palace hall. A transparent ball of light enveloped the palace. Even when the future Buddha's giant palm struck the transparent ball of light, it only caused the plaza of the soaring palace hall to tremble. The officials were unaffected. Chaos Essence Pearl. You may be able to block my palm, but you can't block my sutra. Let's see how long you can last, the future Buddha said coldly. As he spoke, his chanting grew louder. Although the laws of the Book Tao had been taken away by the heavens, the Book Tao sutras that existed in the world could still be used. For a moment, the entire city was filled with Buddhist sutras. Ah! Large amounts of black smoke came out of Chang Ming's body as if he was being forcibly purified by the sutra. He was in great pain. Chang Ming wrapped the Chaos Essence Pearl around the palace, but he sacrificed the opportunity to protect himself. The sutra seemed to have a great restraining effect on the blood tribe. Chang Ming was in great pain. Not only Chang Ming, but countless Dahan officials were covering their ears. They didn't want the sutra to enter their heads and purify them. Divine Scepter of Wisdom, Green Light Magic Barrier. Mo Yike shouted. Suddenly, the divine scepter of wisdom that Qin Zibai activated released countless green lights that rushed toward the ministers of the Dahan, stimulating the ministers of the Dahan dynasty so that they would not be brainwashed and controlled. But even so, they still could not block the Buddhist voice. Divine scepter of intelligence? This is the treasure of Spirited Mountain. It's time to take it back. The future Buddha said coldly. Future Buddha, you barged into my infinite celestial capital today and killed the subjects of the Dahan. Have you thought about the consequences? Mo Yike said with a sinister expression. And? Humph, are you counting on Guhai? Now, he can't even protect himself, and his death is certain. Think about yourselves. Give up resistance and let me search the limitless celestial capital, and I can spare your lives. The future Buddha said coldly. Immediately, some of the officials looked at Mo Yike with pleading eyes. Obviously, they couldn't bear the ferment and their hearts were wavering. Give up resistance? Ha, do you think we are all stupid? We can resist now, and you can't kill us. If we give up resistance, then we will be at your mercy. Mo Yike said coldly. The expressions of those officials who were still hesitating immediately changed and they turned their heads away. You don't believe me? I said I'll spare your lives, so I'll spare your lives. The future Buddha shouted. I don't believe you. Mo Yike said coldly. Bastard. The future Buddha was incomparably angry. Trusting the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Do you think I'm that stupid? You're only negotiating with us because you can't do anything to us. If you can hurt us, why are you wasting time with us? Humph, future Buddha, Kong Xian and the others have already returned, which means that His Majesty will be back soon. When His Majesty returns, none of you can think of leaving. Mo Yike roared. Mo Yike's roar startled all of the officials. That's right, His Majesty will be back soon. What's there to worry about? When His Majesty returns, he will definitely return today's disaster 100-fold. Ha, the Chaos Essence Pearl protected the surroundings of the Imperial Palace and prevented this Buddha from searching. Do you think this Buddha can't do anything? I can't hurt you. Don't you still have hundreds of millions of civilians? The future Buddha threatened again. You dare. Mo Yike's expression suddenly changed. Why wouldn't I dare? Humph, it's just 300 million civilians. They don't have the Chaos Essence Pearl to protect them. If I want to crush them, it'll be as easy as crushing an ant. Do you believe me? The future Buddha sneered. What? To think that I used to yearn for the holy land of Spiritual Mountain, you murderous demon. The future Buddha is a demon. Countless Dahan citizens shivered and glared at the future Buddha with resentment. When the future Buddha saw that Mo Yike was enraged, he thought that his idea was correct. He continued to sneer, give up resistance immediately. Otherwise, I will kill the people of the infinite celestial capital in the next moment. I will count to 3. Mo Yike's expression changed. My lord, what should we do? Your Highness, say something. King of Tianshan, what should we do? Guqin and Chen Tianshan's expressions were extremely ugly as they hesitated. Mo Yike's expression was also extremely ugly. 1. The future Buddha said coldly. As he spoke, he extended his right hand as if he was about to attack. My lord. Countless citizens in the city said anxiously. This was because they could already feel the threat of death looming over them. 2. The future Buddha continued coldly. The future Buddha's palm strike was completed. All the citizens in the city felt as if a heavenly blade was hanging over their heads. They were inexplicably terrified. My lord. Save me. Don't kill me. Countless citizens were terrified. Mo Yike, Guqin, and the others all looked anxious. 3. The future Buddha's expression turned cold as he prepared to attack. Wait. Mo Yike roared. The future Buddha's hand paused. Changming, remove the Chaos Essence Pearl's protection. Mo Yike shouted. My lord, you can't. Montez immediately said anxiously. Once the protection was removed, they would be captured. At this moment, Mo Yike had no choice but to do so. He did not want to see the Dahan citizens die tragically. However, this was not the main reason. After all, Mo Yike commanded the army. News of how many soldiers died on the battlefield every day kept coming. How could Mo Yike be merciful? At this moment, if he did not save the Dahan citizens, he would be breaking his promise to the world. If he watched the citizens of limitless celestial capital die today and did nothing, the citizens of the Dahan imperial dynasty would become disillusioned in the future. On the other hand, if he gave up resisting for the sake of the Dahan citizens, he might die. However, after today, the citizens of the world would strongly acknowledge the Dahan imperial dynasty. The future Buddha did not think so deeply, but Mo Yike did. At this moment, the future Buddha threatened the Dahan officials with the lives of the citizens of Dahan. Although it seemed that Mo Yike and the other Dahan officials were extremely foolish, it was precisely because of this foolishness that the hearts of the people were as firm as steel. At the same time, it was also a huge disaster for the spiritual mountain's sacred ground. My lord, you can't, some officials also shouted. Remove the Chaos Essence Pearl. Mo Yike roared. Your Highness. Countless officials looked at Guqin. Guqin looked at Mo Yike. Although he also knew that it was dangerous, Guqin trusted Mo Yike. Remove the Chaos Essence Pearl. Guqin also shouted. King of Tianshan. Many officials looked at Qin Tianshan. Remove the Chaos Essence Pearl. Qin Tianshan gritted his teeth. Boom. Changming immediately removed the barrier of the Chaos Essence Pearl. Instantly, all the officials were exposed in front of the future Buddha. Mo Yike, I thought that you were cruel and merciless because you were in charge of the three armies. Who would have thought that you are also soft-hearted? Ha 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 ha. The future Buddha laughed proudly. At this moment, the citizens of the infinite celestial capital suddenly trembled. The pressure on their bodies suddenly disappeared. Countless people suddenly bowed toward the palace in the distance. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, your highness. Countless people were deeply moved. They bowed again and again. Not only His Majesty, but even the Crown Prince and the officials put these worthless lives in front of them. What reason did they have to not support such a country? I won't kill the people. Now, it's your turn. Give me the Wisdom Communication Divine Staff and the Chaos Essence Pearl. Otherwise. The future Buddha said with a sinister expression. Or else what? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Otherwise, I won't let any of you live. The future Buddha said coldly. However, just as he finished speaking, the future Buddha suddenly shivered. No, this voice. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Your Majesty. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is back. That's great. All the people in the city immediately cheered wildly. The people of the infinite celestial capital had a deep impression of Gu Hai's voice. That's right, it was His Majesty's voice. All the officials were also delighted. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Mo Yike, Guqin, Montez, and Changming all let out a long sigh. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky above the soaring palace hall, shielding all the officials behind him. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared in mid-air, the officials immediately felt relieved. That imposing figure seemed to be able to block all dangers in the world. Gu Hai. Impossible, why are you back? The future Buddha's expression suddenly changed. The expressions of the Bodhisattvas, Buddhas, and Arhats behind him also changed drastically. You haven't answered me. Otherwise, what will you do? Gu Hai's gaze was cold and murderous. Run! The future Buddha cried out without hesitation. don't you think it's too late to leave now? Gu Hai's gaze turned cold. He extended his life extinguisher saber and slashed at the future Buddha. Bam! The life extinguisher saber appeared, and purple light instantly filled the sky. A huge purple saber gleam suddenly appeared in front of the future Buddha. The Sutra of Future. The future Buddha's expression changed, and he extended his hand to tear the Sutra of Future. Slash! Gu Hai glared, and the energy saber in his hand moved even faster. Rip! The Sutra of Future tore open, and a huge amount of golden energy was about to enter the future Buddha's body. However, at this moment, the life extinguisher saber arrived. Hong! With a loud sound, the energy from the Sutra of Future was cut in half by the life extinguisher saber and exploded. The energy saber weakened slightly, but it still charged toward the future Buddha. Impossible! The future Buddha's expression changed, and he extended his hand to block. Boom! A cut appeared between the future Buddha's eyebrows, and blood spurted everywhere. The skin on his arms was lacerated. The future Buddha's expression changed drastically. Has Gu Hai become stronger again? How did this happen? Run! Run! The future Buddha cried out. The Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Buddhas immediately turned tail and fled. Is the boundless celestial capital a place where you can come and go as you please? Treasure, please turn around. A immortal slaying gourd suddenly appeared in Gu Hai's hand. He tapped the gourd. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot out of the immortal slaying gourd. Chapter 9:16. Is the boundless celestial capital a place where you can come and go as you please? Treasure, please turn around. The immortal slaying gourd suddenly appeared in Gu Hai's hand. He tapped the gourd. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot out of the immortal slaying gourd's mouth. Run! The expressions of the Arhats changed drastically. Gu Hai, how dare you! The future Buddha suddenly exclaimed. The future Buddha intercepted the immortal slaying flying saber to save the Bodhisattvas. However, at that moment, Gu Hai's life-extinguishing saber slashed at him again. 7 cycles. Boom! A massive saber energy shot toward the future Buddha. The future Buddha's expression changed drastically. He hastily took off his kasaya and flung it at Gu Hai. The kasaya transformed into a golden mountain that descended from the sky and suppressed the future Buddha. Boom! The cycle saber technique was too ferocious. With a loud bang, the golden mountain was split in half and instantly exploded in all directions. Although the saber energy was weakened, it still reached the future Buddha. Boom! The future Buddha was sent flying with blood splattering everywhere. The future Buddha did not manage to save the Bodhisattvas in time. The immortal slaying flying saber did not turn back until it saw the heads. In an instant, all the Arhats, Bodhisattvas, and Buddha's heads were sent flying. They did not even have time to scream. The immortal slaying flying saber could unleash greater power as Gu Hai's cultivation base increased. Currently, when Gu Hai used it, it was no weaker than when Lu Ye used it in the past. Even those who had just entered the heavenly palace were beheaded in an instant by the immortal slaying flying saber. Screech! The immortal slaying flying saber beheaded countless heads, which immediately flew back to the immortal slaying gourd. His Majesty is invincible. The crowd immediately shouted with resentment. In the past, they might have felt pity for these monks. However, just now, the future Buddha wanted to kill all the people. Kill them? Who would pity them now? The people in the city wished they could kill them with their own hands. The people cheered. The future Buddha's expression changed drastically. As he ran, he shouted, Gu Hai is back. Save me. Save me. The future Buddha rushed into the fog of the infinite celestial capital with heavy injuries. However, just as he rushed into the fog, 3 powerful skeletons suddenly appeared in front of him and attacked the future Buddha at almost the same time. What? The future Buddha's expression changed. Boom! The 3 palms merged into one and instantly sent the heavily injured future Buddha flying back to the soaring palace plaza. It was the experts of the underworld summoned by the unborn man. They instantly made their move. Please, treasure, bind. Gu Hai switched to the vine world gourd in his hand. Boom! Countless vines shot into the sky from the mouth of the gourd. In an instant, they bound the future Buddha, who had been sent flying backward while vomiting blood. No! The future Buddha cried out in alarm. In an instant, the future Buddha was pulled in front of Gu Hai. The future Buddha was restrained. His Majesty is invincible. The officials shouted excitedly. Just a moment ago, they had been pushed to the brink of death by the future Buddha. Now that His Majesty had returned, he had killed all of them in the blink of an eye and captured the culprit. Gu Hai, you want to make an enemy out of the holy lands of the spiritual mountain? The Buddha will not let you go. The future Buddha roared with a ferocious expression. Gu Hai smiled coldly. Why didn't you think of that before you attacked? You don't think that. The future Buddha roared gloomily. Either open your eyes or shut your mouth. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. The future Buddha paused. Open my eyes? The closed eyes whirled cleansing Zen. Open them. This was a secret technique to perish together with the enemy. If he opened them, he would be finished. Gu Hai ignored the future Buddha and looked at Changming. At this moment, Changming's body was full of wounds. Although the Chaos Essence Pearl had entered his body, he had used it to protect the palace. His body was purified by the Buddha's voice as if it was burning. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A large number of bats rushed out and rushed to the Bodhisattvas, Buddhas, and Arhats who had been beheaded by the Immortal slaying flying knife. They immediately sucked blood, and in the blink of an eye, those corpses turned into a pile of dried corpses. The bats returned to Changming's body, and Changming's body immediately felt better. Their blood can heal you? Gu Hai asked. Yes, Your Majesty. Although the Buddha's light is the bane of the blood race, the Buddha's blood is the blood race's tonic. Changming nodded. I'll give him to you. Just keep him alive. Gu Hai tossed the vine world gourd to Changming. He gave the future Buddha to Changming. Gu Hai, what are you doing? The future Buddha's expression suddenly changed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Changming immediately caught it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Immediately, a large number of bats appeared and surrounded the future Buddha, sucking his blood by force. No, don't. Gu Hai, you'll die a horrible death. The future Buddha roared in despair. However, there were too many vines and bats around, so no one could see what was going on inside. Of course, even if they saw, no one would stop them. At this moment, everyone wished that they could kill the future Buddha immediately. After the unborn man sent the 3 skeletons back to the netherworld, he flew to the soaring palace hall's plaza. Boom! Just at this moment, a loud sound rang out like a strong wind blowing through the entire endless celestial capital. The fog around the endless celestial capital shook, and a figure shot out of the soaring palace hall like a cannonball. The unborn man waved his hand, and a black energy immediately surged into the sky. Rumble. The figure immediately slowed down and slowly stopped in front of Gu Hai. Blarg. That figure landed on the ground and vomited a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. Bodhisattva Yensheng, are you alright? Gu Hai looked at the person the unborn man saved. I won't die. Ha! Cough. Cough. Bodhisattva Yensheng coughed out blood and showed a bitter, sorrowful, and indignant smile. Whoosh! Gu Hai placed the life entrapment saber into the void formation origin. Then, he controlled the endless celestial capital's ritual array and waved his hand. Boom! The fog instantly scattered. Loud sounds rang out in the outside world. Boom! 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 The surrounding battles suddenly stopped. Aside from the black figure fighting the Ho in the starry heavens, everyone else stopped. The expressions of Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, and Indra all changed as they quickly flew towards the past Buddha. The past Buddha held an azure lamp as he looked coldly at the soaring palace hall plaza. Gu Hai. What did you do to the future Buddha? The past Buddha demanded angrily. Everyone had heard the future Buddha's shout as he fled earlier. Unfortunately, each of them had a difficult opponent. The battles of Kong Xian, Shengguan Hen, Ao Shun, and Mosquito Daoren also came to an end. Everyone understood that it was impossible to end the battles quickly. Everyone quickly flew towards Gu Hai. Roar! A ray of golden light shot up into the sky from Gu Hai's body. It was a golden dragon of luck that had already turned illusory. As soon as the golden dragon of luck entered the sea of luck, a torrent of luck surged in and filled up the missing parts of the golden dragon of luck. After a short while, the golden dragon of luck expanded again and turned into a gigantic dragon. It looked at the enemies outside the infinite celestial capital with a ferocious expression. Release the future Buddha. Indra glared and said coldly. Gu Hai looked at Indra with a cold smile and ignored him. Instead, he looked at the past Buddha again. You actually came back alive? The past Buddha's face darkened. Although he was worried about the future Buddha, he didn't reveal too much. Instead, he looked coldly at Gu Hai with disbelief in his eyes. Takashi Ryushin, Dragon God Ing, Ao Sheng, South Sea Dragon King, Chun Shinsho, Baiming Shou, and the corpse worm given by the Buddha couldn't do anything to Gu Hai. And he came back alive? Gu Hai was too lucky. The sacred ground of the spiritual mountain killed 200 million of my people and even wanted to exterminate 300 million of my people. They treated the people of the Dahan like dirt. I will remember this. I will return the grudge of your spiritual mountain 100 times, 1,000 times over. Gu Hai said coldly. Humph, Gu Hai, don't forget that Tanget's soul is in my hands. Release the future Buddha now. Otherwise, I will consign Tanget's soul to eternal damnation. The past Buddha said coldly. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. The crowd of officials and commoners were at a loss. Tanggu Town. Who is Tangut? Guqin's expression changed. Father. Tangut. Oh, right. His name is Gu Tang, right? But your son hid outside for you. Now, only his soul is left. Don't tell me you don't want him anymore. The past Buddha said coldly. What? His Majesty's son. The spiritual mountain is so despicable. How dare they threaten him with His Majesty's son? Gu Tang. Is he really His Majesty's son? Countless people started to talk about it. Gu Hai clenched his fists in his sleeves. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Gu Tang. Not many people in this world knew his identity. The White Emperor knew, but Gu Hai guessed that the White Emperor couldn't have explained so much to the spiritual mountain after what happened last time. There was only one possibility. The spiritual mountain had already tortured him to extort a confession. Gu Tang was a stubborn brat. He was excessively tight-lipped. Trying to dig out information from his mouth was practically impossible. However, the past Buddha knew. Who knew how much inhumane torture Gu Tang had suffered? Ha, ha ha ha. Gu Hai suddenly laughed coldly. Release the future Buddha now. The past Buddha shouted again. Chang Ming, gouge out the future Buddha's eyes. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Yes. Chang Ming answered. How dare you? The past Buddha glared. Surround them. None of you can leave here today. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Yes. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, Ao Shun, and Shengguanhen shouted. Rumble. In an instant, everyone was surrounded. The past Buddha's expression changed. Gu Hai wasn't threatened by him. Gu Hai, if you dare to be presumptuous again, Gu Tang's soul will be destroyed and he will be consigned to eternal damnation. Do you believe me? The past Buddha glared and roared. Gu Hai ignored him. He reached out his hand and activated the life entrapment saber. Rumble. The life entrapment saber activated the array. Boundless sword chi surged out, enveloping the entire limitless celestial capital. Everyone understood that Gu Hai was truly enraged this time. None of the outstanding talents who came here should think of leaving. All of them had to stay. Ah! Not far away, the future Buddha screamed. Changming immediately gouged out 2 of his eyeballs. Eyes closing world cleansing Zen, if you don't dare to open it, then don't ever open it. Changming said viciously amid the countless bats. How dare you? The past Buddha glared, showing some panic on his face. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng, who had just been saved, was also stunned. Was Gu Hai really going to keep all of them here? Of course, there were spies from various factions around the limitless celestial capital. When they saw Gu Hai's ferocious expression, they all trembled. The spiritual mountain's holy land? It seemed like all the experts except the present Buddha were here. Gu Hai wanted to keep all of them here. Is this for real? Chapter 9:17. How dare you? The past Buddha's eyes widened in panic. However, Gu Hai used the life entrapment saber to form the fairy-slaying sword formation and controlled the boundless sword aura to surround everyone's escape route. Rumble. There were swords everywhere and it was unusually fierce. The past Buddha's expression changed drastically. Although Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva had defeated the fairy-slaying sword formation in the past, there was Kong Xian, Shengguanhen, and Mosquito Daoren. With the 3 of them working together, they were able to hold him back. For a moment, the situation was tense. Gu Hai looked fierce and was about to attack. The murderous aura on him made even the spies of the other forces in the city feel a chill in their hearts. The unborn man, Ao Shun, and Changming all looked fierce. There were many invaders from the spirited mountain, and there were many experts in Dahan. No one was afraid of each other. Amateus Buddha. Suddenly, a loud Buddha name was heard from the void. As soon as the Buddha name was heard, the sword aura of the fairy-slaying sword formation exploded instantly. Hong! The sword aura exploded, revealing a 10,000 feet tall golden illusory figure in the south. It was the present Buddha. Gautama Buddha. The past Buddha and the others were stunned, as if they were surprised. Present Buddha. Jiang Rulai. Gautama Buddha. There was an anxious shout in the city. However, the present Buddha wasn't a physical body, but an illusory figure. Even though it was an illusory figure, its aura suppressed the boundless heaven and made it tremble. Gu Hai, Gautama Buddha is here, your death date is here. Sakura suddenly said coldly. Gu Hai looked at Sakura with murderous aura, which made Sakura feel a chill in his heart. He didn't dare to say anything. Great Emperor of Dahan, Gu Hai. The illusory figure of the present Buddha put his palms together. Oh, present Buddha. Why don't you come with your real body? Gu Hai said coldly. Today, I'm here to resolve a grudge. There's no need for my original body to come. The Dharma form of the present Buddha said calmly. Resolve grudges? You don't want me to release them, do you? Gu Hai said coldly. The past Buddha's face darkened. Gu Hai, the Buddha, is here personally. How dare you be so presumptuous? Impudent? So what if you're a Buddha? This is the Dahan imperial dynasty. This is my limitless celestial capital. Do you think you can run away? Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand. Boom! The life entrapment saber was activated and a black hole suddenly appeared in the void. Looking at the black hole, the present Buddha raised his eyebrows. This black hole is very familiar. Did another Tongtian sect master walk out from it in the past? Could it be that Gu Hai could simulate another one? With the current passageway, it was indeed possible to send people over from the 30 immortal heavens. Sending Takashi Ryushin over could be considered as making up for a share. This way, they could invite another expert from Earth's immortal world. Now that the Dharma form of the Buddha was here, Gu Hai did not dare to be careless. He was someone that even Long Zhanghua had to be careful of. Even the Dharma form had to be careful. Gu Hai, I said that I'm here to resolve grudges. Do you want this soul? The present Buddha waved his hand and a soul appeared in his palm. The soul was in a daze. Then, it quivered and its eyes suddenly lit up. Father, I've troubled you. The soul suddenly knelt down with a sorrowful expression. Gu Tang. It's Gu Tang. Gu Qin exclaimed. Gu Hai's heart trembled, but he did not speak. How about this soul in exchange for the body of the future Buddha? The present Buddha smiled. Oh, how do I know that it's the real Gu Tang? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Gu Hai did not say much, but in his heart, he was extremely worried about his son. He just did not want to show it. I believe in your character. I'll let you examine it first. The present Buddha said lightly. As he spoke, he threw Gu Tang's soul. Whoosh! The unborn man reached out and grabbed Gu Tang's soul. Father! Gu Tang's soul came close and knelt down. The soul was burned by the Buddhist fire, but fortunately, it can be repaired. The 3 souls are still there. The unborn man said immediately. Gu Tang. It's you. Gu Qin immediately went forward to examine. Big brother, it's great that you can come back safely. Gu Tang said with a bitter smile. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have become like this. Gu Qin said guiltily. Gu Hai looked at Gu Tang's soul and reached out to touch it as if he was examining it. After a while, his expression was complicated. Gu Hai, how is it? The present Buddha asked again. Gu Hai ignored him and looked up at the starry sky. Above the starry sky, Ho and the Black Shadow Sword Cultivator were still fighting fiercely. Countless stars were shattered. Let the future Buddha go. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. Changming waved his hand. The future Buddha was immediately thrown out. The past Buddha waved his hand and summoned the future Buddha to him. However, he saw that the future Buddha had already become a withered and shriveled body. He was on his last breath. Many, many thanks, Buddha. The future Buddha said with difficulty. Buddha, we have failed in our duty. Please take charge of the situation. The past Buddha immediately bowed to the present Buddha. The present Buddha looked at Gu Hai and finally shook his head. That's all for today. Let's go. Ah. Go. The present Buddha said solemnly. Yes. Everyone answered. In midair, Kang Xian and the others looked at Gu Hai and waited for Gu Hai's order. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Let them go. Yes. Everyone answered. Boom. The group of people from Spirited Mountain instantly shot into the distance and disappeared into the sky. Boom. High in the sky, a loud sound was heard. The Black Shadow Sword Cultivator seemed to have received a signal. After a huge collision, he immediately turned around and shot into the distance, leaving quickly with the present Buddha and the others. Gu Hai waved his sleeves, and the 2 immortal vault passages immediately closed up. Hui stopped in the sky and was silent for a moment before flying down. Boom! In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the square of the Soaring Palace Hall. Gu Hai, I'm very sorry. I'm entangled. Hui said with a frown. No, you've done very well. Thank you for today. Wait for a moment. I'll look for you later. Gu Hai said. All right. Hui nodded, frowning heavily. It seemed like he had something to say to Gu Hai. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng, Gu Hai is very grateful for your help today. Gu Hai looked at the weak Bodhisattva Yen Sheng. Cough. 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 My help? That's because I need your help. Gu Han, he was captured by Spirited Mountain's holy land. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng said anxiously. Oh. Gu Hai's face sank. However, Jiang Rulai can only suppress him at most and not kill him. However, Bodhisattva Yen Sheng said bitterly. I got it. Rest first. We'll talk about it another day. Gu Hai said solemnly. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng looked at Gu Hai in slight shock. Gu Hai brushed it off with just one sentence. Is he not going to ask about the situation? All right. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng nodded bitterly. Montez, bring Bodhisattva Yen Sheng away to rest. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Montez answered. Gu Hai looked at the endless celestial capital, which had already calmed down. Citizens of the Dahan, today, I sacrificed my personal interests for the sake of public duty. To save my son, I let those evil people go. However, I guarantee that in the future, I will make those evil people return the favor 100-fold. Gu Hai said loudly. Your Majesty, there is no need to blame yourself. It is what we should do to save the Crown Prince. We believe in your Majesty. Many thanks, your Majesty, for saving us. The citizens in the city immediately bowed in the direction of the imperial palace. They understood why Gu Hai had let Gu Tang go. Little Tang, you suffered on Spirited Mountain. Gu Hai looked at Gu Tang's soul. This child is incompetent. This bit of suffering is nothing. I have troubled father. Gu Tang immediately said bitterly. Unborn man, I'll have to trouble you to help Gu Tang heal his soul. After he fully recovers, you can help him recover his body. Gu Qin, you will help as well. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Gu Qin and the unborn man answered. Mosquito Daoren, Kong Xian, Shengguan Hen, Ao Shun, and Chang Ming, you have all worked hard. Treat your injuries first. We will talk about this later. Gu Hai looked at the four. Yes, your Majesty. The five answered. Gu Hai made some arrangements for the officials. Then, he led Ho into the upper study. Mo Yike, Chen Tianshan, and the new 7th Army commander, Sima Changkong, followed. Inside the upper study, Gu Hai looked at Ho. Ho also frowned. There are no outsiders here. You can speak. Gu Hai said solemnly. Chen Tianshan, Mo Yike, and Sima Changkong were slightly confused. The person who fought with me just now seemed to be. Ho said with a frown. Who? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Rokudo Shinkuan, the golden god body. Ho said with a frown. Rokudo Shinkuan. Impossible. Mo Yike's expression suddenly changed. Ho did not speak. How could Rokudo Shinkuan, the golden god body, listen to the orders of the holy mountain? That was the body of the sage of the 6 paths. Moreover, Rokudo Shinkuan's golden god body had been destroyed in the past. This is also the reason why I stopped fighting with the holy mountain just now. Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. You also saw something? Ho asked in confusion. That Gu Tang's soul just now was fake. Gu Hai said in a low voice. What? Chen Tianshan's expression changed. Fake? Wasn't that Gu Tang? Then why did His Majesty exchange it for the future Buddha? It is the same as Lil Tang's soul. It even has memories, but it has no emotions. Lil Tang has been obsessed with his mother all these years, but he did not mention a word about her just now. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. Then this is. Everyone was confused. I agreed to it to stabilize the holy mountain. Ha, they left this soul behind to monitor us. This is good. The real Lil Tang's soul will suffer less. Gu Hai sighed softly. You mean that the one I fought just now was the real Rokudo Shinkuan, the golden god body? Ho suddenly raised his eyelids in surprise. How do you think he compares to the golden god body? Gu Hai looked at Ho. His strength is extraordinarily great, and his sword Dao is extraordinarily formidable, but he lacks that invincible heart of looking down upon the world and killing everyone before him. That's why I'm in a deadlock with him. Qi frowned. Your Majesty, what do you think? Mo Yike frowned. I don't know, but I have a guess. Gu Hai said worriedly. What guess? The Holy Mountain, or rather, Jiang Rulai, has a special ability. He may be able to replicate genes, no, souls as well. If that's the case, then it's not just genes, it's replication. Does that mean he can replicate all the strong people in the world? Including the Rokudo Shinkuan from 800,000 years ago. Gu Hai frowned. What? Everyone's expression changed. Even Ho's eyes narrowed. Replication. Replicating all the strong people in the world. How terrifying would that be? I'm not sure yet. It's just a guess based on the golden god body and Lil Tang's replication. Long Zhanghua told me that what the Holy Mountain has shown is only the tip of the iceberg. Could it be that the true iceberg is the true one? Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. In the upper study, everyone's heart trembled. Chapter 9:18. Everyone in the study immediately felt their hearts tremble. Duplicate? Could it be the same as His Majesty's Go ritual array? Chen Tianshan asked with a frown. Gu Hai shook his head. The cloud beast that I materialized with the ritual array is different from this. Every expert needs a boundless amount of spirit stones to materialize. Reaching the level of Rokudo Shinkuan's metal divine body is impossible. If he duplicates one of the 6 paths, will he duplicate the other 6? Xiao asked with a frown. Xiao, how strong are you compared to the Tongtian sect master now? Gu Hai asked seriously. Many thanks for the sword Dao you gave me. I should be no weaker than the sect master now, right? Xiao said solemnly. Then, wouldn't the spiritual mountain's strength be? Sima Changkong said with an unsightly expression. Perhaps this is just my guess. The spiritual mountain's holy land did not make a move, so they definitely have their concerns. We need to find out what they are worried about. Everyone has a weakness. Take it slow. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Everyone nodded. Chen Tianshan, the people of 3 Mountain City are in trouble. Immediately send people to collect the corpses. Bury the people of 3 Mountain City with the Sovereign King's funeral. We will personally pay our respects. Gu Hai said. Sovereign King's funeral. Your Majesty. Chen Tianshan's expression changed. We want to let the world know that the people in the Dahan imperial dynasty value the people above the sovereign. We want to let the world know that the spiritual mountain's holy land is as evil as the demons. Gu Hai said seriously. Everyone's expression turned grave. Yes. Chen Tianshan answered. Xiao, many thanks for your help today. Otherwise, the infinite heavenly capital would be in dire straits. Gu Hai said gratefully. Xiao looked at Gu Hai and remained silent for a while before asking, what exactly is the spiritual mountain's holy land looking for? Everyone looked at Gu Hai curiously. After thinking for a while, Gu Hai did not hide anything. He said seriously, Zhengfa Ming. Zhengfa Ming. Everyone felt slightly stunned. That little beggar. Everyone had an impression of this. This was the first time Gu Hai made an enemy of the spiritual mountain's holy land. That little beggar. What was so special about it? Why does the spiritual mountain holy land care so much about it? Fu asked curiously. If I'm not wrong, it shouldn't be because the Buddha wants to be enlightened. Gu Hai frowned. Oh. It should be the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest. The Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest requested the help of the spiritual mountain holy land. Gu Hai said solemnly. Why? Ching asked curiously. The Southern Dragon Maiden and the Southern Sea Dragon King are both from the Purple Bamboo Forest and have come for the righteous Dharmakaya. The holy land of the spirited mountain is only cooperating. If the holy land of the spirited mountain was determined to win, Jiang Rulai could have come personally. Even if he was delayed by something, why didn't he come personally when he showed up in the past? He should have been invited by the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest. Gu Hai said with a frown. The Southern Sea's Purple Bamboo Forest rarely sets foot on the divine continent. They only have a certain connection with the spiritual mountain holy land. That Southern Dragon Lady Bodhisattva came from the Purple Bamboo Forest. However, when she came to the spiritual mountain holy land, she became an honored guest. Mo Yike frowned. This little beggar's identity is not simple. Cheng said with a frown. He is still in seclusion. I will confirm with him. However, the spiritual mountain holy land actually sent so many people this time. It shows how important the Purple Bamboo Forest is in the spiritual mountain holy land. Cheng, your Wansho Taoism is also near the Southern Sea. I will have to trouble you with one more thing. Help me investigate. Gu Hai looked at Cheng and requested. Even if you didn't ask, I would have gone to take a look. Cheng narrowed his eyes and nodded. Find out the reason and share the information. Gu Hai said solemnly. Gu Hai was in charge of Zhengfa Ming's inquiry. Cheng would go to the Purple Bamboo Forest to investigate and share the information. Alright, then I won't delay. Goodbye. Cheng solemnly said to Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded and sent Cheng out of the upper study. Whoosh! Cheng turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. There were still a few people left in the upper study. All of them had grave expressions. Mo Yike, don't pay too much attention to the spiritual mountain holy land for now. Hanshio army, take down the remaining 100 cities of the great emperor dynasty as quickly as possible. Be quick in case there are any changes. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Mo Yike replied. Without Takashi Ryushin, the great emperor dynasty was like a sheet of loose sand. The Dahan imperial dynasty's divine demon army would definitely take them down quickly. Mo Yike was not worried. Sima Changkong. Gu Hai looked at Sima Changkong. Yes, your majesty. Sima Changkong said respectfully. I want to tell you that Takashi Ryushin is not dead. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Oh. Sima Changkong was slightly stunned. How was that possible? The great emperor dynasty's providence had already collapsed. How could Takashi Ryushin not be dead? Didn't the Dahan imperial dynasty's providence disappear twice? Gu Hai said indifferently. Sima Changkong's expression turned solemn as thoughts flashed through his mind. He looked at Gu Hai and understood what Gu Hai meant. Although he had joined the Dahan, he still felt a trace of guilt toward Takashi Ryushin. Now that Gu Hai said that Takashi Ryushin was not dead, he was telling him that Gu Hai had spared Takashi Ryushin because of him. Thank you, your majesty. Your subject is now a subject of the Dahan and does not care about anything else. Sima Changkong solemnly bowed. Clearly, Sima Changkong owed Gu Hai this favor. I do not need you to interfere in the great emperor dynasty's territory. I have another matter for you to handle. Gu Hai solemnly said. Your majesty, please give me your orders. Sima Changkong solemnly said. Whoosh! Gu Hai waved his hand and suddenly summoned a figure from the immortal dome of ancients. Long Sanqian. Chen Tianshan's expression darkened. Your Majesty, is he possessed by Takashi Ryushin or? Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai with a frown. Your subject, Dragon God Ing, greets your Majesty. Long Sanqian suddenly bowed respectfully. During his time in the immortal dome of ancients, his injuries had mostly healed. Dragon God Ing. Everyone was shocked. Dragon God Ing, I have sent Sima Changkong, Shengguan Hen, Mosquito Daoren, and Yun Mo to help you take back your body. Is there anything else you need? Gu Hai solemnly said. Yun Mo knew Mr. Silvermoon very well. Shengguan Hen could transform, Sima Changkong was very intelligent, and Mosquito Daoren was very strong. They were a very powerful combination. Long Sanqian may have taken over my body, but he is not familiar with the Great Ing dynasty. He does not know about my intelligence network and secret forces, let alone mobilize them. Although he has taken over the magpie's nest, he is like a blind man searching for clues in God's city. Your Majesty has sent all of you to help me, and that is enough for now. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long Sanqian said gratefully. Mr. Sima, do you hear me? Gu Hai looked at Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong looked at Long Sanqian in shock. Dragon God Ing. He actually submitted to the Dahan dynasty. Was this real? However, judging from Dragon God Ying's attitude, Takashi Ryushin was probably still alive. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will not disappoint you. Sima Changkong immediately answered. Gu Hai nodded. After making arrangements, Gu Hai summoned some of his other subjects. Your Majesty. Montez bowed respectfully to Gu Hai, who was sitting behind the desk. Montez, from now on, the embroidered uniform guards will increase the surveillance of Spiritual Mountain. Also, send people to the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest to gather information. If there is any news, report it immediately. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Montez answered. Also, check if there are any movements from the nearby forces. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, you have repelled almost all the experts of Spiritual Mountain in the infinite celestial capital. The nearby forces shouldn't dare to offend you, right? Montez said with a smile. Go and check, just in case. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Montez's expression turned serious. After Montez left, Gu Hai summoned Changming again. Changming, how are your injuries? Gu Hai looked at Changming. They are much better. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Changming said with a smile. The blood race is a relatively dark creature. There are many of them in the netherworld. The unborn man has returned and can travel between the netherworld and the netherworld. I need you to send a group of blood-robed guards to the netherworld to gather information on the various forces there. Focus on the western forces of the netherworld. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The western part of the netherworld? Changming's expression turned serious. Gu Hai nodded. I suspect that Spiritual Mountain also has a lot of forces in the netherworld. Since Spiritual Mountain is located in the western part of the netherworld, it is most convenient to develop forces in the netherworld in the west so that we can help each other. Yes, Your Majesty, rest assured. Changming answered. Oh right, do you know the origin of your Chaos Element Pearl? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. I don't know. In the past, I was saved by a barbarian by chance. He passed on a cultivation technique to me and made me acknowledge him as my master. He gave me the Chaos Element Pearl and said that he had gone to reincarnate. In the past, he was imprisoned in that valley by Mosquito Daoren for 1,000 years. Changming said solemnly. Gu Hai frowned slightly. I need to find some time to ask Mosquito Daoren. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Changming's expression changed as he said gratefully. Changming also wanted to know, but because of Mosquito Doran's extreme desire for the Chaos Element Pearl, he didn't have the opportunity to ask. Now that His Majesty wanted to ask, it couldn't be better. After sending off Changming, Gu Hai met with the unborn man and Gu Qin. "Father, you said that Lil Tang is fake?" Gu Qin said in surprise. Gu Hai nodded and looked at the unborn man. The unborn man was silent for a while. "He is now recuperating. If your Majesty didn't say so, I wouldn't have been able to tell. But now that your Majesty mentioned it, I remember something." "Oh." Legend has it that in ancient times, the witch tribe had 5 main bloodlines. They were the 4 great zombies, devour the heavens and earth, and divine blood replication. I don't know about the other 2, but legend has it that there were 5 main bloodlines. The unborn man explained. "Oh." The 4 great zombies are Jiang Chen, Hanba, Ho Qing, and Ingo. Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. "Yes, and devour the heavens and earth should be the technique that Qi Yu and his 81 brothers cultivated in the past. Devour the heavens and earth, it eats everything and is indestructible." The unborn man explained. Gu Hai's expression changed. He immediately recalled that he had met Qi Yu not long ago, and it was indeed so. The 3rd type that I know of, divine blood replication, may be the ability that the Holy Land of Mount Numinous possesses. The unborn man frowned. Divine blood replication? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows slightly. "Yes, but I don't know the specifics. But, in general, as long as they collect other people's flesh and blood or divine soul fragments, they can replicate an identical opponent. Moreover, this opponent will be controlled by them. No matter who it is, they can replicate it." The unborn man explained. "Rokudo Shinkuin's fragments? Jiang Rulai can't be replicating the 9 Rokudo Shinkuin clones of the past, right?" Gu Hai's expression darkened. "The witch tribe is too terrifying. Divine blood replication? If they could succeed in the past, wouldn't they have dominated the world long ago?" Gu Qin said in surprise. "I'm not sure. Anyway, in ancient times, the leader of the witch tribe was Jiang Chen. The divine blood replication did not shine brightly." The unborn man said, shaking his head. "The divine Tao. I underestimated it in the past." Gu Hai's expression turned sullen. "Father, are you worried that the Bodhisattva Yen Sheng from before was also a fake, so you were not too enthusiastic?" Gu Qin asked. Gu Hai nodded. "I already informed him. Later, when he comes, let's take a look together." Chapter 919. The news of the Great Han Dynasty forcing back almost all the powerhouses of the spiritual mountain spread like wildfire, spreading to all corners of the world. Especially with the Qin figurines, the infinite celestial capital had countless spies. The entire battle was broadcasted live. Soon, the news of the battle in the infinite celestial capital was placed on the most eye-catching table in the study of countless emperors and sect masters. One battle to become famous. That was the sacred ground of Spiritual Mountain. Other than the present Buddha, all the peerless experts of Spiritual Mountain couldn't do anything to Gu Hai. No, some people still had a rough description of the battle in Three Mountain City. It was the news from the spies who had witnessed the battle outside Three Mountain City. In this battle, the South Sea Dragon King, Dragon God Ing, Takashi Ryushin, Ao Sheng, Baiming Shou, Chunshin Shou, the future Buddha, the past Buddha, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, Indra, and the nameless peerless sword cultivator had been deployed. Even the present Buddha's Dharma form. These 14 names were all famous experts. However, when these 14 experts worked together to attack Gu Hai, the final result was the Han royal dynasty's victory. It was an unbelievable battle. This wasn't something an imperial dynasty could have. It was almost as strong as the celestial dynasty. This group of 14 experts was not something any imperial dynasty or middle-level sect could stop. However, Gu Hai did it. He can stop the experts of Spiritual Mountain. The Dahan has become so strong. The infinite celestial capital is flying to the north of the divine continent. Is the Dahan going to take the name of the divine continent and ascend to the celestial dynasty? Dahan. How long has it been, and it has already developed into a giant. The Dahan imperial dynasty's rising momentum is unstoppable. Countless heroes frowned. Most were shocked by the Dahan imperial dynasty. But at the same time, a small group started to plot. The factions under the Dahan, the emperors, and sect masters suddenly contacted each other through the Qin figurines. The Dahan is strong. What do you think? Dahan? What the hell is he? I used to crush him like an ant. We can't let him grow any stronger. If he grows any stronger, we won't be able to make a name for ourselves. Although the Dahan has become famous in one battle, he has countless enemies. Let's take this opportunity to destroy the Dahan. Let's take advantage of the fact that he hasn't matured and join forces to suppress him. What do you think? Good. Good. In the vicinity of the Dahan imperial dynasty, there were 3 imperial empires and 3 great sections. They were colluding to annihilate the Dahan imperial dynasty. 3 Mountain City. A large number of soldiers quickly rushed over from the surrounding cities. Along with them were countless friends and relatives of the citizens of 3 Mountain City who had rushed back from all directions after receiving the news. As soon as they entered 3 Mountain City, everyone was shocked. The entire city was filled with corpses. Not a single one was left alive. Both humans and animals were killed. Their deaths were extremely tragic. The stench of a corpse assaulted his nostrils. Father, I'm late. Daughter, where are you? Grandpa, Grandma. Ah. Countless people who rushed back found the corpses of their loved ones and cried bitterly. 3 Mountain City immediately fell into a sorrowful atmosphere. Immediately collect the corpses of all the citizens and bury them in gold-threaded cedar coffins. His Majesty said that he will repay the hatred of Spiritual Mountain 100-fold in the future. 10 days later, boundless celestial capital will fly here. His Majesty will pay tribute to the dead citizens here. Quickly do it. A general shouted. Yes. Countless soldiers split into small groups and quickly collected the corpses of the citizens of 3 Mountain City. The more they collected the corpses, the more grief and anger they felt toward the Spiritual Mountain Holy Land. The news spread to all the cities of Dahan in an extremely short time. For a moment, all the citizens of the Dahan imperial dynasty were enraged. If the enemy did not involve the innocent, they would not blame the citizens. Today, 3 Mountain City was so cruelly destroyed by the Spiritual Mountain Holy Land. Would their own cities be cruelly destroyed in the future? Although the cultivation of commoners was low, did that mean that commoners' lives were not lives? The Spiritual Mountain Holy Land is not a Buddhist holy land. It's a demonic land. Human lives are worthless. Are you still praying to the Spiritual Mountain Buddha? Today, 3 Mountain City will be yours tomorrow. I also heard that the boundless celestial capital was the same. Back then, the future Buddha wanted to kill all the citizens of the city and use them to force the officials to give up resistance. He used the lives of the citizens to threaten Lord Imo, the king of Tian Shan, and the crown prince. In the end, the crown prince was willing to give up resistance to save the citizens of the city. His Majesty loves the citizens like his own children. Lords, you would rather die to save the citizens. It is our blessing to be born in the Dahan. The demons of Spiritual Mountain will all die a horrible death. The citizens of the Dahan imperial dynasty were united like never before. Even some of the citizens of the Dahan imperial dynasty that had just been reclaimed suddenly felt that being able to live in the Dahan was an extremely good thing. At the very least, the emperor and officials of the Dahan imperial dynasty loved the citizens like their own children and would rather die to protect the citizens. That was how the hearts of the people were. Sometimes, one thing could move the citizens and gain their approval. For a moment, the people's confidence in the Dahan rapidly transformed into waves of fate that surged into the sky above the boundless celestial capital. The Dahan's fate was increasing madly. Similarly, the deeds of the Dahan imperial dynasty were rapidly spreading to the neighboring countries, neighboring sects, and even to the world beyond. Father, the Dahan imperial dynasty has an imperial examination every year. I want to go to the Dahan imperial dynasty to take the imperial examination. Master, the Dahan imperial dynasty prioritizes benevolence and righteousness. It has the hearts of the people and the will of the heavenly Tao. I want to go to the Dahan imperial dynasty to take a look. Senior brother, I want to enter the Dahan imperial dynasty. The good name of the Dahan imperial dynasty quickly spread throughout the world with the help of the evil reputation of the spiritual mountain Holy Land. Countless talents placed a yearning label on the Dahan imperial dynasty in their hearts. Perhaps it wouldn't show much effect in the short term, but as time passed, the Dahan imperial dynasty would attract more and more talents. Boundless celestial capital. Upper study. Montez said respectfully, Your Majesty has seen through everything. There are indeed 6 major forces who are restless. They want to make a move in 10 days' time when Your Majesty holds a memorial ceremony for the dead in the Tri-Mountain City. Oh. I heard that the 3 imperial dynasties and 3 intermediate sects have even sent people to the Great Ing imperial dynasty and the spiritual mountain Holy Land to seek more help. Montez said solemnly. Only 3 imperial dynasties and 3 intermediate sects. Gu Hai looked at Montez and asked. Yes. The embroidered uniform guards have captured the sect master's favorite grandson. That grandson is also an idiot. After he was captured, he spilled everything. Montez said with a smile. A motley crew. There's nothing to fear. Gu Hai shook his head and said indifferently. I'll continue to monitor them. Once there's news, I'll immediately report to Your Majesty. Montez said respectfully. Gu Hai nodded. How's the promotion of the embroidered uniform guards? I've already notified all the embroidered uniform guards in the world. When news of the killings in the Tri-Mountain City and the boundless celestial capital spread, we'll definitely add fuel to the fire. We'll make the hearts of the people lean towards the Dahan imperial dynasty and turn our backs on the spiritual mountain Holy Land. Montez said with a hint of excitement. Although Montez wasn't as smart as Mo Yike and the others, he wasn't stupid. From Gu Hai's arrangements, Montez could see that Gu Hai was promoting the Dahan imperial dynasty to the world. His ambition was to take over the entire divine continent. Just this thought made Montez excited. The hearts of the people in the world lean towards the Dahan imperial dynasty. That's impossible. It's enough to make the people have a good impression of the Dahan imperial dynasty. The reputation that Mo Yike, Gu Qin, Chen Tianshan, and the others earned with their lives can't be buried just like that. We'll use the spiritual mountain Holy Land as the hottest topic to spread the name of the Dahan imperial dynasty to the hearts of the people. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. The people of any sect or country are all mixed together. The spiritual mountain Holy Land has virtuous monks, but there are also some immoral deeds. The embroidered uniform guards should have many such records, right? Let's spread it along with the direction of the news. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Meng Tai answered with a solemn expression. You may leave. Gu Hai said mildly. Montez left the upper study respectfully. Gu Hai walked slowly to the wall of the upper study. There was a map hanging on it. On the map, the words Spiritual Mountain Holy Land were written. Spiritual Mountain Holy Land? This is just the tip of the iceberg. Then let's start by destroying this tip of the iceberg. Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. Gu Hai slowly fell into deep thought. In the past, he didn't have the ability and didn't dare to think about how to shake the spiritual mountain Holy Land. Now, the Dahan imperial dynasty had a certain foundation and could order the world around. Similarly, with the Dahan imperial dynasty as a fulcrum, Gu Hai could use the entire spiritual mountain Holy Land and start thinking about how to compete with it. With the enmity between the Dahan imperial dynasty and the spiritual mountain Holy Land, only one could exist. Reporting to your majesty. A guard's voice suddenly came from outside the upper study. Gu Hai's thoughts were interrupted. He frowned and looked outside the upper study. Mr. Gaochen's disciple, Zheng Faming, has come out of seclusion. The guard said respectfully. Oh. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. Zheng Faming. Gu Hai immediately stepped out of the upper study and headed for a forest not far from the imperial palace. At the same time, a group of people who knew about Zheng Faming also rushed over after receiving the news. When they saw Gu Hai along the way, they all greeted respectfully, Your Majesty. Gu Hai. However, at this moment, a figure blocked Gu Hai's path. Bodhisattva Yansheng. Gu Hai said with a frown. Gu Hai, what did you mean that day? Do you not believe me? Or do you not care about Gu Han's life and death? Bodhisattva Yansheng asked anxiously. Gu Qin's and the unborn man's faces sank. That day, Gu Hai brought the two to meet Bodhisattva Yansheng. However, he could not be sure if Bodhisattva Yansheng was real or not. Gu Hai managed to pacify Bodhisattva Yansheng for now. Unexpectedly, Bodhisattva Yansheng kept waiting outside the imperial palace, unwilling to give up. Bodhisattva Yansheng. Very well, come with me, then. Gu Hai nodded. Father. Gu Qin's expression changed. There were still doubts about Bodhisattva Yansheng's identity. How could Gu Hai bring him to meet Zheng Faming? Only Bodhisattva Yansheng himself would care so much about my son, Gu Han, and be so persistent. I believe that Bodhisattva Yansheng is real. Gu Hai shook his head. Oh. Gu Qin's and the unborn man's expressions froze, but they did not stop Gu Hai. What? You thought that I was fake all along? Bodhisattva Yansheng's expression changed in anger. However, Gu Hai bowed slightly. Bodhisattva Yansheng, I'm very sorry. There were many misunderstandings earlier. However, this involves my son's safety, so I do not dare to be careless. Oh. Bodhisattva Yansheng frowned slightly. That day, you said that a few disciples betrayed Nalanda Temple. Jiang Rulai broke into Nalanda Temple, resulting in my son's capture. I believe that those disciples were impostors sent by the spiritual mountain's holy land. Gu Hai explained. That's impossible. Impostors? They are. Bodhisattva Yansheng immediately shook his head. They are fanatics of the good Rulai. How could they betray you so easily? Have you heard of the divine blood duplication? Gu Hai asked. Divine blood duplication? Bodhisattva Yansheng's pupils suddenly constricted. Gu Han is the good Rulai's reincarnation, coexisting with Jiang Rulai. Hence, I am not worried about him dying for now. Don't worry. Once I deal with the matters at hand, I will be able to deal with the spiritual mountain's holy land soon. At that time, I will definitely rescue Gu Han. I will still need Bodhisattva Yansheng's help. Gu Hai said solemnly. Bodhisattva Yansheng's expression changed. Eventually, he let out a long breath and bowed to Gu Hai solemnly. Many thanks, ancient emperor. I should be the one thanking you for showing so much concern for my son. Bodhisattva Yansheng, that Nalanda temple has a long history, dating back to the ancient era. There should be countless records of the Tao-devouring body. Come, let's go and see the righteous Dharmakaya, Gu Hai said solemnly. The righteous Dharmakaya? Bodhisattva Liansheng felt slightly stunned. You will know when we get there. This way, please. Gu Hai invited. Bodhisattva Liansheng nodded. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.